Alright, it is time. Let's do this. Load game. Which is the most recent? That's on the 12th. Yes, I think it's this one. Okay. Perfect. Yes, I think we are... Well, I thought we were just starting or it says we are on chapter 6. That's right, Monkey. Or do you mean where there's 6 people left? Oh, I guess maybe I didn't include us? I guess that would be 6, right? Okay, so where do we leave off? Oh yeah, we just got to this room we were exploring. We've never been in here before. There's a bunch of these like frozen lockers, and I don't know what the deal is with this. There's some kind of weird machine or something built into the wall. And on the left side, there's a bunch of glowing blue lights. But only some of the lights are on. Maybe those are the ones with bodies. The ones on the left. Oh, the right-hand lights are off. Well, looking around, I think I get it. It seems clear to me now. It was a makeshift morgue. That makes sense. If there's only 6 people left, Monkey, there's like 6 empty, I guess, refrigerators for people, right? The biolab secret has been added to the truth bullets. There we go. See, this is going to be part of the uncovering the truth aspect of this case. And about those lights by each slot. It looks like it's set up so that when a slot is occupied, the blue light comes on. Which would mean, inside each slot lit up in blue, another one of the victims is. I'm glad that I did not look at all this right before the end of the last stream. I think we got into this room and we just quit. I can't let my emotions take control right now. There's only one thing I can do for everyone who's died, and that's defeat the mastermind. And to do that, I have to continue my investigation. I don't have any other option. Now, I think we all kind of split up from everybody else, which is a good thing and a bad thing. We're covering more ground, but at the same time, we have no idea what they're doing. They could be plotting against us, doing all kinds of shady things. Okay, let's check the desk. Oh, there's some kind of booklet here. It looks like an instruction manual. We offer an eco-friendly alternative to standard dry ice for all of your cadaver needs. What kind of cadaver needs could many people have? In addition to the germicidal lamps, we provide an ozone refrigerator regenerator for the removal of ethylene gas. Simply insert the cadaver, and the blue light will let you know an automated system has activated. Temperature and humidity levels will be adjusted automatically for optimum settings. With our system, anyone can keep a body fresh as a daisy for as long as you need. This is so grotesque. In the unlikely event of a problem, the red light will activate and an alarm will sound immediately. Although it makes sense. I mean, when your loved one passes away, you got to preserve them until you're ready for the funeral, right? Oh, have a good day at work, Dingo. Do not overheat. Keep safe. We'll catch you later. The exterior is stainless steel, and we do offer an optional leather upholstery upgrade package. Can you do black stainless steel? Because that's what I got in my kitchen, so I mean, I might as well make it all match, right? This is the instruction manual for the fridge. Let's check out, what is all this stuff on the ground? Are those tarps? Oh yeah, there's a stack of tarps here. I've been seeing a lot of those things lately, because people are using them to move bodies, right? And it looks like that's just a monitor, but it's like frozen over. There are icicles hanging from the monitor. I wonder if that even works. Same thing with the camera. You would think all the humidity and stuff would cause problems, right? Okay, can we look at this one separately? Krem, I don't know what you're talking about. I have not murdered anybody. I'm innocent. Right now we are kind of doing the final checks on the whole academy, trying to uncover the secrets before the big trial. This is one of those fridges they put the dead bodies in. I've seen them on crime shows and stuff. Then, does that mean everyone who's died they're all in this little room? That's what it seems like. I think we're done here. Before we go any further... oh, I bet you've murdered many times in that, Monkey. Let's take a look at... what button was it? Here we go. This is all the previous stuff that we've just done. I want to see what we did right before coming here. Let's see here. It looks like we had already explored this a little bit. Yeah, because everybody was in that dining room together, and then we all took off on our separate ways. Okay, so it looks like it gives us one of these exclamation points wherever we need to go. I think we finished that room. So let's try going over here, and we'll go into the garden. Oh, you murdered the game. Well, yeah, like 900 hours, Monkey? I would agree that you probably murdered that game. Okay, this is the garden, which is kind of cool. It looks like there's daylight coming in. Or I guess it can make it crash. That's true. I've seen people make like Elder Scrolls and Bethesda games crash, but that's not too hard. They crash all the time. Execute Order 66. Huh? It's gone. Oh, the body's gone. Mukuro's body. It's not here. We're supposed to be able to keep doing our, you know, detective work. How could we do that if you're moving bodies? I have to assume one of us moved it to hide something, right? Well, first of all, we gotta check the chickens. Now there's still 4. Honestly, I'd be kind of terrified if there were more than that. Well, I mean, they could, you know, hatch a new chicken. Maybe the body's inside the tool shed. I better check, just to be sure. You know, I bet the plant ate the body. I didn't find anything even close to a dead body. But if it's not in here either, then it must be... Could it be in the biolab? I was just there. But corpses aren't the only thing I need to check in here. There's one other thing. That tarp. A tarp played a key role in another case, so I better look into it. So this tarp right here, this is the one that they thought covered the body, that kept it dry. Yes, yeah, I kind of want to get a Venus flytrap. You know, I'm not a big plant person, but those things are pretty cool. The killer used the tarp to keep the sprinklers from getting the body wet, which means the killer might have left some clue behind here. Huh. I didn't notice this before, but there's a small stamp on one corner of the tarp. It says Biolab. Then this originally came from the Biolab? There was a stack of tarps there, that makes sense. Human Flesh, my favorite. Have you guys, tell me you've all seen Little Shop of Horrors. It's a great movie, and it's about a giant Venus flytrap, essentially, that eats people. It's fantastic. I'm not big into musicals, but I saw it as a kid, and I still love it. I gotta say, the main actress in that movie, though, her voice can get on your nerves. I think that's pretty much all we had to look at here. We've kind of checked everything else out. Let's look at the Venus flytrap, just to be sure. Although, I don't know if that looks exactly like a Venus flytrap. That's all I really needed to check here. Oh, good. Yes, we're done. I'll look at this anyway. The Monokuma flower. Oh yeah, same thing as before. Okay. So with that said, maybe the game wants us to go back to the biolab just to check the tarps, or each individual room. Or like the refrigerators, you know? Maybe we need to open them up to see if that body's there. So I'm going to check the tarps again. Nothing new there. Let's check this. Seems like it's saying all the same stuff as before. Nope. Okay, so we don't need to check that yet. Let's go back to the map and see where else we need to investigate. Ah, we got to go into the dojo. So let's go back. It's kind of hard to use that map. You never know idea where it's going to, like, connect to when you try to use it. You can't move like your cursor smoothly. It just jumps from place to place. I love cherry blossoms. So cool. Oh, Toko. So this is where you were.
What do you want?
Am I so disgusting? You want me out of your sight? I can't believe she's still talking like this. No, that's not it at all. I just thought maybe you'd found a clue. Well, I haven't. I didn't find anything. Not a single clue. I figured since this place was related to the case, it would have to have something, right? But there wasn't anything out of the ordinary here. Give it back. Give me back my precious time. I've felt that way before. Calm down, Toko.
What's your problem?
Especially when you watch like a terrible movie, you're like, can I just have those 2 hours back in my life, please? Don't tell me to calm down. Do you have any idea what I'm going through right now? When everyone finds out, they're gonna call me useless. Good for nothing. Nobody's gonna say that. Master will. Yeah, he will. He'll say that about everybody. I'm not sure we can disagree with that. I don't want that. I'm sick of always being looked down on. Why won't anyone accept me? Well, I don't think there are any clues here, so maybe I'm gonna get going. Yeah, is there anything else to look at here we haven't seen before? Now, we looked at this before. I should go spend some tokens, although I don't know if we even need those little tokens anymore. Ah, excuse me. Yep, nothing there. Actually, rather than leaving, we might as well just use the map every time. Saves time doing that. Okay, so nothing more on that floor. Nothing on the gym. Aha! We need to go to that area. Let's go there. Oh, this floor. Yeah, this is floor 2, where everything's destroyed. There's like blood all over the place. It's pretty crazy. I think it said we needed to go to this room with the giraffe coming out of the locker. Right? Yeah, this is it. Let's check this out. One thing I really like about how this game was set up, there's very little wasted space. Have you noticed that? Like, there's very few rooms that have no purpose at all. There's usually something going on everywhere. Okay, what do I need to check here? I think I've tried looking at all the lockers. I took the emergency handbook and ran it across the card reader, and looks like the locker opened. Now let's see what we've got inside. I don't see anything that might be a clue, so we have to kind of check every single one of these. Can't get in those broken lockers. There's a metal plate there. We'll just double check all these, just to make sure we didn't miss anything. I could have sworn we already did this. Oh no, we did it with our own handbook and none of them opened. That's right. Nothing in there. There's not too many, luckily. Oh, we already seen this, I believe. Yeah, this is a pocketbook. I don't see a name written on it, so I can't say for sure whose it is. But based on what's written inside, the owner can't be anyone other than Kyoko. But if this belongs to Kyoko, what was it doing in this locker? And what she wrote here completely contradicts what she already told me. She said she hasn't seen her dad since he left when she was little. And more than that, the last page of the pocketbook. Despair walks among us, and so we survive. Oh, I didn't get to read the whole thing. Krem, it seems dumb, but like it's pretty much in almost every game you play, you know, especially if I think back to like survival horror games, like your Resident Evils, your Silent Hills. It's just kind of world building, you know. Every room can't have, you know, a new gun or ammo or something. Sometimes it's just like, oh yeah, there's a bathroom here. Nothing to do there. I just don't understand it at all. So I do get that, why they do that. But it's kind of nice that they kind of limit that in this game. And anything? Nope, nothing in there. I think there's only one more locker to check. Oh, we looked at this one. This one looked like Hero's locker, if I remember right. It's a crystal ball. That can't be. There's no way he ever used this locker. It's just not possible. Yeah, we did check this out before. And tarot cards also checks out. There's no denying that someone wrote the name Yasuhiro Hagakure in this notebook. Is that our Yasuhiro? It also contained a large number of notes for a variety of different classes, which would mean he attended classes here? No, that can't be possible. That would explain something with all the pictures we've seen where everybody's happy. Maybe we've all been at the school before. But what does that mean? Hi, Georgie. A random Georgie has appeared. Let me see if I can get him on camera real quick. Hi, buddy. He was barking a second ago. Now he seems pretty happy. Hey, Georgie. What you doing? What you doing, buddy? Hey, Georgie. Such a good boy. He's such a good boy. Yeah. He's so content. Are you barking at someone? Go get him. Go get him, Georgie. What are you talking about, Tajay? What morose mother are you referring to? So, what is this notebook? Okay, there's nothing else down there to look at. So I think we're done. I think we're pretty much done with this room. I think we'd already looked at all this. And Weebatome! What's up, Weebatome? How you doing, buddy? Let's see. Yes, this is the early day. This is the early day. Okay, looks like there's something there we need to check. Oh, is that a Jay and Silent Bob quote? Man, I haven't seen those movies in so long. That's right. What were they referring to when they said that? It's been so long. Okay, I think this is the other room that had an exclamation mark. Oh yeah, this is when we found the secret opening right here. There's all kinds of stuff I want to talk to her about, but I better give her some more time. Is she still in there? I thought we all left this room and had the meeting. I guess she's back in there and I can't go in there yet. Alright. Well, I think we're done here. By the way, Tajay, long time no see. How are you doing, buddy? Let's see. And that's the comic book store guy when they walk into his store. Oh, yes. I remember now. They made another one of those, like, in the last 5 or 6 years, didn't they? I haven't seen it, but I thought they made a new one. I'm not seeing any more... Oh, we can go to the data center. Okay, let's check that out. I'm hoping that they marked every room we might need to go to like that. Is that the room? Yeah. Definitely locked. I figured I wouldn't be able to get inside the data center. Oh. So we need that special key or whatever. Alright. Well, in that case... You know, we had a list of places we needed to go. I wonder how we bring that up. Was that under truth bullets? Places to check. Here we go. Okay, so let's see what we haven't looked at. Okay, the headmaster's room on the 4th floor. Did we do that? I don't think. Oh, the reboot. Was it actually a reboot? So it didn't take into effect all the stuff that happened before it? And it was good, but not as good as the original. I kind of expected about as much. Okay, headmaster's room, 4th floor. Let's take a look at that. So this is the 4th floor. Music room. Oh, it's up there. Okay. Totally missed that. It looks like Byakuya is in here. Have we even been in here? I don't think so. This is the headmaster's room. I've heard an awful lot about it, but this will be my first time seeing it for myself. Yeah. Ah, Makoto, it's you. Oh, Byakuya. So it was a sequel, but had kind of the same story as the original. And, oh, that's interesting. You know, I felt that way about the new Matrix movie. You know, it's like, it was a sequel, but man, it felt just like the first movie. But not necessarily in a good way. It just felt like they did it just for the paycheck. Like they didn't have anything new to say, essentially. I don't know. I wasn't a huge fan. I don't know if you guys have seen the new Matrix. Man, we're hardly even talking to Byakuya. There's paperwork all over the floor. There are documents scattered all over the floor. Somehow it makes me feel anxious, like a crime happened here. Oh, there's a katana in there. Now, I gotta say, Weebatome, it wasn't like just an awful, awful movie in a way, because like I've seen worse, you know? It's like there's some good special effects, there's some decent acting, of course, but like it just felt kind of pointless. I don't know why they really felt the need to create that movie. They didn't really push things forward much. It just seemed like, oh, we're going to kind of tell the same story and have a few twists in there, you know? There are trophies and even a shield in display case. So we can't take that stuff, unfortunately. I'm still of the mind, though, that if you've just seen the first Matrix movie and nothing else, you're probably pretty good. I thought the first movie was great. I would recommend everybody watch the Animatrix, but the Matrix sequels, I don't think they're that great either. You can skip them. They're not bad, but I think the first one's so much better than them. If you hold things to that standard, nothing's going to measure up. The bookshelf seems really well made, and it's filled with files and thick books. Thick books.
Come on.
Hey, Makoto.
Not possible.
Are you ignoring me? You think I'll forgive that just because you're you?
Such ignorance.
When we get out of here, remember this moment. What do you mean ignoring you? I'm just trying to look at the book. What's your problem, dude? I like to always look at everything before I talk to somebody so that I have more to talk to them about. And let's see, Tasha, you enjoyed it overall? More than the original sequels, but you agree it was like a cash grab with no real need to be made. Yeah, like, I don't know how far the story actually progressed, you know? It kind of like undid some of the stuff that happened before, just so they could retell the first movie, essentially. It's like, if that's what you wanted to do, why not just remake it, you know, with like all new actors and everything, so you can kind of continue another story, essentially. And maybe just have like nods to the original Matrix if you really want to. But it felt kind of strange them telling that story and bringing back the old actors. Well, you came to the right place this time. Would you like to see something interesting? Yes? What do you mean, something interesting? Oh, that's why I couldn't look at that item before. He had to tell me about it. Take a look at this. It was on top of that pathetically ostentatious desk. Class 78 student roster. Or student registry. Hence the cash grab, right, Tajay? It contains profiles for all of us and Mukuro.
So in other words...
Apparently, Class 78 refers to us. Wait, when we found Mukuro's profile in Kyoko's room?
I see.
That's right. It also mentioned Class 78. Oh yeah, right at the top there. This must be where Kyoko got that page. And since the rest of our profiles are listed in there along with hers,
In other words...
there could be no doubt Mukuro was a student here at Hope's Peak Academy, just like the rest of us. Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student. That must be how Kyoko learned about it. But it seems that Kyoko was in a hurry. Huh? What do you mean? I'm talking about when she stole it. The uneven tearing, the way the paper had been crumpled, she must have been in a hurry. Well, since she snuck in to get it, I'm sure she wanted to get out as fast as possible. But what's your point? She was in so much of a hurry. She only got the first page. The first page? Oh, there's a second page for Mukuro, huh? Correct. Mukuro's profile actually contains 2 pages. Is it a list of references? Let's see, she worked at Taco Bell, Walmart. What?
So in other words...
When it comes to this profile, there was more information about Mukuro that we still didn't have. What kind of information is it? Why do you ask me to explain every little thing? You can read, can't you? It seems to be some sort of detailed report put together by the headmaster himself.
Interesting.
I don't know what kind of man he was, but I'm glad he left such an interesting clue. I was half listening to Byakuya as I skimmed through the report. Mukuro reappeared suddenly. Oh, we actually get to see our first picture of her right there. We haven't actually seen her face because it was like burned when we actually saw the body. Mukuro reappeared suddenly, and in the background an entity floats, close but just out of reach. The entity known as the Ultimate Despair. Right now, I can't be sure if this is a single person or some kind of group. Whatever it is, Mukuro definitely has some sort of connection to it. Oh, I wanted to give you guys a movie recommendation now that we've been talking about Matrix and stuff. If you guys like spooky movies, Friday the 13th was yesterday, unfortunately, but if you want something creepy, check out this movie called The Night House on HBO, if you have it. It might be elsewhere now, it's been out for a little while, but it was super good. It's not like really gory, and it doesn't have like a lot of jump scares. It just has a really unique, interesting story, where a lot of times you watch a movie and you're like, oh, it's kind of like this movie, or that story reminds me of this, you know? Doesn't mean it's bad, it's just kind of derivative. This movie had some twists and turns, I've never seen in another movie. And it's like, okay, that's pretty clever. I like where they took this story. So yeah, if you want something with a cool mystery, kind of creepy, but something you probably haven't seen anything like it before, check that one out. I have a bad feeling about all this. I need to push forward with my research into the ultimate despair. And I need to pay attention to Mukuro's behavior too. This is just my gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous. Despite the countless battles she must have gone through as a member of Fenrir, when she entered Hope's Peak, she didn't display any signs of battle wounds or scars. That's right, because she was part of like the military or something, some mercenary group, I think. That fact alone proves her tremendous skill in battle. Naturally, I want to believe in her. She's one of my students after all. But if I decide she's a danger to the other students, I will be forced to take all reasonable measures. Mukuro was part of the ultimate despair. I don't think there can be any doubt about it now. But wouldn't that mean Mukuro and the mastermind were allies? So why? Why would they kill Mukuro? Plus, even the headmaster seemed to be afraid of what Mukuro was capable of. Zakobo, Mukuro pretty cute. They would have had to take her completely by surprise to kill her like that because she was such a combat veteran. Or maybe it means the mastermind is even stronger than Mukuro was.
What?
What's wrong, Makoto? Huh?
That's fine.
You seem to be lost in thought, but I should probably point out one other thing. There's another important bit of information within the file that you should note. What is it? Did you notice the picture in there? A picture of a girl perhaps you've never seen before. Now we get a close-up. A girl who seems to be included as part of our class number 78. That should be enough for you to figure out who the girl is. And further information about that girl is included in the file. And how do I say that name? Aaron? Do you prefer to go by Aaron? What's going on? Welcome to the stream. Let's see, once you finish a game, will you do a smash or pass with all the characters? I wasn't planning on it. Is that a common thing people do when they wrap up the game? 5 foot 7 inches, 97 pounds. And it even lists her vitals. 31, 22, 32. Wait, what vitals are those? Do you prefer Aaron? I was like, ooh, how do I read that? Is Aaron eager? Eager is G6? Why? Yeah, the rest of it kind of loses me. I like Aaron, though. Aaron's easy. That should be a new thing, John. Do a smash or pass for every character. We need lists. We need a list. You do one of those tier lists, right? Where you rank all the characters. Well, what do you think? What do I think? Are you asking me, like, if she has a nice body?
Stop talking.
You hopeless idiot. What I'm trying to tell you is maybe you'll want to keep that in mind for later. Maybe you'll want to make your way back to the corpse, and maybe you'll think, oh, could that mean? Wait, is he trying to say maybe it's not the same body, right? Is there a chance the body isn't actually Mukuro? Is that what he's saying? Ooh, imagine, what if that's the mastermind? And Mukuro actually took over and put this body here. Personally, that's what I'm thinking seems all but impossible, but it wouldn't hurt to confirm, right? Oh yeah, Byakuya is all about that.
It's all clear now.
That's all I was trying to say. What you do with that information is your business. So, I'm back to being Byakuya's errand boy. Yeah, we should have a smash or pass list. Or, wait, what was the original? I guess it would be pass or pass, because they're all underage. You don't want smash or pass. Oh, and one last thing. It's a bit of advice from me to you, so I suggest you pay attention. Yeah, true. If they're all underage, let's not do that. That's a good point. Advice for me? You seem to be getting along with Kyoko quite well. I mean, for a good long period there, we were not getting along with Kyoko at all. It's not that we're getting along, she's just done a lot to help me. Well, don't put too much faith in her. Huh?
In other words,
The cost of that faith might be more than you can afford. What are you saying? Just what I think. Call it a hunch. A hunch? But my hunches tend to be proven right. The advice is free this time. Take it or don't, as you will. Yeah, how many legal characters are there in this game? We'll have to look at all the profiles, right? I'll keep it in mind. Thanks. Hero? No. Definitely not Hero. He seems like a nice guy. He's just dumb as bricks. And I don't think I could talk to him. Every time we try to talk to Hero, it just drives me crazy. He just goes off on some weird tangent that means absolutely nothing to us or the case or anything. I feel like Hero has like 0 personal skills, you know? Class 78, Student Registry. Apparently that's us. It has profiles on me and everyone I met at the beginning, and Mukuro. Oh, that's a definite pass, Krem. That's a definite pass. Just like us, although, you know, for legal reasons, everybody's a pass. Just like us, Mukuro was apparently a new student here at Hope's Peak. Mukuro Ikusaba, part of the Ultimate Despair, which means her and the Mastermind should have been allies. But then, why would the Mastermind kill her? Weren't they friends? That's kind of weird. How can there be multiple ultimate anythings? Like, if you are the Ultimate Despair or Ultimate Programmer, then you're the best, right? There can't be a second place. I guess second ultimate, but they don't call it like that. All right, I imagine we're done here. I want to try to talk to him one more time. Yeah, right, Krem? Hey, Byakuya.
I don't have time to play with you.
If you absolutely must talk, go do it to someone else. Spider, you are the mastermind. It could be Spider. That would be an interesting twist, right? And in Japan, it's called Super High School level? Oh, so like they're just the ultimate as a high schooler. That would make sense. So as a college student or just adult, you could be better, but still be, you know, the ultimate, and they're the ultimate at their level, right? That makes sense. I like that. God, he's so blunt. It just makes you feel hopeless. Maybe he's the ultimate despair. Okay, so I think we're done in here. Let's see if it lets us leave. We should probably go back and check the body. Oh gosh. Please tell me it's not time for the case yet. Or the trial.
This is a school announcement.
He sounds so unsure of himself. He's like,
Is everyone working hard? Is your investigation coming along nicely? Well then, since you're all giving it your best, your generous headmaster will give you a little hint.
Man, I don't trust him. How can we trust him? He totally tried to screw us in the last game.
For those of you who are interested, please make your way to the gym ASA possible.
Yeah, it is Weevatome. Although, whenever I hear like literal translations of like Japanese names and game names and things like that, it's always a big mouthful. They often try to shorten it up here. What? Now he wants to give us a hint? It's suspicious. There's no doubt about that. This could be a trap. But even knowing that, he said to go to the gym, right? I didn't even have a choice. It just takes us right here. Oh, hey, Hero. Makoto. Why'd you act so surprised? No reason. Did he thought somebody was gonna kill us, maybe? Are we supposed to be dead? Somebody he's working with, maybe? You heard Monokuma's announcement, right? Are you here to find out what he has to say? I just did, actually. I'm on my way out. You already talked to him? What did he say? Listen, sorry, but I gotta go. Okay, he's acting super sketch. I don't know what his deal is. Hero, wait. There was no point in trying to stop him. He ran off like a frightened animal. Hero, it was like he was trying to avoid me. I was hoping to talk to him about the notebook I found in the locker. He has been hiding something this whole time. Alright, I'm gonna save it. Whenever I feel like I'm in danger, I should save it. Okay, let's check out the gym. Yeah, that's one thing Japanese games and movies and things don't shy away from is having underage characters in precarious situations. It's a problem.
I am Monokuma!
Yeah, we know that. We've been playing this game for like 40 hours. Hello, welcome. Hello, welcome. Are you ready for your final hint? Oh, maybe that's why he ran away. His final hint made him believe that he couldn't trust us or something like that. He needed to work against us. Well, it just so happens to be in the envelope on the ground in front of you. The envelope? Right here? This music is so ridiculous. I love it. This must be the envelope. And just so you know, I won't be answering any questions about what you find inside. What? Don't worry, just get on with it. This feels like another one of those things that he would tell us to kind of get everybody more incentivized to murder each other, right? Monokuma's cryptic words didn't make me feel any better, but I picked up the envelope and opened it. What I found was a single photograph. Oh, is this going to be like one of those pictures that show us all happy? Yep. Everybody's here. Are we there? I don't see our character. It looks like everybody's there except for us. Even the 16th student is there. Interesting. Maybe we're the one taking the picture. It featured a bunch of faces I recognized extremely well. Oh gosh, what would my ultimate high school level be? Accidental murder creme? Maybe? I know, right, Zakobo? It's like one of those things you do not want to be in front of big people in a picture or somebody very, like, you know, animated. They could block you. It was everyone who'd come to Hope's Peak at the same time as me. Wait, but there's someone behind Sayaka. She's the only one I don't recognize. Wait, that's not true. I do recognize her. That's right. When Byakuya and I were in the headmaster's room, and we looked at that file. Mukuru Ikusaba? Then this girl is... She looks very serious and pissed off in that picture. What? Why? Why is Mukuru here with everyone else? And even more than that, where are we? Just everyone having here posed like this is weird enough by itself. And we're all wearing matching uniforms. I don't remember anything like this. Yeah, because we're not wearing matching uniforms right now. And now that I'm looking at it, it's not even everyone. I'm not in the picture. I'm the only one not there. The picture has all 15 other students, but not me. But I guess that makes sense. After all, I don't remember ever taking a picture like this. Maybe we are the mastermind. Or maybe we have survived one of these games, but you never actually get out. You just get put in with the next group of students, right? I went to a junior high with Sayaka, but the first time I met everyone else was when I arrived here at Hope's Peak Academy. So it's natural for me not to be in this picture, but what's definitely unnatural is that everyone else is in the picture. Krem, I mean, in that case, you might as well be like the Genocide Jack, right? That's what it kind of sounds like. Let's see here. And you were saying Byakuya's face is almost fully blocked by Hina's hair? Where is Byakuya? Oh, yeah. She almost has that, what is that? Something about Mary hair thing going on, you know? With the gel sticking it up like that. But if this picture is real, then could that mean, could it be everyone else and just me? Everyone here except me is... How long are you going to keep up this rambling soliloquy of yours, Hamlet?
What are you gonna do?
You're going to get in the way standing there, you know? So, I mean, get out. It's because he wants somebody else to come here by themselves and have this revelation without being able to talk to anybody. But...
How strange.
I told you, I'm not fielding any questions.
Unbelievable.
What kind of mystery would this be if I gave you all the answers? That'd be totally out of left field. Uh-oh, he's starting to break down again. I guess that means he's done talking. Damn it. Group photo has been added to the truth bullets. So if you guys had an ultimate high school level, what would your guys's be as well? So in the end, all I found in the gym was even more confusion. And with that confusion in hand, I left the gym dejected. So I don't think that's what Hero got. Or maybe it is what he got, and now he doesn't trust us because we weren't in the photo, right? Maybe that picture was to make everybody kind of turn against us? I'm not sure. How does that count as a hint? It just made me even more confused. Is that what Monokuma was going for? Did he put together a fake photo just to confuse me? Is he really good at Photoshop? But it looks so real, so full of life. How could anyone fake that? Ooh, ultimate role player. Now, do you mean like D&D kind of like role playing? You do that a lot and you feel pretty confident about your skills. Boom, nailed it. It's an easy one, right? Which would mean everyone but me. Maybe I should just ask everyone directly. That should clear all this up. I bet everybody's going to avoid us now. They don't trust us after that picture, right? No, I have to clear all this up. Okay, let's see where they are. Yeah, I love how this game gives you clear directions every time you should be doing something. It's kind of the opposite of Ace Attorney, where I often would start somewhere and just feel kind of lost. Like, oh crap, where do I go next? And I just wander around until something happens. And you mostly role-played killing games in the Danganronpa RP community, but D&D is something you always want to get into. Oh, nice. So this is like an online kind of thing you're doing, right? Is this on, like, what kind of, I guess, program to use to facilitate the role-playing of that? So this is where you've been hiding. Listen, I was hoping to talk to you. She's going to avoid us. Makoto. Sorry, I gotta go. See, they all think we're going to kill them. What? She ran off so fast, I didn't even have time to ask her to stop. Hina, why? Why won't you talk to me? Everybody's afraid of us. Okay, where's the next person? There we go. Archive. I think it's in that room. You have to go to the library first, right? So it's a chat client that lets you have multiple areas and use character sprites. Oh, that's really cool. Is it, do you do a voice chat for that, or is it all text? So I think we go in here to get there. I've done a little bit of Dungeons and Dragons when I was younger, like in my 20s, but I haven't done it in many, many years. It was fun, though. Oh, that's super cool, Zukobo. That's fun. Yeah, you got your ultimate level right there. Oh, Byakuya. Listen, do you think we could talk? Byakuya?
That's enough.
I have nothing to talk to you about. Don't talk to me as if we're friends. Hey, Byakuya, wait! But of course he didn't. He just walked away. What the? Why is he acting like that? We're totally going to get voted out in the next round. Like he was purposely trying to avoid me. We're going to have to figure this all out by ourselves. And you have only been a victim once in 20 roleplays? That's awesome. So you feel pretty good. So do you play out like an entire game of this and there's only one person left at the end, or like a small group? Because I'm guessing this game could probably end if we figure everything out with all of us surviving. My guess is you wouldn't know you're a victim, Weebatobe, until it's too late, right? Depending on how they have the mechanics. Okay, he was in the garden, which is this one. He's hanging out with the chickens, of course. Hey, Hero. Makoto. What's going on with you? Every time I see you, you freak out like that. No, sorry, but I'm in a big hurry. Once again, he ran off like a terrified rabbit. Hiro, what's wrong? I still wasn't able to talk to him about the notebook I'd found. It was like he was avoiding me. Like if he was afraid of me. Why? Yeah, they all think we're the killer. we need to shout out, hey, quit running away or I'll kill you. That'll convince them. So you do all 6 chapters, 5 murders in 1 plot chapter, and a killer creates a plan to kill 1 or 2 people, carries it out, and the goal, like the games, is for everyone left alive to discover the killer and vote them out. That's super fun. It's kind of like a much more role-playing version of like Among Us or something, you know? Oh, who's in the biolab? She's gonna be scared of us too. Oh, that would suck to be the first one dead. Hasifa, how you doing, buddy? I decided to visit the biolab one more time. And the first thing I saw when I got there... Oh crap, is she dead? Was her passed out again? Oh, maybe she looked at a body. Huh? Toko. Oh yeah, look. This body had opened up. It's open. Oh, but Toko. It wants us to check her out first. Yeah, right, Zakobo? You outed yourself. You're too good. We gotta kill you. What the hell? I could have sworn I had the cursor over here. And I looked at the tarps I couldn't even see on the screen. Toko, are you okay? No, no. She's not dead, is she? Jeez. How about we don't do that ever again? It's cold. It's super cold. It's so cold, I think I might catch cold. If you keep taking naps in places like this, I'm sure you will.
I see.
What? I was asleep? I must have fainted again. I bet you were standing there staring at me, getting all excited, weren't you? Bonk. No, I wasn't. Oh.
Have you reached that certain age?
Then what? Hot and bothered? Straight up horny? Okay, so why did you pass out? I don't know. Last thing I remember was me waking up just now. What'd you do to Miss Morose? Oh, that's right. Your memory stops and starts each time you switch. Bingo bazinga. We share some basic knowledge, but our memories are very much separate.
SOB!
And don't say it like it's a bad thing. It's a blessing as far as I'm concerned. It could be useful in certain situations, I guess. Something traumatic, you know? And Krem, the cold lowers your immunity system, and that's how you catch a cold more easily. I had no idea that was actually a thing. It actually makes a lot of sense. Because even if she forgets something, I totally remember. So it's like double the memory. If you both experience it, right? No, it's more like half. Oh, we're going to have to remember that memory fact. Interesting. But all I want to know right now is, where's my little darling? Tell me now, or I'll slit your throat. I don't know. I'm sure Byakuya's around somewhere. He's doing his own investigating.
Yes, yes.
By himself? I assume so.
Oh,
I knew it.
Fire.
I totally knew it. I'm a total pro when it comes to all things master. Anyway, I gotta hurry. I can't even imagine how lonely he must be right now. I think he likes it. I think he likes it. Jeez, that laugh. Toko shot off, her eerie laughter echoing behind her. Oh, I totally forgot to ask her about the picture. Well, there's no point in asking Genocide Jack anyway, because if Genocide Jack didn't see the picture, she wouldn't remember it. Besides, I have more important things to do right now. Yeah, I think Byakuya's spider sense is tingling right now. He's in danger. Why did Toko faint? There's got to be some reason for it. Yeah, this right here. Oh, is this going to be the 16th student? The fridge, it's open. But I'm sure they were all shut tight last time I was here. That must be why she passed out.
Right.
She faints so easily. Kyoko,
Makoto.
it's getting late, isn't it? Are you okay?
Indeed.
I'm sorry if I made you worry. No, you don't have to apologize.
Listen.
But listen, about this room. Oh yeah,
It would seem...
it's a morgue. Yeah,
I knew it.
I expected as much. Oh, she hasn't even seen this room yet. And Toko must have looked inside the fridge, seen what was in there, and well, there you have it. You knew she'd fainted?
Indeed.
I was on my way here when Genocide Jack came running past me. I assumed she must have sneezed, but once I got inside, the real reason became clear.
It would seem...
I imagined she came here to investigate, and when she opened the slot there, that's when she saw the body inside and dropped like a bag of rocks. Why's everything got to be so difficult with her?
Anyway...
We should close it up. Don't want to leave it hanging out in the open like that. Yeah, good idea. Wait, let's look at it. Let's check it out.
Makoto.
Give me a hand with this. Kyoko approached the fridge, hands outstretched. But suddenly she stopped. What's wrong?
Listen.
Maybe we should wait a second before closing it. Huh? How come? Because Mukuro's body is in there. Is it actually Mukuro's body? Mukuro's corpse? Mukuro's body is inside the fridge?
I see.
I mean, we knew it had moved, so I expected it to be here somewhere. Just like every other time, the mastermind probably brought it up here while we were in the class trial. The mastermind did it? Because they assumed we wouldn't be doing the class trial over again, I guess.
So...
You may be right. Either way, now we can finally get a good look at the body. Oh, that's right. Kyoko didn't get a chance to check the body during the last investigation.
Makoto.
I need to do my own examination of the corpse as soon as possible. I'm going to find a clue this time, and I'm going to grab the mastermind by the tail. I don't think she's seen the picture yet. I think she would have brought something up. Okay, so what should I do?
So then...
Why don't you just wait over there? I'll let you know as soon as I'm finished. How about I investigate too? Just wait over there? That's it? What does waiting over there mean? It's a fridge meant for storing dead bodies. Can't do it. I can't look inside. Seriously, after everything that's happened, you can't just check out a body? I've already looked at this instruction manual. More importantly, you know, I think I've seen a tarp like this somewhere before. Yeah, in the kitchen. Or not the kitchen, the garden. It's the same one I found in the garden tool shed. And if I remember, that tarp, it had a stamp on it that said Biolab. Alright, we're finally making some truth connections. And that's the tarp that was used to help camouflage the murder in the garden. At some point, someone got it from the Biolab and took it there. Okay, I don't know how to, wait over there, so maybe we can just talk to her now. I should ask Kyoko about that group photo. After all, she's in it too. Don't let me interrupt your investigation, but I wanted to talk to you about something. What is it? It's about that announcement Monokuma made earlier. You mean the one about a hint or something? I didn't take him up on the offer. I don't believe you. Huh? Why not?
Because...
The only reason he'd give us a hint at this point would be to confuse us or cloud our judgment. I could solve this mystery on my own, without whatever hints he may have to offer. That's a good point. I wish I could go back and do the same thing, but what's done is done, I guess. Standing here looking at her, I don't think she's hiding anything from me. Is she right? Did the mastermind forge that picture as a trap to confuse us? I mean, it might not even be forged, but it could be misleading, you know? That's got to be it. There's no other explanation. Still can't look at that. I guess I just keep talking to her. Oh no, this is a repeat. There's really nothing else to look at. Am I just supposed to leave? Or maybe look at this? No, this is the same thing we looked at before too. Oh wait, no, she's talking now. Oh, so when someone's in there, the blue light comes on. And looking around, the number of lights that are on include Mukuro's. There's 9 in all. 9. 9 lights? Aha! Good, we got a new clue there. Yeah, I was also thinking about that one too, Porquito. Could have been us taking it. That would make sense. There we go. Now we've gotten her to do her thing. Okay, Makoto, I'm done. How are you doing, Porquito? It's great to see you again. Happy Saturday. Already? Geez, that was fast.
Indeed.
Anyone could do good work if they go slow. In that spirit, I'll make my report brief. So, did you find anything?
Indeed.
I paid careful attention to the wounds and the traces of blood, and it seems highly likely that the stomach wound Wait, the stomach wound and blow to the back of the head were inflicted after death. Really? The burnt tissue made things a little difficult, but I'm completely confident in my findings. I mean, she is the ultimate detective, but she could be lying to us and we would have no idea, right? So that means neither of those were the final injury, right? Then what was the fatal injury? Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. Oh, I'm doing fantastic. I'm so happy it's the weekend. And actually, we have really nice weather this weekend. It's been kind of cold and windy where I'm at in California, but yesterday and today, it's like in the upper 80s, which is real nice. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. Then they had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered in other wounds, but these were at least several days old. The only other option is those other wounds, but the file said they were old.
Is that right?
Where does it say they're old?
Because...
All the Monokuma file says is that they were inflicted at least several days ago. I guess I don't see the difference.
Wrong.
Do you have any fun plans for the weekend, Porquito? Well, the difference is immense, considering the impression they give.
Listen.
You seem to be equating several days old with simply old.
However...
That doesn't quite follow logically. Old wounds makes it sound like they've been there forever, like you had a scar from years ago. They're not likely not related to the murder. Are you saying they are? But all we got from the Monokuma file right after she was killed, right? So if the wounds were there a few days ago, there's no way they could have had anything to do with it.
So then...
But what if Mukuro herself wasn't killed within the last few days? What?
At the very least...
Certainly you can allow it as one of the many possibilities, can't you? One of many?
Right.
A detective doesn't have supernatural powers. There's no way to predict the answer from the beginning. Instead, the ideal detective begins by imagining as many possible scenarios as they can.
In other words...
They envision these possibilities without prejudice, without bias, using only their logic and common sense. Then, as they investigate, they test what they find against each of these possibilities. Of course, me telling you this doesn't mean you'll be any good at detective work. True, Porquito. There's always something to do, right? It's like, I remember being a kid during the summer when you have like a long break and actually being bored. I mean, when I was a kid in like the 80s and 90s, we didn't have access to like unlimited video games, you know? I'd have the few I got from Christmases and birthdays that I played through 100 times, and then sometimes on the weekend we got to rent one, you know? But you definitely would get bored. Spend a lot of time outside, just goofing off, wasting time. But I remember going to my parents and being like, I'm bored. What can I do? I don't remember that. I mean, that just doesn't seem possible as an adult. I have so many things to watch, so many things to play, so many things to read. It's like I could never really get bored, so to speak. And if I want to be productive, I have a ton of house projects I can work on. But beyond using that to solve this particular mystery, you should keep in mind for the future. So really the only clue there is maybe the body's been dead for a while. So, if there's anything else you'd like to know about the condition of the body, now's the time. Come to think of it, there was one thing. Earlier, when I was looking at Mukuro's profile, it listed her height and weight.
So...
5 foot 7 inches, 97 pounds. Vitals were 31, 22, 32. Did I get all that right? You remembered all that? Because she did not take that page, right? They are indeed consistent with the corpse. So then...
Indeed.
And don't forget about the Fenrir tattoo. There's absolutely no mistake.
Indeed.
Our victim in this case, without a doubt, Mukuro Ikusawa. Analysis paralysis. That is very true. There's tons of times where it's like, okay, I have a little bit of time. I want to fire up a game on Steam or watch something on Netflix, and you're just scrolling through and it's hard to pick something. You know, you just got too much. I wouldn't call it boredom, but you can waste a lot of time just picking something to actually do. Well, at least we know for sure that is the victim. Is that all you wanted to ask? Yeah, I think so.
So then...
Then, it looks like we have no further business with Mukuro's body. Let's get going. It's kind of chilly in here. Oh wait, are we not going to put the body back? Don't you think it's kind of sad leaving it out like this?
Why?
Sad? Did you forget? She was our enemy once. Part of the ultimate despair. But she still got killed. She's still a victim.
Hey.
Have you ever heard the phrase, you reap what you sow? Well, yeah, but still.
Whew.
You really are naive, you know that? It's really quite appalling. Damn! That's rude. But she could have abandoned me, but she decided to help me instead. So for someone like that, what does it mean to be naive?
So then,
I think we've done all we can do from here. Back to our separate investigations, yes? But hold on. I still have one more thing to do. Something I needed to talk to Kyoko about. Oh yeah, the notebook we found. I need to ask her about the pocketbook I found in the locker. If I don't do it now, then we only get to do it at the trial. We don't want to surprise her like that. Hey Kyoko, I did have one last thing. I know I shouldn't, but I feel like I have to ask.
what?
Go ahead then, out with it. Have you really not seen your dad even once since you got here?
What? So,
What do you mean? Well, you know all those lockers on the second floor of the dorms?
indeed.
I do, yes. But to get into any of those lockers, you need the handbook of whoever the locker belongs to. Actually, I managed to get them open using that emergency handbook,
I see.
the one you found in the headmaster's hidden room.
And?
So, did you find anything worthwhile in the lockers? I found a pocketbook, and after looking through it, I think it must be your pocketbook.
Why is that?
What makes you say that?
Because,
Like I said, only the locker's owner would be able to get into it, right? I can't imagine those lockers belong to any of us. After all, we only got access to that area just recently. What I'm saying is, there's no way I could have had access to any of those lockers, unless we all went to this school previously and we just have no memory of it. And if I did have a pocketbook, why would I bother putting it in a locker? Everything you just said makes perfect sense, but there was something written inside. It was about the headmaster, about your father.
what? If that's true,
Could that mean that video is real too? Video? We haven't seen this.
Makoto,
I think everything is finally starting to fit together to reveal a cohesive picture. Although, I'm afraid that picture might be worse than anything we could have imagined. What are you talking about?
I
need to go investigate those lockers right now. I need to confirm what you just said with my own two eyes. Oh, let me just give you the headmaster's handbook. That way you can...
So,
That won't be necessary. If I'm right about this, I shouldn't have any problem opening the locker with my own handbook. That makes sense. You know, I bet our locker was one of the destroyed ones that had nothing in there because we weren't able to use our handbook to open up any of them. But it probably did actually work on one at one time. After all, it would seem it's my locker. Your locker.
Makoto,
If you watch this, it all makes sense. Urgent interviews. Okay, this is new. We haven't seen this yet. A DVD? When was the last time you guys watched a DVD? You know, I actually still like to collect physical stuff. You know, when I got a PS5, I started buying digital games, but I kind of regret it. I think I want to go back to physical games for the PS5. And I like to get vinyls, like physical music, and I like to get physical Blu-rays. Although I'm trying to only buy 4K Blu-rays, unless it's like a really obscure Blu-ray that like may never get released 4K, then I might buy a regular Blu-ray. I don't buy DVDs anymore, but I do still have some DVDs of some favorites that have never gotten upgraded to Blu-ray.
so,
I found it in that hidden room after you left.
anyway,
I don't have any time to explain exactly what I think it means, so just watch it for yourself. I think you'll realize exactly what it means. You'll understand why you found my pocketbook in a place none of us have ever seen before. Oh, you bought the new version of Spider-Man? I'll probably buy that too. That movie was fantastic. Yeah, I don't buy a lot of Blu-rays, just like my absolute favorite movies, something I know I want to go back and watch again. Because I also don't trust streaming. You know, at some point, you could buy digital copies of movies, of course, but you know, when there's like a movie on Netflix, it's not going to be there forever. They seem to jump around from one service to the next, and sometimes it's not available on any service. If you want to watch it, you actually have to like buy it or rent it digitally. And hey, you made it, Forsaken. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Great to see you on a Saturday. Any fun plans for the weekend? We're getting close to the end of this game. None of this makes sense right now, but I guess that means there's some important clue on this DVD. Also, I gotta say, if you got the equipment for it, even if you're watching like HBO 4K streaming, Netflix 4K streaming, Amazon 4K streaming, they're all very, very compressed compared to what you'll get on a 4K Blu-ray. I'd even see oftentimes a Blu-ray looks better than a 4K stream because of the compression problems. Like the sound and the picture quality, especially like in dark scenes, looks tremendously better if you have an actual physical Blu-ray. Because you're getting like, even on a Blu-ray, I forget what the bit rate is, like 50 megs a second or something like that. 4K streams are nowhere near that amount.
Makoto.
Oh, and now it's my turn. Do you have a second to listen to me ramble? Hold on, I'm calling bullshit. You just told me you didn't have time to tell me what you thought was on that DVD. But now you're saying, hey, do you have some time to listen to me ramble? The hell, Kyoko? Ramble?
In other words,
So, as it turns out, the arrangements I'd made didn't stick. What I mean is, I'm less and less sure of everything, even my own feelings. You're talking about your dad, right? I can never find the answers to the questions I wanted to ask for the rest of my life. And all because of the mastermind.
however,
But there's one thing I am sure of. When it comes to the mastermind, there's no room in my heart for forgiveness. I swore to destroy the mastermind. This is just one more reason I have to follow through on that. Yoko's eyes burn with fire of determination. The determination to defeat the mastermind. It's strange to be confronted with his death and suddenly feel this way. Remember, it seemed like he didn't, not love his daughter that much in truth. Oh, and Forsaken, you picked up Dying Light 2 yesterday, so that'll probably keep you occupied when you're not out with friends. Oh, 100%. I've really liked the first Dying Light, and I want to pick up the new one. I think it launched very buggy from what I've heard, so I was going to hold out on that for the price to drop a little bit and for them to kind of iron out some of those problems. They might have already fixed most of it. But yeah, have you started it yet? What do you think so far? That game was super fun co-op. I couldn't care less if my father had found happiness.
why?
So why does it bother me so much to know he has suffered? It's ridiculous. There's just no understanding it, I guess. She let out a small laugh as she said it, but her smile was filled with sorrow.
Whew.
So that's it for my rambling. There's still much to do before I can consider my task complete. Yeah, you're right.
Hey,
But keep this in mind. There is only ever one absolute truth, whether that truth serves justice or suffering, whether it's the greatest truth or the worst. What do you mean?
Makoto.
Even if the truth you uncover is filled with hopelessness, you still can't give up hope. Absolutely not, because all I can do to keep moving forward. That's pretty much all I'm good at, you know? Indeed. Sorry if that was strange.
So then,
Anyway, I need to get going. I'll see you at the class trial. Let's see, and everything is super cool. Haven't found too much bad. They overhauled everything from parkour to just finding items, and it's so different, but it's still just the same where it matters. Oh, that's fantastic, Forsaken. I'm excited to try it out sometime. Yeah, I haven't played a group game in a while because I've just been playing Elden Ring with Andy, my wife, and it's a hard game to set up multiplayer, and it's only 3 players co-op anyway. But I have a core group of like my wife and 2 friends, and we played a lot of multiplayer games together, like Valheim, Dying Light, Phasmophobia, pretty much every 4-player game you could think of, you know? That's definitely one of them on the list, for sure. Leaving behind that final farewell, Kyoko was gone. I better get going myself. I got that DVD from Kyoko. I should head to AV room and check it out. Kyoko said something about hopeless truth, but no matter what happens, I won't lose hope. Even if it's the worst truth in the world. I can't afford to lose. And Porquito, don't lost hope, she said. I guess it was easier than the wife who was around. Wait, what do you mean, Porquito? It's easier when the waifu is around? Okay, so let's go to the map, and we're trying to get to the AV room. I think it's on floor 1? If I remember right. It probably has an exclamation room now, right? There it is. Okay. I love this map system. There's the nurse's office. Where's the AV room? Down this hallway? Here it is. There we go. Ooh, any good driving sim wheels? I don't have a lot of experience with sim wheels, Forsaken. I have one, and I think it's great. But as far as my knowledge goes, there's 3 kind of wheels you can get. There's 3 like styles of wheels, and I forget the names of them, but there's the Logitech, which is a really good kind of like budget entry level one. You know, you're gonna get like 70% of the experience of like the highest high-end wheels, but for a much more decent price. And compatibility is good with a lot of games. It's I think they call it a gear-driven wheel, which maybe isn't as good feeling as the better ones, but it is a bit cheaper, which is nice. And then they have the belt-driven wheels, which I have one from Thrustmaster, best brand name in the world. And that's kind of a middle tier wheel. Instead of like $200 to $300, you're looking at more like $400 to $500 for the wheels. And it's a different kind of mechanism that has a bit more control, has a bit better feeling, but of course you're going to pay more money for it. And then I forget what the other one is called, but then there's like the highest high-level wheels, which then you're looking at probably more like $1,000 for like a wheel set, and that's only if you're going to go really insane. Or maybe you just make a crap ton of money and can throw that out there. But I'm trying to think of the brand name for that. They're very, very highly customizable, though. I mean, I wouldn't recommend you do that unless you get like a full racing set with like a stationary seat and a big monitor attached to it and all that. Otherwise, I would never go that route. But yeah, really those 3. I don't think you can go wrong with any of them. It just depends on, you know, what your budget is, essentially. And Ju de Citron, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. Let's check out what this DVD is all about. But yeah, I do really like my Thrustmaster. It's I'm trying to think of the model name. It's like TR300 or something like that. And you typically get them in either Xbox form or PlayStation form. It can't do both. They both work on PC, but you got to decide if you're ever going to use it on a console, which one would you use it on? I chose the PlayStation route because I can play all the Xbox games on my PC, so that still works. And if I want to play it on the PS5, I can. So I feel like you get the best of both worlds with that. And it can be funny to go with a crazy set and play Desert Bus. You know, it probably isn't even really that compatible, Porquito, because as far as I know, with at least the original Desert Bus, there's no analog control. It was on the Sega Saturn. So like, as you use the wheel, there's like a big dead zone probably, because it's like a D-pad. And once you hit a certain level, it just like goes that way and then goes that way. It'd probably be really hard, actually. All right, so let's load this DVD and see what's in there. I've used my wheel on a few sim games like Project Cars. I did that in VR too. That was really cool. I did American Truck Simulator. That was fun. And also Forza Horizon 5 and Forza Horizon 4. Those were really cool with the wheel. Yeah. I mean, depending on your budget, Forsaken, there's no bad choice, really. They're all good. You just get... It's kind of like with VR headsets. I say the same thing. Honestly, if you're on a budget, get the Oculus Quest. It's a great solution. You're going to get like 80 to 90% of what you would get with a $1,000 Valve Index, you know? If you got the budget, sure, spend it if money doesn't matter to you. But I say go for the cheaper one, honestly. Like, you'd probably be served very well with getting a good sale on a Logitech wheel. Hold on. Let me just nuke this account real quick. You know, it's so funny. I always forget how to block accounts really fast. I so rarely have to do it. We've been pretty lucky. There we go. Yeah, right, Forsaken. I can't see if that's a bot nerd for sure. Okay, this should be able to play DVDs just fine. Well then, I'd better take a look. I took the DVD Kyoko gave me and put it in the player. And it said that it was playing, but nothing appeared on the screen. I stared into the black of the monitor. It must have only been a few seconds, but it felt to me like an eternity. And then, all of a sudden, an image appeared. Oh, that's Sayaka, man. We haven't seen her in a long time. She died in the first chapter, right? It took me by total surprise. I hadn't seen Sayaka in who knows how long. And there she was. Is that us in the background, I think, or in the foreground?
Okay, then. Are you ready to begin?
Oh no, this is the headmaster interviewing her, huh? The voice I heard was of a man positioned to one side of the screen. It was the voice of a middle-aged man. And yeah, Hasifa, I did really like Project Cars in VR, with the wheel, no less. That was really cool. It was the voice of a middle-aged man.
I do apologize, but I hope you don't mind if I record our conversation. I'm a little slow, you know. I never really got the hang of taking notes while having a conversation.
It sounded like he was trying to make a joke, but Sayaka's tense face didn't move a single millimeter.
So this video is meant to serve as a kind of contract substitute. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's more like insurance. So please don't worry too much.
That sounds very shady.
Now then, let me get straight to the point. There is a chance that you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school.
What?
Can you accept that?
You want me to accept that? Sayaka was obviously at a total loss. It made total sense. Who would agree to spending the rest of your life in the school? I accept. That's weird. What?
Thank you. And I'm sorry about all this. Well, I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, I give you my word.
Interesting. As if on cue, that's where the video cut out. There was a lot I hadn't understood up until now. But this, only this, I simply couldn't comprehend what I'd heard. Because I know how much Sayaka wanted to get out of here. I know how much, remember she was a pop star that wanted to get out? I know how much she wanted to escape and pursue her dreams with her friends again. She wanted that so bad, she tried to frame me for murder. Oh, nice. Yeah, dropkick those zombies for a second. That was my favorite thing to do in Dying Light. Run as fast as I could, jump up, and just double foot dropkick the hell out of them. Have a good one, dude. Thank you for the lurk. So why? Why would she say yes to living here for the rest of her life? As I sat there thinking about it, I noticed a sudden light. On the monitor, the video that I thought was finished flashed back on screen. My eyes darted back to the screen. And if I was confused before, what I saw next pushed me right over the edge. And, Hasifa, you're still there. What's your favorite, top 3 VR games you've played? I definitely want to get back in VR. I haven't played a VR game in a long time. Mostly when I play VR now, it's multiplayer with my wife and some friends. We did a lot of Phasmophobia VR, which is cool, but I think for me, Half-Life Alyx is still probably one of the best. I've heard really good things about, what's this game called? It's like a real heavy physics-based game. Boneworks. I've heard good things about that one. Crap, what do we see next? Oh, there's us. What I saw was me. Impossibly, undeniably me.
So, Makoto, before we begin, I should let you know that I'll be recording our conversation.
Oh yeah, Beat Saber is good. I'm still holding out hope, Hasifa, that we will get Resident Evil 4 on Steam and VR. I don't know how much money Oculus paid to keep it exclusive. Maybe they published it, in which case we may never get it.
Yes.
Me and the headmaster were looking at each other. He and I were having what seemed like a fairly normal conversation. But I, and the I in here and now, had absolutely no memory of it. I had no memory of even meeting the headmaster, much less sitting down to talk to him like this.
Now, shall we get straight to the point? Makoto, there's a chance you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
Yes.
This is weird. This can't be real. I said yes?
I'm sorry I'm putting you through all this.
Well, I mean, we don't have much of a choice, do we?
But I promise that as long as you're in this school, I will do everything I can to protect you. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, that's the very least I can do for you.
What the hell? What do you mean we didn't have a choice? We need more information. Once again, the video cut out. From there, the video repeated the same scene again and again with all the others. Hey, how's it going, Therapy Android? Good to see you. Happy, I'm gonna say Saturday. I think it's still Saturday for you. What's new? What you been up to? We're getting near the end of this game. Oh, here's Byakuya. Shows all of them. Toko. And Hina. Everyone. They all said they agreed to live in this school forever. Forever. And then and Kyoko even. Her interview with him had been recorded just as clearly. Without a doubt, she had met him. That's her father, right? She sat down with the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, her father. And when he asked her his question, she answered the same as everyone else. She accepted a life within the school. Just as Kyoko's interview was wrapping up, the monitor suddenly went black. Oh, how fun is that? Very cool. Any special occasion? Just have some friends over? What did you all do? That's super cool. Yeah, we haven't had friends over for a little while. It's about time to have some friends over for a barbecue, play some board games, something like that. Huh. It wasn't just the monitor. The DVD player itself had apparently turned off. Which, of course, meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. Yes, we're in the final chapter. We actually started the final chapter last stream therapy, so I believe we're going to finish it today. What the heck just happened? Uh-oh. Did he stop it?
Oopsie. Looks like it broke. Out of service.
What? It just so happened to break just now? How convenient.
Too bad.
Now, when, or then when, doesn't matter. Failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right?
Well, crap. Failure my ass. You cut the power on purpose. Well, whatever. Even if I watched the whole thing, it'd just be more of the same. Not necessarily. He'd ask them the question and they all say yes. I couldn't help myself. I let out a huge, exasperated sigh. But as I did, I remembered something.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself, a disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to this school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all that?
Hey.
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Oh, you celebrated your birthday, which was a while ago, and you did some barbecue and put out a lot of lanterns in the garden and just chilled there and enjoyed some... Oh, that sounds so nice, therapy. You know, even if I'm just barbecuing myself, I just love being outdoors with the fire going and stuff. It's just so chill to, like, take some music out there. I have to have a beer when I barbecue. Wine would also be fantastic. But yeah, when you're outdoors, just enjoying cooking and have a fire going and the nice smells, it's a good time. It's a good time. A convenient outcome. Something that seemed too obvious, or to obviously work in favor of the mastermind. So does that mean I've lost my memory too? What about the others? Have we all forgotten? What did you end up barbecuing? Or... Oh crap. Is it time? Ultimate daydreamer, right?
For anything that has a start, there has to be an end. And if the end comes, then that means it's time for a fresh start. There is no night that doesn't have a dawn.
I think this is the last trial, guys.
Although that dawn is totally pitch black, there is no storm that won't eventually end. Of course, then that leads to drought. But as I said, every end is the promise of a new beginning. Which is why I'm sure we'll get to meet again. Because the end is only the beginning.
That's weird.
Anyway, let's get started. The beginning of the end of the class trial. Everyone gather once again at you know where.
Well, I mean, technically therapy, you're still eating meat. But you mean you don't eat red meat, I guess. So you did some shrimp and salmon. That sounds super good. I've actually never barbecued fish because Andy's just not a big... No, I did once. I did once put, actually, yeah, salmon on there. That was really good. But I rarely barbecue fish just because Andy's not a big seafood person. But that sounds great. I usually do red meat, but sometimes we do chicken, all kinds of things. It's about to begin again. The class trial is going to start. The final class trial. The last time all of our lives will be on the line. The last time hope and despair are on the line. I don't have a choice. I have to do this. Do we actually have everything we need? I feel like we're missing more information. Okay then. This is the end. Oh crap. We gotta save it. Oops, wrong button. There we go. Okay, this is it. I mean, there is an epilogue after this, but I don't know if that's just kind of the ending or what. I don't know how this is going to end up. I still don't know exactly what's going on. I have a couple theories. I mean, there's two ideas why we weren't in that picture. One is we were the ones taking the picture. And two, what if we were actually the 16th mystery student? It wasn't actually that Mukuro Ikusaba or whatever. Because what if we've actually already done this before and we killed everybody else and we survived? But they didn't actually let us out. What if we just had to redo the same thing again? He was talking about this is the beginning of the end, which is also the beginning. And who is the mastermind? And that's another thing, young daddy. It could be us. I mean, we have no memory of it, which makes me wonder, how is everything still happening? You know, do we have a split personality? How are these things being like controlled and whatnot? Have we even seen the mastermind yet? You know, could it still be somebody else? We haven't actually seen. I don't know. There's still so many questions. There's so many questions. Okay, let's start digging into it, guys. Nobody's here. We're totally the mastermind. I made the joke that maybe it's Hero. I really don't think so. That would be funny. Well, I guess I'm the first one this time.
Makoto,
You're early, Makoto.
listen.
I mean, they called us here, right? Yeah, there's no doubt that John Cady is behind all of it. Rigged! Does that mean you feel prepared? Yeah, for now at least. I really don't feel fully prepared. But where's everyone else? Why aren't they here yet? Although, honestly, I've never really felt totally prepared for any case, any trial. Which is cool, because actually, as the case unfolds, we start to piece things together. I really like that. Oh, Trauma Center. Is that the DS game where you're like a surgeon? Like helping, you know, put people back together or something? I've never played it, but I think I've heard of it.
However,
Don't worry. I'm sure they'll be here soon. And just like she said... Oh, here comes everybody. Byakuya. Nobody wants to talk to us except for Kyoko. They all think we did it because of that picture with nobody else in it, right? DS. Oh, and on the Wii. I kind of remember that, yeah. I bet that must have been tough to do surgeon stuff with the Wiimote. They arrived one after another. That's true. Phoenix Wright goes in there with nothing, right? Absolutely nothing. But they were all in the same state of shock. Have you guys seen, I don't know if you use Twitter, but there's like a bot on Twitter where if you see like a tweet thread that has like some really funny replies that keep contradicting each other, there's like a Phoenix Wright bot where you just feed it like a tweet and it will go through and automatically animate Phoenix Wright responses to that, where it goes back and forth with objections and hold it and stuff like that. It's really funny, and it like embeds their tweet into this little video. It's so clever. I love it. Hina. Even Hina hates us. Hero? Silence. And it wasn't any normal silence. It was the deafening silence of fear and suspicion. It was like the first class trial when we were totally the suspect because the body was in our room.
You called for me and so I appear.
She might not hate us. She hasn't seen the picture, although if she reverts back to Toko, we're screwed.
Oh, I'm on fire.
Ah, strong silent master is so wonderful, so cool, so hot. My loins are ablaze.
Yes!
Bonk.
Now listen, everything will be just fine if you leave it to me.
My beautiful scissors!
With my sharp scissors in hand, I'll stab and gouge and shiv the master of evil.
But I thought you couldn't kill anyone but adorable little boys. That's true.
If it's what the master wants, it could be a boy, girl, or anything in between. I can handle it.
Oh no, now she just switched back. Oh, I bet that would work really well, Hasifa. Maybe that would work better with not VR, but more like augmented reality, where you can see the screens just kind of in front of you while you can still see the world, right? Oh, and Hasifa, I saw like a early preview of those glasses you posted on Discord. I'm trying to remember the name of the YouTube channel. Fox with like a PHAWKS or something like that. he did a little preview of those things. It seems like it could be pretty cool, but he says, I mean, it was definitely just a test unit. It's not in full production yet, so I don't know. I'm excited to see how those things turn out. Where am I? No human language can describe the disappointment I'm feeling right now.
Is everyone here? Oh, and wearing our gloomy Gus faces, I see.
Well now.
Okay, well, let's begin.
Thrills, chills, kills!
This final class trial is going to be slathered in pitch black despair. Climaximum sorrow. I like that word, climaximum.
That's fine.
You're right. This is the final class trial, and this time it'll be fair.
How strange.
What do you mean this time? Stop with all the slander. I'm a bear in good standing, you know.
Unbelievable.
If there was a Mr. Fair Guy Universe contest, I'd take home the tiara every year.
BS. You totally cheated that last game.
I'm gonna win this game super fair and square.
Today, I'm feeling white.
And I'll make sure everyone was at home knows.
Oh, like white or black is good side or evil side?
That despair is mightier than the hope.
Stop talking.
Enough of your tedious dribble. Begin the trial already.
Sure. Let's begin the trial already. I'll be waiting for you down below.
You guys.
So don't try and run away.
Laughing as loud as ever, Monokuma disappeared. Whatever.
In the name of my family.
This will be over in no time. With an inexplicable confidence, Byakuya was the first into the elevator. Okay, besides us not being in the picture, what proof do you have of anything? We were the one taking the picture. Boom, solved. We're all friends. One by one, the others followed. Dude, I don't like her being pissed at us. That's scary. Hiro still looks just confused. Nobody made eye contact. Nobody said a word. They just disappeared into the elevator.
Hey,
They're all acting odd. Like they're paranoid, suspicious of each other. They're just suspicious of me.
however,
But you know why that is, don't you? Yeah, I think so.
however,
Well, you can tell us all about it soon at the class trial. You don't want to hear it first? You're right. I'm ready.
so,
Ready to win, right? Yeah, sure. Of course. I'm glad to hear you say that. And then Kyoko was aboard the elevator. I started making my way toward the opening. Jada! Happy Saturday, Jada. Good morning. Good to see you. And Zakobo, already over 200 tokens. They add up pretty quick, don't they? Step after step toward the gaping maw. I'd resolved that this would be the last time. I repeated to myself that there was no fear, no mystery left. I pushed the anxiety down, calmed my trembling body, and finally, on steady legs, go in. I passed the threshold and stood in the elevator. Got so much drama going in here. Without warning, it began to descend. Deeper and deeper. Deeper and deeper still. Deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper. Deeper and deeper it fell. I closed my eyes and sight fell away. All sound, too, disappeared. Alone in the universe, I waited for the elevator doors to open for the last time. What could have been seconds or centuries later? I felt the gentle vibration of the elevator come to an end. I slowly opened my eyes. This looks totally different. What the hell? A different floor? It's not all nice and red looking like before. This is the final trial site?
What do you think? Isn't it just the perfect background for deciding a person's fate?
Yoo-hoo!
It's the long-awaited last stage. The always exciting final boss battle.
I kind of like the previous place better.
And I'm gonna sit in on this one. I'll just sit right here in the vacant 16th seat.
Thrills, chills, kills!
Well then, let's begin.
Hell yeah, I want to save it. Right here. Okay, as always, we need to review all the clues we have so far. So let's look at our truth bullets. So we'll check the Monokuma file for the body. This is the same body we saw earlier, but it's important to kind of go over this again just to refresh our mind. We're basically cramming before a test, essentially. And Young Daddy, this place is terrifying. We're at the bottom of a pit at the bottom of the basement. I mean, I would assume where they kept the corpses was the creepiest place. This is worse. This looks like something out of Saw, doesn't it? Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed in a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. Now, remember, we were thinking, oh, maybe it could be somebody else, but we did confirm that all the body measurements and everything match another person. Perfect time. I feel like we do this review every time with auto-tune, we would tell. It's become tradition. I like it. Okay, ready, set, bam. Let me test this out. Check, check, 1, 2. Okay, we are properly auto-tuned. Let's continue this review. Places to check. We already looked at all these places, I believe. Garden, dojo. I mean, it's kind of a mute point now. We're already past that. Monokuma control room. The Monokuma room in the data center opened to reveal a small room used to command Monokuma. This is where the mastermind had been issuing commands to the, I'm not sure what that word is, Ursine robot. Never heard that word Ursine before. The tarp. The tarp found in the garden had played a part in Mukuro's murder. Biolab had been stamped onto one corner of the tarp. The same kind of tarp was found in the biolab, so this was without a doubt that the tarp came from there. So one thing about this is, I'm just trying to think ahead of what this might mean. Whoever committed that murder for Monokuma, or at least staged it, had access to the biolab to get this tarp. I don't think we had access to that room yet. Maybe we did, but I'm trying to remember like when they opened up certain areas for us. And here is Mukuro's profile. According to the headmaster's report, Mukuro did not have a single scar or wound when she came to Hope's Peak Academy. In addition, her physical features were as follows. 5'7", 97 pounds. That's a really skinny girl. Kyoko has confirmed the corpse matches these characteristics. Now, one thing that's interesting I'm just thinking about right now, she came here without a single scar or wound. Yet her body had multiple wounds on it when we found it, so they were only just a few days old. So that might have been part of the murder. The ultimate despair. The phrase the ultimate despair doesn't refer to a single individual, but a like-minded group of people. 1 year ago, that group brought up about the single worst event in human history. They are motivated only by despair, making them some of the most despicable people to ever live. And then the hidden room present. There was a brightly colored box sitting in the headmaster's hidden room. Inside the box were human bones, the last remains of the headmaster. I still don't know how they determined that. How would you know that was actually the headmaster? But whatever. The photo of Kyoko and headmaster. In this hidden room, the headmaster kept a photo of him and a young Kyoko together. In the photo, the both are smiling, so they had a happy pastime. Headmaster's e-handbook. An emergency handbook was found in the headmaster's hidden room. This handbook apparently had no restrictions and was given the school's ultimate authority, the headmaster, which we use that to open up all the lockers. Locker notebook. A notebook was found in a locker on the second floor of the dorms. Yasuhiro's name was written on the inside, and it has notes for a different number of classes. And then a locker pocketbook. The pocketbook was found in the locker on the second floor of the dorms and was based on what was written inside. It's believed to be Kyoko's. There's some kind of message scrawled on the last page of the pocketbook. Despair walks among us, and so we survive. There's a second despair, so it's not only the mastermind, but also Mukuro Ikusaba, right? The biolab secret. The biolab on the 5th floor seems to have been repurposed as a morgue. Seemed like it was already a morgue to begin with. I mean, that's a huge repurposing, right? The biolab lights. A corpse fridge has been installed in the biolab. It seems that a blue light comes on to indicate a slot is occupied. The number of blue lights counting the slot with Mukuro's body inside comes to a total of 9. Group photo. A photo depicts all the Hope's Peak students wearing the matching uniforms. Worth noting is that Mukuro is pictured while Makoto is not. Could that mean all the others are working together somehow? See, that could mean a few things. We could be the mastermind, we're the one taking the picture, maybe we came to the school after them, I don't know. Genocide Jack's memory. It would seem that while Toko and Genocide Jack share certain fundamental knowledge, their individual memories are separate. So I think the only thing that is really important for right now is that Genocide Jack does not know about the picture that we were not in, but Toko does. Kyoko's account. Kyoko attests that both the stab wound and the blow to the head were inflicted after death. So she'd been dead for days at least. And the interview DVD. The DVD Kyoko found contained interviews between the headmaster and all of Hope's Peak students. Makoto, however, had no memory of such an interview. Thanks to Monokuma's interference, Makoto wasn't able to watch the DVD all the way through. So I'm curious. I'm sure that Kyoko will chime in at some point with some knowledge we don't have. All right, that's all the clues. So let's double check our set skills. What do we have here? We only have one more point. And I don't think we have anything cheap enough. I think I'm just going to keep what we have. I feel like we have some of the more important skills equipped. There's a ton of skills we're missing though, man. I wonder if it's possible to actually get all of the skills in a single playthrough. Probably. I bet if you play it perfectly, you can. All right, we are done with preparations. Let's do this. I'm so happy I get voice acting.
Since this will
now.
be the final class trial, I've come up with a special rule.
That's BS.
So listen up! If you can figure out Mukuro's killer and go on to solve the mystery of this school, you guys win!
Well, I thought that's what he told us earlier, right? If we do that, we all get out. If we don't, we all die.
But if you can't, then I win! And of course, waiting for the loser is the super exciting, super heart-pounding punishment!
Are you saying that if you lose, you'll execute yourself?
Not like that matters. I mean, unless it's talking about the robot, because there's multiple of them. We've actually dismantled the Monokuma before.
Yep, sure will.
And that's final? No loopholes? No wiggling out of it later?
I don't believe it for a second.
Of course not! Bears never go back on their word!
Never mind all that. I just have one question for you.
He sounds different, doesn't he?
Oh, you're taking this serious, huh? Are you feeling okay?
Is the mastermind only one person?
Ah, that's a cool question. Hero, when did you get smart all of a sudden?
Don't bother. I already know the answer. You're all the mastermind, aren't you? You're all out to get me!
Every time he has an idea, I lose more brain cells. If he was like the main character in the game through all the games, I think I would be brain dead by the end. Too soon, John. Does it get worse? Is it going to get worse? Nothing's as bad as that last trial. What was he saying? The ghost thing? Oh my gosh, that was insane. Yeah, Hero, you were so close.
I'm right, aren't I? I knew it!
Oh man, I think he almost tripped up Monokuma there. Okay, group photo, places to check, Headmaster's e-handbook. Let's see what they have to say.
You guys have all been working together, haven't you? I have evidence, so I know I'm right.
Hey, you stole my line. You're all out to get me. I'm sure of it. I have evidence of my own.
What a coincidence. I too have evidence to present. Evidence that proves everyone other than me has been working together.
What? Wait, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. How can the three of us each have that kind of evidence?
My gosh, there's only one thing to look at, and it's the last line. I have another theory. I bet that everybody that looked at that picture, they were the only one not in the picture. That's my guess. Which makes everybody feel like they can't trust everybody else, right? It all looks like they're all on one team together. All three of them think that everyone around them is there anyway. That doesn't make sense because, like, everybody's been killing each other this whole game, right? There's no doubt this is a trap Monokuma set. He set it up so we would suspect each other. And I have something that proves it.
You guys have all been working together,
I think it's group
haven't you?
photo.
I have evidence, so I know I'm right.
Hey, you're all out to get me. I have evidence.
What a coincidence. Evidence that proves
What? This doesn't make any sense. How can the three of us each have that?
There we go.
No, that's wrong.
Love the music on these
It's not
trials.
just you three. I have evidence too.
What? You too?
The evidence you're all referring to is this group photo, right?
Do we get to keep it? Oh, I guess we do have it. Okay, good.
Well, yeah.
But I bet everybody else's looks different.
Huh? Wait, but mine's different.
They just asked everybody, hey, because sometimes people do that, you know, when you take a picture and it's of a big group, one person takes it and then you trade cameras so another person takes it so everyone could be in the picture, right?
With the picture you have, I'm in it.
Although usually people only do that like twice.
But that can't be right. Because in my picture... See? I'm the only one not in it.
That's pretty cool. But look at Sakura back there running like 1,000 miles an hour. That's pretty cool. And it looks like we're about to die running. I want to see everyone's picture. I figured as much. In which case...
Hiro, you have a picture too, right? Let's see it.
Okay, but be careful with it. It's pretty important evidence.
We just grab it and eat it immediately. Oh, donuts. That looks like the Krispy Kreme logo. I really want donuts now. I just wish Krispy Kreme made gluten-free donuts. Not because I need gluten-free, but Andy does. So, like, if we could actually go there and both get donuts, we'd probably actually go there once in a while. I don't go just for myself. This one, too, is just like I thought.
So the secret in these pictures has been revealed.
Secret or whatever, I don't care. You guys are all in on this together. That's why I'm the only one missing.
Oh, Hiro. Oh, Hiro. Oh, carrot cake. I love carrot cake. That's got to be super good. Nice, dude.
But you're in my picture.
I haven't had carrot cake in a long time.
You're the ones trying to trick me.
So the whole purpose behind these photos was to get us questioning and fighting with each other.
100%.
The mastermind laid a trap to make us each think everyone else was working against us.
Huh? I laid a trap?
He's feigning ignorance. I love it.
A trap? How rude! What grounds do you have for such audacious accusations?
Shut up. You've already cheated, Monokuma. The proof I need to reveal Monokuma's trap. Each photo has a certain something in common. There's a connection regarding what person isn't shown in the group photos. And that person is the one who gets the photos.
I got it! In each case, the only one not in the picture is the person who received it.
That one's pretty easy.
So, in the picture I got, I'm the only one missing. In the picture Hina got, she's the only one missing.
That's an impressive picture because they're all running. Like, how would you get them all? Plus, everybody on the sidelines just perfect like that. That's a pretty awesome picture.
And in the picture Hiro got, he's the only one missing.
As long as we're talking about it, I suppose I should show you my photo as well.
Same thing.
In other words, Monokuma gave each of us a group photo in which that person wasn't included.
I need to see that last picture again. It looked like Sakura was like uppercutting a fish out of the pool. What the hell was that?
And when we each saw our picture, we just assumed everyone else was the enemy?
Well, you sure as hell did, Hiro. I didn't.
Figured it out, huh?
Yeah, I thought that must be it. But how was that a hint?
I know, that poor fish. It's so dead. Instantly dead. But you know, there might be more to this than just Monokuma trying to confuse us. There's something else that bothers me about everyone's pictures. What is it? What's digging at me?
Can I see everyone's group photo one more time? It's not directly connected to what we're talking about, but I'd like to double check something.
Sure, no problem.
I mean, we were outside. All the windows were open. They had nothing to do with what happened after they locked down the school, right? So something happened before.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I'm sure there's something unusual about these group photos. What is it? I need to compare each of them one more time. Byakuya's picture. You know, one thing I noticed is it seems like, I can't think of her name, but the girl who died early on when she tried to attack Monokuma with the big pigtails, you can't see her face here, right? Her face is covered up by the water. You can't see her face here. She's facing the other direction, right? And John, why are you not in any pictures? I'm right there. That's us right there. We're in the pictures. We're just not in our own picture. I also noticed Kyoko is always wearing gloves, but I think we know why that's the case. And then in this picture, she's also not facing the camera. That's really weird. Why is she always hiding her face in the pictures, huh? Some people just don't like getting their picture taken. I totally understand that, but I still think that's weird. We are in all the pictures, Weave Atome, except for one. We're right there, right past Sakura. And Celeste is never wearing the damn... I think she's wearing the uniform. We just can't see her face. And there, her face is covered up by Taka. There's something strange about all of them. Something I can't quite pin down. It also looked like Hifumi was also taking a picture of us, or whoever the picture taker was, every time that we were taking that picture. And 9, what's going on, 9? You have arrived. Today was a bit rough because all you had for breakfast was a frosted honey bun with a Bang energy drink. Man, sugar overlord, right? But you only ate lunch at 2:30. Oh, dang. Yeah, you start to get hangry when you haven't eaten that long, right? How's it going, 9? And the school's uniform, she isn't wearing it? I mean, it looked like she was wearing a uniform. Maybe not, for Krem. Hard to tell when she's not facing the front, I guess. Something. A group photo has been updated.
Can you just forget about the photo already?
I think that's going to be what it is you can never see her face.
Ugh. Trying to trick me with such an obviously fake photo? I'm still pissed about that.
I forget what her name is, though.
And on top of that, they went to all that trouble to make it look like we were wearing matching uniforms.
So you think they're fake? No. I assure you, they're quite real.
What are you talking about? There's no way.
Yeah! I don't remember ever taking a picture like that. So it's gotta be a fake. I'm sure of it.
But you know, can we really be so sure?
All of us are having memory problems. At this point, you have to almost believe anything, right?
Huh?
Don't get me wrong. I don't remember taking this picture either. But is that really enough to be absolutely positive they're fake?
And you don't think the whole not liking pictures excuse is wrong, since Junko is the ultimate model. Oh, that's right. She was a model. I didn't think about that, 9.
What do you mean?
The reason I don't remember this picture isn't necessarily because it's fake. There might be some other reason. Some terrible reason. An unbelievable but entirely horrifying reason. Uh-oh. Oh, we have to come up with a reason right now? Amnesia? That looks like it could fit in there. Oh, yeah. E. Oops, wrong one. We need S. Give me an S. Give me an S. And an A. Oh, it's behind it. There we go. Nice. Those are pretty easy.
Now I understand.
Oh, you think the not liking pictures thing is wrong. Yeah,
Let's
it
say
probably
that
isn't.
somehow we'd all lost our memories. That could explain it, couldn't it?
I was just trying to play like devil's advocate, 9. Like, why would she not be facing the camera all the time? Not taking or not liking pictures would be an idea, but then it could be, what if she's the mastermind? You know, she had that weird death in the very beginning of the game where we didn't have like the normal trial. It's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah, mass amnesia. Great excuse.
Oh, I get it. So we all just lost our memories at the same time and forgot about the photo. Makes sense.
Does it really?
As if. You expect me to believe such an unbelievable occult-type story?
Yeah, we all lost our memories? That's just crazy.
It's only natural that they wouldn't believe it. But no matter how much they refuse, if that's the absolute truth, they have no choice. We can't move forward until they accept it. And there's another way to prove it besides those pictures. The only thing I could think of what's a common memory loss thing is if oh my gosh, there's so many things to pick from. If there's like a really crazy traumatic experience, you could block those
You're saying
memories.
we all got spontaneous amnesia? Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
So the idea that we all lost our memories...
Is totally stupid, obviously!
Okay, the only thing that we got to shoot in there was when she said that she remembered absolutely everything. I think that the DVD is probably something she does not remember. Having that interview, right? I mean, no one of us remembered that, I don't think. Yeah, exactly, Monkey. And maybe Junko doesn't want to break the camera with her beauty. She doesn't want to take everybody's spotlight, right? If she's in the picture, nobody will look at anybody else. She did break the rule by aggressively stepping on Monokuma, right? Yeah, that probably isn't it, that she's a mastermind, but it's just kind of interesting why she's not actually showing her face in any picture.
You're saying we all got spontaneous?
Since when did this turn into...
I promise you, ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
That was a good one. Nice.
No, that's wrong.
So far, we're hitting 100% of these.
Those photos aren't the only things that point to the possibility of memory loss. This DVD does the same thing.
Nobody's seen it, though, except for us and Kyoko, right?
You're not gonna show us something indecent, are you?
Oh, you'd like that, wouldn't you, Toko?
No, it's nothing like that. It's a video of all of us being interviewed by the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster.
When you say all of us, you mean...
One at a time.
I mean all of us, including you.
You lie! I never did any kind of interview.
No, it's not a lie. Just watch the DVD and you'll see for yourself.
But we can't because they took power away from the DVD player, right?
The headmaster did, in fact, interview you.
Let's see. And 9, you think it turned into sci-fi fantasy whenever we were trapped into a maximum security school by a talking robot teddy bear and forced into killing each other? Definitely a lot of fantasy there.
What are you saying?
I didn't imagine you would remember.
It's not about whether or not I remember. You expect me to believe all this? That I lost my memory somehow?
Well, we don't have any way to refute it, so we have no choice but to accept it as reality.
Yeah, because we can't show them the actual DVD, unfortunately.
How can you say that? We're talking about living, breathing amnesia here!
What does that mean?
To be honest, I have something else on my mind right now.
Something else?
You said the DVD contains recordings of us being interviewed by the headmaster, right?
Yeah?
What were the interviews about?
The headmaster sat each of us down, one at a time, and asked us the same question. He asked us if we could accept the idea of spending the rest of our lives in this school.
What kind of question is that?
And how did we answer?
We'd say no, obviously.
You wish, hero.
Actually, we all said we could. Even me. I heard myself say yes. I could spend the rest of my life at this school.
Why? Why would you say yes to something like that?
That's the $1 million question.
I don't know. I don't remember a thing.
You said the same thing, Toko.
The same goes for everyone else. Nobody remembers.
Would you accept living forever in a school? No. No, Grim.
You don't remember choosing to live here forever, or even talking to the headmaster about it at all.
I mean, it is a really sweet school. They got that, lounge room. They got all kinds of food. They have a big garden. There's a lot to do here, but still no.
It doesn't matter if I remember or not. Even if I bought the whole amnesia thing, the idea that I would want to live here forever?
What about you, Krem?
That's just insane! How can I believe that?
Yeah, right, Tasha? I'd rather paint the ceilings than spend my life stuck in a school. And painting ceilings sucks.
Insane or not, we can't move forward until you accept it. Am I right?
You sure are, 'cause it's all true.
What?
What?
I know it sounds absurd, but if it's the truth, there's nothing we can do about it.
They're all anime characters, but man, does Hiro ever seem just like a straight-up cartoon character, right?
Indeed. We only have one path in front of us.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Scooby-Doo, yeah, exactly.
Then we really...
Yep, you all totally lost your memory at the same time.
Zoink, Scoops! Now that was, they absolutely drugged us or did something, right? Oh, I can't wait, Cigar. I have no idea what's coming up. How you doing, Cigar? Good to see you. That's a cool name, by the way, Cigar Chompin' Penguin. I forget where I've seen that, but I think I've seen it in some cartoon or something like that.
This is all making my head hurt.
My guess is that something very traumatic they all experienced together. And they just, you know, trauma can do that. You can just like wipe your own memory, essentially.
And this isn't like some normal kind of memory loss. You stole those specific memories from us, didn't you?
Or maybe lobotomy? I could do it too, maybe. Oh, Eternal Sunshine style. That was such a good movie art, Angie. Welcome to the stream, Angie. Need to watch that again. It's been years.
Oopsie. You figured that part out too, huh?
That was interesting because it was actually a service you could pay for in that movie, right?
Of course. There's no way we would all just happen to get amnesia at the same time.
But how could someone just steal our memories?
John is the CIA. He has accessories to the neuralizer. Uh-oh. You caught me, 9.
How? Come. That hardly matters right now. If I said it was hypnotism, would you believe me? Or we opened up your skulls and messed with your brains?
Hypnotism. It was Hiro the whole time.
Would you really believe anything I said? How it happened doesn't matter right now.
What matters is figuring out what memories you took from us. That's what you're trying to say, right?
I knew I could count on you.
Of course.
The interview with the headmaster, taking that group photo, those can't be the only memories we lost.
Mm-hmm.
There must have been a purpose to it all. A reason for taking away our memories.
Of course there was a purpose. It all has to do with the original motive.
The original motive.
You mean the motive you came up with to try and get us to all kill each other?
It's working really well, Sakobo.
That has something to do with the memories you stole from us?
It sure does. But that part's still a secret. Anyway, I'm sure it's not easy, but let's all focus on the class trial for the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Man, nobody cares about her anymore. We just want to know what's going on with the school.
Okay, so you want us to figure out who killed her before we do anything else.
Boo! It's like eating all your vegetables before having dessert. And so until we do that, well, either way, we have to explain every last remaining mystery. So, the one who killed Mukuro, the true mastermind, that's what we all need to expose. Oh, I bet the profile's gonna come in handy here.
So who did it? Who killed her?
Whoever did it is the same one who's behind everything.
Maybe.
That much I'm sure of.
Probably.
But when you think about it, is the mastermind really here in the school?
Of course! They have to be here somewhere.
What makes you so sure?
What does make
Good job,
me so
Hino.
sure?
Exactly. You're just making stuff up. There's no way the mastermind is here. The mastermind is probably a million miles away. 'Cause masterminds always lurk off in the background, right?
Okay, which one of those was like super contradictory? I'm positive they're somewhere in the school. Otherwise, there's no way they could have controlled that machine because all the controls for Monokuma were in that one room that we found.
So who did it? Who killed her?
I guess
Whoever
it's
did it is
Monokuma
the same
control room
one
will be
who's
it.
behind
Yeah.
everything.
That much I...
When you is the mastermind.
Of course, they have to be here somewhere.
What makes you so...
Exactly.
I think it's the million
You're
miles
just
away is going to
making
be
stuff
the
up. There's no
contradiction.
way the mastermind is probably a...
Got it.
No, that's wrong.
It's like 3 or 4 we've done successfully without screwing up one.
There's no question that the mastermind is somewhere within the school.
Yeah, Krem, what does that say about people? If you're not already friends and you're trapped somewhere, you're destined to murder everybody?
How do you know? Did you find some evidence or something?
In the back of the data center, I found a panel that controls Monokuma.
I love the big bear claw buttons in the back there. That's cool.
The mastermind must have been using that to control him all this time.
Pretty complicated controller. Couldn't you just, like, use one of these things?
So there can't be any doubt. The mastermind has been inside the school all along.
There can't be any doubt.
Looks more complicated than that Steel Battalion controller for the Xbox.
In which case, there also can be no doubt that the mastermind is one of us.
Dun, dun, dun!
What? Why?
Recall what Makoto told us Monokuma said to him earlier.
Yeah, it was, young daddy. That didn't work out too well. Oh, what if it was Kyoko following in her father's footsteps, huh? Taking over the school afterwards? Probably not. You know, it is tough, Krem, jumping back and forth between different games. And actually, what gets me the worst, because I kind of know the buttons pretty well, but what I usually get confused by is if I play like a Japanese game for a while, which usually on a Japanese game, the B button on the right here will be confirm or go, and the A button will be like go back, you know? Then you play an American game and it switches, where now A is yes and B is back. That gets me all the time. And 9, after we get done with the trial, you're going to explain why you figured out who the murderer was earlier than you were supposed to. The game left some really obscure hints that you happened to pick up on. Oh, that's so cool. I do not have them. 9. They just went right over my head. So,
I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
Which
So
is
if the mastermind is in the school, we have to assume it can only be that 16th student.
But how'd they manage to survive all of this?
So we're the only ones here? It's not me! I'm not the mastermind!
I believe him. I believe him. And if both despairs were kept alive, one could be Monokuma and one could be on the cameras. So why did Mukuro die? Yeah, and they said the mastermind is actually the other despair, right? So I guess you could be the ultimate of two things. You could be the ultimate programmer and the ultimate despair, maybe?
Well, it's not me.
Why just one?
I blame Makoto.
Of course you do.
What? Why me?
'Cause it's super weird how you're the only one who survived being executed.
That is kind of weird.
Oh, I get it! The only way he could have survived is if he was actually the mastermind himself, right?
The 16th uses the Konami code. Up, up, down, down, left, right, BA start. Or BA select start if you're playing 2-player co-op.
Aw, nuts! You got me!
Wait, what are you trying to say?
What the hell?
Everyone, calm down. There's no reason to panic.
Was he just joking to Hiro's accusation?
The mastermind's true identity will become clear soon enough. Just as soon as we find out who killed Mukuro.
Oh, that makes sense. Izukobo, yeah.
That's a good point. Rather than wasting time bickering, we should put our minds to work solving this mystery.
Yeah, well, how much time have we already spent talking about the murder?
He's right. What more is there to talk about?
If you want something to talk about, I think there might be one thing. We haven't fully established what Mukuro's fatal injury was.
That's right. And we believe that it probably happened earlier. Like it was a few days ago, those first injuries we found, maybe.
Huh? But I thought we figured that out. She died when she got hit in the back of the head.
That was post-mortem.
No, that isn't actually what killed her. It was something entirely different. Wouldn't you agree, Makoto?
He's just like, hey, back me up, dude. Back me up. The other wounds. It definitely wasn't the stab wound. The other wounds. You know, every time they describe the stab wound, they always say it went completely through her. And I don't know how to describe that. Is that like when a bullet goes completely through you, it enters and exits on the outside? So did they just like pull the knife all the way through? Or does that mean it went all the way through the body before it stopped? Like it's a really long knife to go through your chest. But yeah, should be the other wounds.
I got it! All of the wounds covering her body. That's what really killed her.
Hey, now hold on a second. You did read the Monokuma file, right?
Quit trying to be smart, hero. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old.
It made it pretty clear. Those wounds were made at least a few days ago. So they can't possibly be what killed her.
Consider this. What if the murder itself took place at least a few days ago?
I'm gonna guess Hero's about to go, what?
What?
Not quite, but you know.
What if, when we discovered her body, she'd already been dead for several days?
That's kind of what we thought.
If that's true, then naturally the wounds that killed her would appear to be however many days old.
That doesn't make any sense. Because she had all those wounds before she ever came here.
And that's not true. When she came to the school, she didn't have any wounds on her, which was kind of interesting because she had been in battle all the time. Just kind of shows how good at battle she was, right? And we've only been in the killing game for 23 days. Does it tell you what day it's been, young daddy? That's still a long time.
Huh? How do you know that?
Isn't it obvious? She was the ultimate soldier, right? So that means, you know.
You're wrong.
She denied me before I could even say anything.
Oh man, she's getting hot and heavy again. Good job, young daddy. I have not been keeping track.
Come on.
Where's that bonk hammer?
You think I'm not weird, okay? At least listen to what I have to say before you deny me.
He loves the punishment. Yeah, try not to get the simping, right? So, if you're so sure we're gonna deny you, why bother saying it in the first place? It's because she likes getting denied. It's gonna be useful here. We haven't used the handbook yet.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all of those wounds in battle.
Are you finished?
You didn't deny me this time, Z-Wimsey. You made me go all cutesy.
Don't worry, there wasn't anything cute about it.
Okay, so I actually think it's Mukuro's profile, because the profile specifically said she didn't have any injuries when she came here. So that's going to be the one that was spinning around, whatever that said, that's the one we got to shoot. Yeah, right, 9. Well, at least we know she doesn't care, you know, who it is, as long as they are punishing her, she's excited. Yeah, Hero's really funny. When he gets real smart sometimes, but he doesn't actually understand how he's being smart. It's kind of accidental, isn't it? No, those wounds didn't come from the battlefield. One look at what was written about her, and that should become clear. Oh, good luck in your babysitting, Tajay. Have fun with the nieces. It was good to see you, dude. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you next week.
Mukuro was the ultimate soul. She must have been so. Obviously, she got all of those.
There we go. Nailed
No,
it.
that's wrong.
That was pretty funny, Zakobo. I remember that.
No, Mukuro didn't suffer those wounds in battle. The file we found in the headmaster's room said as much. Despite the time she spent in battle after battle as a member of Fenrir, when she entered this school, she hadn't sustained a single injury.
To be denied so completely. Actually, it's kind of refreshing.
Oh crap, are we gonna start getting simping on us now from her?
Maybe it's because of all of Master's training.
Byakuya's like, oh god, leave me out of this, please.
Anyway, so we can be sure that Mukuro suffered all those wounds after coming to this school. In which case, they could be the very thing that killed her.
As a matter of fact, it's hard to imagine any other possibility. When examining her body, I found that her stomach and head wounds came after she was already dead.
Unless anyone has any better suggestions, I think we can say this with confidence. The wounds Mukuro sustained all over her body are what ultimately killed her.
I think we got it. And Apple Meef, how you doing, Apple? Welcome. That picture, what? I don't know, it's weird and creepy. I don't like it. I don't like that picture. I know it's supposed to be showing the wounds, but...
But if that's what killed her...
different ways of doing that, I think. And you like Genocide Jill better? Quick sometimes starts bleeding a little. Genocide Jack is pretty funny. Or Jill.
Then does that mean she's really been dead for who knows how long?
Just a few days, right? Just a few days.
That's exactly what it means.
And that seems kind of strange, Art Angel, because didn't it say that she only weighed like 93 pounds or something? Like 50% of that must have been in her boobs in that case. This is the ultimate injury. Plot relevant boobs. We need them.
When we found her body in the garden, she'd already been dead for several days.
Yep.
So then, what about the little matter of what happened last night?
Oh, and we almost got killed.
Makoto, you said you were attacked in your room by a masked assailant.
Back when we were sleeping, or we were kind of sick. She must have had huge back problems, especially when it's like 50% of her body mass, Krim.
If Mukuro had already been dead for several days, certainly it couldn't have been her.
I'm not sure, Apple. I don't know if it is also an anime or if it was originally a game first.
So who was it that attacked you?
I would not be surprised if they did create an anime of this game, though, after the fact, too. The identity of the one who attacked me. I can't think of anyone else. Oh, we gotta say Mukuro, right? Be the mastermind. If we say Mukuro, remember, Kyoko came to save us and like scared her away. What if like she beat her up? What if she actually killed him? Or killed Mukuro? Oh wait, Mukuro was already dead by that point. Because yeah, we found it the next day. Never mind. It had to have been the mastermind then. If Mukuro had been dead for several days at least, it's hard to imagine she was your assailant. Not that I even need to ask, but why do you happen to have, or would you have to have any evidence that would prove otherwise? Well, I don't know. I better think about this again. Shoot! I love that. And this is the first entry in the franchise altogether. Thank you, Art. And the game is the much preferred way of entering the series, since the animes are limited by number of episodes, and it's kind of trash. It's just like the game, but not interactive. Yeah, the interactive, I think, really helps with this game. Okay, so it's a mastermind, which at one point we thought was both of them.
I got it! The one who attacked me was the true mastermind.
That would be what Zakobo Hero would say. It was a ghost!
When we discovered Mukuro in the garden wearing the same mask.
I remember thinking that the person that attacked us might not actually be the same person we found the dead body for. They just put the mask on him, right?
I naturally assumed she must have been the one who attacked me.
I don't know if you guys can see this. And it's probably because this is like an HD remake, but it low-key drives me a little crazy. If you look at the outline of the character, kind of hard to see. You'll see like little outlines of like light pixels on the outside of the black, but not everywhere, just certain spots. Because it looks like somebody took the old image, blew it up and tried to up-res it, but just kind of like did a, like, you know, like they trace a line to cut something out of a different image and didn't quite get it all. And I've done that before when I do some artwork for a stream and stuff like that. Oh, it's not an HD remake? This is definitely a higher resolution than it was on the DS, though, that's for sure. Or whatever the original, or Vita? What was it on originally? Anyway, like, it just has like some interesting artifacting. It's like, oh, please clean that up. I'll do it. I've done it before.
But I was wrong. It wasn't her at all. It was the mastermind.
Sometimes you don't see it at all, but every certain scenes like sticks out to me a lot worse. Like these images, totally fine. Don't see it. Just in like the really still ones, I notice it sometimes.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just getting a little impatient sitting here listening. I think I'm gonna jump in.
Oh, sorry, Krim. It's one of those things you can't unsee once you've seen it. Do you want another one? Google the logo for Resident Evil 6, and the way they have the 6 written, it looks like a giraffe getting a blowjob. I'm sorry. Now when you see it, you can't unsee it. I know that's not what Capcom was going for, but man, does it look like that.
Let's start off with a nice, easy question.
Quit trying to screw us up, Monokuma.
Your assumption that I attacked Makoto is just that, right? An assumption. You can't really know who was under that mask, can you? I mean, that's the whole point of a mask.
I love those things you can't unsee. They're so funny.
The true identity of the masked attacker is Mukuro Ikusaba. At least, that's what I think.
He's just trying to like throw shade off of him. What is this even about? It could have been concept art. They didn't change it enough, right?
Do you have any evidence that might convince me otherwise?
No, there's no way Mukuro is the one that attacked me. Even if I didn't see their face. Mukuro had a very obvious Fenrir tattoo. Oh yeah, there's no tattoo on that hand. Comparing that to the masked attacker, I didn't even think about that. The way they're holding the knife, they're clearly showing the back of their hand, you know? It should be obvious. Oh, and the nails, that's right. There was like a couple like long red nails or something on the Mukuro corpse.
You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
You're wrong. Even without seeing their face, there's another part of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
Oh? And what is this other part? Is it the right hand? Or the left hand?
Oh crap.
Maybe the right foot.
I think it's the right hand.
Or perhaps the left foot. Or could it be the hips?
So I think I need to grab right hand and then use it on the very first thing. Her most noticeable feature, the tattoo that marked her membership in Fenrir. That tattoo is in a certain easy-to-spot area.
You never saw their face, right?
So you can't have. I'm telling you now. You're wrong. There's another part of the. Oh? Is it the
right hand or the left hand?
I think we need to use this in the beginning. That's a good point, though, Weebutone. We were very feverish, but I think they don't want to make it that much of a unreliable protagonist narrator where you just can't believe anything you see. That makes the game impossible.
You never saw their face, so you can't have. I'm telling you now.
Oh, nice.
No, that's wrong.
First try. That always feels so good.
Mukuro had a tattoo on her right hand, if I remember correctly. A representation of Fenrir. In other words, a wolf tattoo.
And then just 3 long fingernails.
But I saw the right hand of the person who attacked me. and there was no such tattoo.
That's true, young daddy. Sakura really saved us. Like, we'd all be doomed way before this if that didn't happen, right?
So there's no way the person behind the mask was Mukuro.
Yeah, well, okay. You got me. I guess it wasn't her. But that still doesn't prove that it was me. It could have been, someone else, right?
You don't sound very convincing, Monokuma.
Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I all have solid alibis for that entire night.
I love how we're bringing Monokuma into the trial.
Yeah! We were in the gym tearing you apart, so it could have been any of us.
Oh, okay, sure. It couldn't have been any of you.
Maybe it was a ghost.
But what about Kyoko? It totally could have been her.
She was off doing her solo project while, we were doing that stuff.
Oh, no snappy comeback? Did I score a bullseye?
If you insist, I don't mind showing you.
Huh? Show me what?
Oh, tell him, Kyoko.
What do you think? I'll show you the one thing that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it wasn't me.
Oh yeah, and the gloves. That's true, Monkey. I forgot about the gloves. Before anyone could say anything. Yeah, which we also just saw that in all those pictures earlier, too. Kyoko was removing her gloves. Aw, love me 20. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow.
Your hands!
Without thinking, I let out a gasp. It was more than just a little burned skin. Oh no. Oh yeah, we haven't actually seen her real hands underneath the gloves, right? And young daddy, if we did not confirm Mukuro was dead, we would have been stuck thinking she was the mastermind with no way to prove it. That's true.
Awful, isn't it? It happened when I was first learning to be a detective. I was inexperienced.
What the hell did you do to yourself?
I thought you didn't want anyone to see those scars.
If it means we get another step closer to unmasking the mastermind, it doesn't really bother me.
Like, what does that have to do with being a detective? What did you do to, destroy your hands? Kyoko seemed to favor the words as she said them. Then she put her gloves back on. Like, if she was like a professional glass blower or like a blacksmith or something, yeah, sure, you could really destroy your hands with fire doing that. But what being a detective caused that to do that to your hands? I need more.
My scars should suffice as proof. Makoto, did the person who attacked you have scars like mine?
No, not at all. I'm positive.
Good thing our, visual memory's keeping up after we said how delusional we were. We were hardly awake.
Then this much has been made clear. There can be no doubt that the one who attacked Makoto is the true mastermind.
There we go.
This is just awful.
Maybe she was playing like a firefighter, at like a crime scene and tried to help somebody out of a fire and burned herself. She was interning at the DA's office and accidentally touched the coffee pot and then proceeded to pour the coffee all over her hands, like the front, the back, everything. I did have one really bad burn when I was young. It was on the 4th of July, actually. And I remember I was making some instant noodles where it's like the styrofoam cup and you put the water in there, put it in the microwave and cook it like that. And I was pulling it out and the lid wasn't on very well and it poured out the side a little bit and splashed on my hand. And I was young. I just had like a freak reaction because it scared the hell out of me and burned me a little bit. I then just crushed the cup because I was so startled. And of course, the rest of it just came pouring all over my hand. I had some really bad burns. No scarring or anything. It healed up, but that sucked. That sucked. And her hair is so much more purple in the actual drawn scenes than the normal sprite. I always wonder why they do that. Yeah, just different artists maybe? I'm not sure.
On top of my secret being revealed, I had to look at those positively grotesque scars of yours. Sorry, did I say that out loud? I do hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Monokuma's trying to piss us off.
Not at all. You can say whatever you want.
Sure, as long as it means pushing me farther into the corner, right? But I'm not cornered just yet.
What you got?
Because if you haven't noticed, The circumstances surrounding Mukuro's death are totally unknown.
We've never even seen Mukuro before we saw the body, unfortunately.
That's true. All we know right now is she was killed a good while before this morning.
On the contrary, we don't know anything other than that.
You're not going to tell us she was already dead before we arrived here or something, are you?
In that regard, you have nothing to worry about. I promise you, without a doubt, she died after our little killing game began here.
How could we trust anything he says, though? I believe him, but like, why?
Then somehow she was killed in secret without any of us knowing.
Everything she did was in secret. We never saw her.
And after she died, who knows how much time went by before we found her, right?
It was good to have, especially if you get like a sunburn or something, Krim. Use like aloe vera, something to help ease the pain.
Did the culprit stash her somewhere? She couldn't have been in the garden the whole time, could she?
The freezer.
If she was, she would have been totally decomposed. Just like your brain.
Screw you, Toko.
Then she was being stored somewhere?
But to hide a body here, to just store it somewhere?
Which makes sense why we didn't have access to that room until the body came out, right? There's only one place. I can't think of anywhere else the body could have been stored. The kitchen, of course.
I got it! Mukuro's body was probably kept hidden in the biolab.
There is a freezer in the kitchen. Just saying.
Biolab? You mean on the 5th floor?
You might have to cut it up a little bit.
That's right. It's actually set up for use as a morgue. So it's the perfect place to hide a body. And it'd keep the body preserved at the same time.
Then you're also saying the body was moved from the biolab to the garden.
And I have no doubt that that's exactly what happened. In fact, I have proof.
When we were in the trial, we believed they were moving around the bodies. The proof that shows the body was carried from the biolab to the garden. It was the tarp. We found a tarp in the tool shed. There's something that made its way from the biolab to the garden. Tarp.
I got it! What makes me so sure the body was carried from the biolab to the garden is...
Right, Nine? How did you not see it? It was there the whole time.
The tarp that we found in the garden. When I was checking it over again, I noticed something. I noticed that some text had been stamped on one corner of the tarp.
Oh, it says Biolab.
Holy cow! How'd you notice that tiny little thing?
Makoto's nitpicky nature seems to have surfaced with perfect timing.
Nitpicky nature? You mean detective work? In a detective game?
This proves that the tarp originally came from the biolab. In fact, there's a whole stack of tarps just like it in there.
So when the killer moved the body to the garden, they must have grabbed a tarp to wrap it in. Then they simply left it as it was to protect against the sprinklers and put the coat on it afterwards.
Wow, you made everything sound so amazingly consistent.
I mean, we're kind of combining the previous trial with this trial to figure everything out.
But that's just a wild guess.
I love it. Oh, we see him starting to crack a little bit, you know?
Where's your evidence? Prove that the body was wrapped in a tarp and moved.
There is no evidence. I was simply explaining what I think happened. But you seem to be getting pretty worked up about it, wouldn't you say?
Worked up?
How does a robot freak out? That's my question. It was like sweating. I love that. People in biolabs just love their tarps. Well, I mean, when it's also a morgue, that makes sense, right?
Now that the conversation has turned to the topic of the biolab, you must be getting pretty nervous. Because the key to uncovering your secret identity is hidden within that room, isn't it?
Are you talking about unmasking the mastermind?
You see, the biolab contained an inconsistency. One so major it can't be overlooked.
What could that be? Something with the number of, what do you call, like, freezers that it had? An inconsistency in the biolab. Could you be talking about...
I can't hear you. La 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 la.
Such a child. Oh well, just ignore him.
I need to pull myself together and think. The inconsistency in the biolab. Could you be talking about... Yeah, because there was a light for each one. That's true.
Hey, by the way, Makoto, what about that one thing?
What one thing?
What do you think I'm talking about?
We went over the DVD. We've gone over the picture.
Your family.
What?
Don't tell me you forgot about that video message.
That was like at the very beginning of the game. That was like one of the first things they give us to motivate us to kill each other.
So what do you think? Are you sure your family's still okay?
Why are you bringing that up now?
We really have no idea.
Your mom, your dad, your little sister. What do you think has happened to your family?
Yeah, true. What does this have to do with anything, right?
Are they really as safe as you might have assumed?
Stop talking about that!
Calm down, Makoto. He wants you to get upset.
He's just going for an emotional response. Yeah, distraction. Exactly. Yeah, I need to calm down. I can't let him get to me. He's just saying that because he knows we're getting close to the truth in the biolab. So if I want him to shut up, I need to expose the inconsistency and slam him with it. The inconsistency has to be that one area where the numbers just don't match up. Yeah, the number of bodies versus how many lights were on. And I think there were 9 lights with Mukuro in there, right? Oh, gotta do this again.
Are you sure about this? That's impossible!
I'm so bad at this.
Are you sure about this? That's impossible!
Especially when,
What do you want?
when I lose the things
Are
where I
you
can see and I have to go
sure about
blind,
this?
then it's really
That's
tough.
Impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this?
Oh, I missed one.
Impossible!
Oh, I got it! Nice. Oh, just barely.
I'm not listening!
This should prove it.
Oh, that was weird. It got, like, rejected that first time. I was like, is that not the right bullet?
The inconsistency Kyoko's talking about is... the lights!
I love it. I love it.
What are you talking about? What about the lights?
Like I said before, the biolab also acts as a morgue. And as part of that, a giant refrigerator was installed in there. That's where everyone who's died is stored.
And it was set up so that when a slot had a body in it, a blue light would turn on.
In other words, if the blue light is on, that means there's a body in that slot.
So everybody was there at once, or everybody was at the school when this whole thing started. So was one of the people we thought died, but wasn't put, as a body in there? Are they actually the mastermind?
But I counted up the number of blue lights that were on, including the one Mukuro was in. And there were only 9.
Yeah, should have been 10. Should have been 10. And Penguin, there were 4 lights. Oh, we got 9. 9.
Why does that matter? You gotta give me the bite-sized version here, man.
Oh, poor hero. That's very true, young daddy. As soon as people start losing an argument, they know they can't win, they start to just like throw out insults and things like that. So there should have been 10, because there's 16 people total. And we still have 5 people left right now, and Mukuro, I guess.
I got it! 10 of the lights should have been on. Any other number is incredibly suspicious.
Suspicious? Why?
That's simple. Just recall who's died here so far, and it should become clear.
That's right. The key to solving this mystery. Sayaka. Junko. Leon. Chihiro. Oh, poor Chihiro. Mondo. Taka and Hifumi. Celeste. Sakura. And then victim number 10, Mukuro.
So 10 people in all?
That's right. Any other number should make you immediately suspicious.
Did any of the bodies get destroyed to a point where it wouldn't even make sense to put them in the morgue? I don't think so.
But according to the lights in the biolab, only 9 people were being stored there.
You're saying a dead body just up and disappeared?
I got it! The mastermind destroyed one of the bodies to get rid of evidence.
But if they wanted to do that, they would have destroyed Mukuro's body, since they actually killed her. And yet, her body was left alone.
That's what Hiro's gonna say. Are they zombies? Even better than ghosts, right?
Then, whose body disappeared?
It may very well be that none of them disappeared.
One of them didn't actually die.
But if that's true, then why doesn't the body count match?
Including Monokuma's executions, there have apparently been 10 deaths, but there were only 9 bodies.
Which one of those could have been faked? Sayaka, maybe? I don't know. I feel like we checked all the bodies pretty well, but I don't know.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm completely lost. How can the number of victims be less than the number of murders?
The reason there are less bodies than murders. The explanation for more murders than victims. Why is that? What would it take for that to make sense? Same person was killed twice. I didn't even think about that as an option. I'd assume only 9 murders took place. What would make sense for the same person to be killed twice? Like they just reused a corpse for something? I don't think that's it. I'm gonna go with this one. I just can't think of what that would be. And we kind of ruled this one out from our deliberations. No, that wasn't it. It is the same. Okay, I'm not sure where they're going with that. Okay, there weren't actually 10 murders, but 9. That's why there are 9 bodies. That's patently untrue. Counting Monokuma's executions, there have indeed been 10 murders. I think we can all agree on that. Actually, you're completely right. Shoot! So I should know, who did I kill twice? Who did I kill? I mean, we did murder Kyoko that one time, but that didn't count. We reloaded the game, right? So it's got to be this one. I'm trying to think of any other trials where we had a weird thing where it happened twice. Well, there was Hifumi. Remember, was it Hifumi that we thought was dead that one time, but then he actually wasn't dead? But I don't think that could be it. But I guess let's try this. I'm curious where it's going to go.
I got it!
I'm not seeing the big picture.
What about if the same person was killed twice?
Or Chihiro? Like Chihiro died and then the laptop died? I guess. We didn't look in all those things. I don't think that would be it.
Huh? Killed twice?
Officially, 10 murders have been committed so far.
Because Chihiro was one of those death sequences, though, remember? It was like an extra one or something?
But one of the victims may have been murdered, and then murdered again.
Murdered and murdered again?
If that's the case, there could have been 10 killings, but still only 9 victims, right?
Technically, you're right, I guess. But still, something like that
Could easily have happened. No, it is what happened.
Kyoko knows.
Sounds like you're already convinced. Then can you tell us who was killed twice?
It was Mukuro, of course. Before she was killed as Mukuro Ikusaba, she was killed as someone else.
Okay, I didn't see that coming. Killed as someone else. Someone that we had.
And that's why the body had to be stored in the biolab until the moment we found it in the garden.
No, that's crazy talk. She was killed as someone else? Come on! Besides, who could that someone else even have been?
Curious where this is going.
All you have to do is look at those bodily injuries of hers, and that will become obvious.
Now, they've only told us that there were... Well, wait a second. There was the head bash. Somebody bashed Sakura's head. I don't think you're going to confuse those bodies. There was all the different bruises, like a ton of different hits. That happened to Mondo. Or not Mondo. Who was it? The baseball guy. Taka? Can't think of his name. Anyway, I wouldn't confuse those bodies. Oh, Leon. That's right. Leon was the baseball guy. I always forget her name. The big pigtails that I was kind of saying how we never see her face in the pictures. Maybe I was onto something there because all those punctures that happen on her. Remember when she tried to attack? I thought that death was a little weird. It didn't happen like any of the other ones. I'm gonna go with that for now.
Nothing's gonna become obvious because Kyoko's totally delusional.
Junko, thank you, Junko. Junkie. Hopefully she wasn't a junkie. I don't know. She was a model. That's all we know. I only have Monokuma file number 5. Oh, that talks about all the...
Is this someone else that Mukuro was killed as?
The way they died,
Was
yeah.
it Sayaka Maizono? Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata?
I'm gonna grab Junko.
Chihiro Fujisaki? Mondo Owada? Kiyotaka Ishimaru? Hifumi Yamada? Celestia Lu, whatever. Or maybe Sakura Ogami. No. There's no way anyone was murdered twice.
Oh, that's not it. Mukuro died from wounds she had all over her body. Wasn't there someone else who suffered the same sort of injury?
Who is this someone else?
Okay, I think I need maybe
Mukuro
use
was-
this
was it
on Junko.
Junko Enoshima, Leon
No, not that one.
Kuwata, Chihiro Fujisaki, Mondo Owada, Kiyotaki Fumi, Celestia Lu, whatever. Or maybe Sakura Ogami. No. There's no way anyone was murdered twice.
Oh, it's blocking it. I forgot about that. I'm used to it like being moving around and stuff. I never thought they would just have it covering it. Thank you. I totally forgot. I'm like, why isn't that working? Okay, which one was it then? I'm gonna try using the file
Was it
first.
Junko Enoshima?
Okay, that wasn't it at all. Okay.
You wound me, Makoto. Words can cut as deep as any blade, you know. You interrupted me while I was talking. 1 point deduction.
Shoot.
Shoot!
Who is this someone? Was it Junko Enoshima, Leon Kuwata, Chihiro
So I'm gonna try to use
Mondo,
this at the end.
Kiyotaki Fumi, Celestia Lu,
Or maybe... No. There's no way anyone was murdered. No, that's wrong.
I think I had the right one. Nice. That's actually a nice twist on it,
Junko.
Sakobo. I totally forgot about those words can block it. I know when they're moving in front of it, they're easily detectable. I didn't think they just like attach it to it. That's clever.
Wasn't her fatal injury pretty similar to Mukuro's?
What do you mean?
Well, remember what happened to her? She was impaled by a bunch of spears, all over her body.
And Mukuro died from a number of wounds across her body. When you compare that to the stab wounds Junko suffered,
Then the similarities match?
Oh boy.
Yes, and those are the only fatal injuries that match up.
Of course, Krem. I mean, we can't go through a chapter without a nice panty shot, right?
That explains why those two bodies are actually one and the same.
so let me see if I have this straight.
And again,
Junko, or someone going by that name, was stabbed to death with multiple spears. Then her body was kept in the biolab for however long before being dragged out again. Only this time, it was presented as the corpse of one Mukuro Ikusaba.
It all matches up, right? Those wounds Junko suffered could easily be these same injuries.
I can't wait to see Monokuma's reaction now.
Then it's really true? Mukuro and Junko are the same person? Wait, so then... what does it all mean?
It means that there haven't been 10 victims, but 9. Which also means that among the people we thought were dead, one is still alive.
And that's the true identity of the mastermind?
Oh yeah.
Who is it? Who's behind all this?
We already know the answer to that. It's Mukuro. She's still alive. She took Junko's body and made it look like she was the one who died. So Mukuro is still alive. She's gotta be.
And Monokuma's just like, "Aw."
Total silence? Then I must be right. I'm right, aren't I?
Mukuro alive? The one that's still alive is Mukuro? But can we really believe that? No, there's no way. There's no way Mukuro Ikusaba is still alive. Here we got the profile, the fatal injury, and the file. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, what about the inverse?
Found in the garden.
That's a good point, Monkey.
It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
What do you say, Monokuma? Do you give up?
That's one of the things I can shoot. The That's a contradiction. I don't think so. So, for that to be true, it couldn't have been her body we found in the garden. Is that really possible?
The body we found in the garden.
I mean, I think it was.
It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
Let's see. You're thinking the profile on the first one?
She made it look like Junko's body was
Wrong
her.
button. I'll switch this.
So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
What do you say, Monokuma?
So, the body still had like the tattoo and everything on it, though.
The body we found in the... It wasn't Mukuro.
No, that's
So it didn't match up. Yeah, that sounded like a lie to me. Yeah, I
No.
love that.
The body we found in the garden was Mukuro. That's one thing we can be sure of. The body's appearance and measurements are consistent with her records.
Yeah, we had Kyoko check all that out.
Right, Kyoko?
She was 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighed 97 pounds. Her vitals were 31, 21, 32. Everything in her profile is consistent with that corpse.
And then there's the matter of the Fenrir tattoo. So there's no question it's her.
But if Mukuro's not the mastermind, then who's actually still alive?
Someone's made it look like they died, but they're actually still alive. There's only one person it could be. So, do we get to pick a dead person here? She's still alive, right?
Here's my answer. Junko is still alive. It's the only possibility.
She also had one of the weirdest deaths, you know, where it didn't happen as a normal trial thing. It just kind of happens sporadically in the middle of a conversation, right? We didn't do a trial or anything for it. I mean, we saw it happen, but, you know, maybe that was just to convince us.
Are you sure about that?
Huh?
Uh-oh.
I admit, since Mukuro is undoubtedly dead, Junko does seem to be the only other explanation.
Third
We
panty
saw
shot.
her get impaled. She died right before our very eyes. If Junko were still alive, the death we saw would had to have been some kind of charade.
really good special effects.
But you yourself confirmed she was dead, did you not?
I'm not a doctor. Very artistic. Mwah. That's a good point, young daddy. There was no body discovery thing. Yeah, the ding, ding, ding. I gently placed my hand on Junko's lifeless body. I touched her wrist to check for a pulse, like they do in the movies and stuff, but she really is dead. There wasn't anything else to say. She was gone. I did check, absolutely, and I can say for sure.
She was dead. There's no question. Junko was dead.
So, the idea that she's still alive.
It must be wrong.
Then you're withdrawing your previous statement?
Monokuma's loving this.
I know you gave it your best shot, but too bad. I guess your conclusion was a dud.
Oh, true. Just executed, not part of the game. That makes sense, Art.
Too bad, too bad.
This case hasn't been decided just yet.
Hey, you tell him, Kyoko.
Oh? You haven't given up already, have you, Makoto?
Huh?
No, of course not. There's no way I'd give up that easy.
That's all well and good, but how do you intend to solve the problem standing in your way? Junko absolutely died. Mukuro absolutely died.
Then both of them are dead, right?
Oh no.
There can't be any kind of survivor story.
Is Hiro going to talk about ghosts again?
I think we need to look at this from the opposite direction.
Huh? The opposite direction?
Let's assume Junko is still alive. If so, how could she have survived?
How could Junko have survived? I checked her. She was dead, I'm sure of it. But still, if she were alive somehow, could it be that Junko's not the one that died? It wasn't Junko, but someone else entirely? Maybe she used some sort of trick. I was just trying to think, like, was there anything in the medicine cabinet that we found that could allude to you pretending to be dead or something? I'm not sure what this is supposed to be. I'll try a couple of these letters. What word is this supposed to be? No. Replicate? Or replaced? This is the first word that I actually had to think about this entire game. They've all been like pretty obvious, but that one I was like, replaced?
Now I understand.
Had to get a few more letters. Had a Wheel of Fortune moment there.
That's it. What if she switched places with someone else?
Switched places?
That's right. Before the spears could kill her, she got someone to take her place. Specifically, Mukuro Ikusaba.
But we already knew everybody there. Like, how would she have done that quickly?
Then that would make it Mukuro's corpse that showed up later.
Which is why the body's height and weight and everything match Mukuro's profile, right?
I don't know anything about this switching places thing, but that had to be Junko who got stabbed to death, right?
And what's so weird is we saw it. It's not like you could attack Monokuma and then quickly swap bodies. That doesn't really make sense. Like, was it actually Ikusaba the whole time? That scene?
Yeah, you're saying they switched? When could they even have done that?
How many times are we going to get this panty shot, guys?
Right when she was about to die? Like she used some kind of ninja replacement technique?
That's what I was thinking. How would you even do it that quickly?
Good point. There's just no way they could have switched like that. So maybe the whole idea is wrong.
There has to be some way. I need to figure out how to explain how they could have switched. I'm going to say they switched at the beginning. That's the only one that makes any kind of sense to me. Can't switch after death, you're dead. Can't switch at the moment of death, you're not ninjas. So it's got to be at the beginning, right?
I got it! The two of them may have switched places from the very beginning.
Is she not only the ultimate despair, she's also the ultimate chameleon?
What? From the beginning?
Yes, from the moment we first met.
Did you see two Junkos?
If that's when they switched, then they wouldn't have had to switch at the moment of death, right?
Could we go look at that first corpse again when it was Junko dead and see if there's the tattoo and everything?
After all, the one we saw at that point would have already been Mukuro.
Yes, Porquito. Yeah, I did notice that. Every one of those pictures that they try to use to confuse us did not show her face.
Hold on. So, you're saying the Junko we first met was actually Mukuro all along?
We'd already met her?
Her face.
I had like a normal conversation with her.
When we first met, none of us knew who anyone else was. So Mukuro could have simply told us her name was Junko, and we never would have known the difference.
Nope.
That would easily allow the two of them to switch places from the very beginning.
Wait, but Mukuro had a tattoo on the back of her hand, right?
Thank you. Yeah, let's talk about that.
Junko never had any tattoo like that, did she?
She could have hidden it with foundation or something like that.
Oh, that's true.
If she did, it likely melted away in the explosion, exposing the tattoo after the body was extinguished.
And notice the red fingernails. I did see red fingernails on Junko. Yeah, and Mukuro is not in that pic, right?
Plus, there were the fake nails found on the hands of Mukuro's body. They were the same fake red nails she was wearing when we all met for the first time.
It's coming together now.
But if she really did use foundation...
Correct. Even if there was no tattoo on her hand, I couldn't say for certain it wasn't Mukuro. So I'm glad nobody noticed that glaring hole when we were trying to figure out who attacked Makoto. But too bad for you, Monokuma. You can't deny it anymore.
Oh, he'll find some way to deny it. He looks way too stoic right now.
Wait, so this whole thing was a setup from the very beginning?
Yeah, that was like chapter 1 that happened.
If that's true, it was quite an elaborate plan to be sure, making it look like Mukuro was Junko.
The reason such an elaborate plan was possible is because the two of them were working together.
So Mukuro, the ultimate despair, teamed up with someone like her.
Oh.
In other words, it would be fair to say that Junko herself was also the ultimate despair.
And also, what was it? Like the ultimate model or something like that?
What's wrong? Lost the will to fight back?
I think he's just afraid.
Afraid? What's that mean, afraid? Fear is only possible where hope is possible. I only have despair, so
Fashionista.
fear is an alien concept to me.
That's it. Fashionista. I forgot what they called her.
Then why haven't you been saying anything?
Because it's a bunch of nonsense. Junko's my secret identity? As if.
Then why did you try and protect Junko's real identity?
I tried to protect her identity? When did I do that?
So he still refuses to admit it, but he can try to deceive us all he wants. It doesn't matter. Junko was Jonko all along, because I've already figured it out. He tried to hide Junko's identity, and not just once, but twice. The first time was during our latest investigation. Yeah, I'm going to say it's the group photo, because remember, we never see her picture in any of these group pictures. I'm going to go with that. Or is that not what we have to do quite yet? Hold on. What matters now is presenting the right evidence. It has to do with what Monokuma tried to keep from me during the investigation. Okay, it's not looking for that yet. Chonko in Okadia. I love that. Probably this then, the fatal injury, because we found out this was how Junko had died. Well, Junko died from this originally, but they did a bunch of other fake injuries later, right? So I think this might be it. Okay, and... Oh, this isn't what it is either. Crap. Keep picking the wrong one. Oh, I think we might be out. Oh no! Nobody believes me. Nobody wants to hear what I have to say. Uh-oh, we have already come to the end of the debate. It's like, I got multiple things that make sense for, I think, what he's trying to prove, but I'm not picking the right one. Well, it would seem you were unable to uncover the mystery of this school, or Mukuro's death. You know what that means? Punishment time.
Is this really the end for all of us?
Man, I was low on hearts. I didn't think I had too many fails before that, Krem. What do you say? Give it another shot? Last time I clicked on no on accident. Hell yes.
I refuse to give up yet.
Okay, where's it going to put us?
The two of them may have switched places from the very beginning.
Oh, it was a hangman gamut. That makes sense. I did screw up a lot on that.
What?
Yes, from the moment we first met. If that's when they switched, then they wouldn't have had to switch at the moment of death, right? After all, the one we saw at that point would have already been Mukuro.
Hold on. So, you're saying the Junko we first met
Essentially 9, yeah.
was actually Mukuro all along?
Let me make sure I'm not missing some key clue
We
here.
already met her?
I had like a normal conversation with her.
When we first met, none of us knew. So Mukuro could have simply told us her name was Junko, and we never would have known the difference. That would easily allow the two of them to switch places from the very beginning.
Wait, but Mukuro had a tattoo on the... Junko never had any tattoo.
She could have hidden it with foundation or something like that. If she did, plus there were the fake nails. They were the same fake red.
Okay, this all sounds good.
But
Correct. Even if there was no. So I'm glad nobody noticed that glaring hole. But too bad for you, Monokuma.
Wait, so this
If that's true, it was quite an.
The reason such an elaborate plan was possible.
So Mukuro, the ultimate... In other words, it would be fair to say that Junko herself...
What's wrong?
I think he's just
Afraid? Fear is only possible where
Then why haven't you been saying anything?
because it's a bunch of nonsense. As if
Then why did you try and protect...
I tried to protect her identity.
You know what would make more sense, Porquito, is the water from like the sprinklers removing her foundation rather than the explosion, right?
When did I do that?
So he still refuses to admit it. He can try to deceive us all he wants, it doesn't matter. Because I've already figured out, no I haven't, apparently. He tried to hide Junko's identity, not just once, but twice. And the first time was our latest investigation. Maybe the tarp, because they're like moving bodies around? Is that what they're asking for? Because they're saying the last thing he said was that he tried to hide it during the last step of the investigation. Junko's the pile of bones, of course. Then we have no mastermind doing everything, right? Or is it this? So there was something that Monokuma did. Okay, so then the tarp probably makes the most sense because it's like moving the bodies around, right? And it was something that Monokuma specifically tried hiding from you. That's when I thought 9. It was actually the picture. Like they're hiding the face the whole time in all those pictures. Then there's this one, which I really don't understand this clue, to be honest. The phrase ultimate despair doesn't refer to a single individual, but a like-minded group of people. That could be it, because we're saying there's multiple ultimate despairs? Maybe this is it. I don't know. I feel like I'm grasping at straws at this one. Nope. Not that one. I'm going to get through all these before I find the right one. During the investigation of something. That doesn't help me. I mean, that was a clue that we found during our investigation of everything. This was a clue. I mean, these are all clues we found during the investigation, right? So, the tarp. Moving bodies around is something that Monokuma did to try to trick us. Let's try that. Nope. Shoot! Let's see here. I'm going to get through every single one of these. In the profile, it has all that information. Oh, the DVD! Okay, oh man, that's cutting it. That's tough to see. Okay. Oh, I guess we didn't get to see that person's 16. I always forget her name. Their interview, right? They cut that off before then. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I forgot about us not seeing the whole thing.
I got it! While I was in the AV
I don't think I
room,
would have gotten that.
watching the DVD of our interviews with the headmaster.
It wasn't just the monitor. The DVD player itself had apparently turned off, which of course meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened?
Oopsie, looks like it broke. Out of service.
What? It just so happened to break just now.
Now, when, then, doesn't matter. Failures can strike anytime, anywhere.
Thank you. Yeah, I was definitely going to miss that one, 9, I think.
That's what failure is, right?
You made sure I couldn't finish watching the video. And the reason you did that is because you didn't want me to see the real Junko, did you?
Oh, yeah! If everyone was in that video, of course Junko would have had to show up.
And if Makoto saw the real Junko, it would have been totally obvious that the Junko we met was an imposter.
That whole power outage thing was just a fluke.
Bull crap. No, it wasn't a fluke. The mastermind definitely orchestrated that power outage. And that's not the only thing they tried to hide Junko's identity. The mastermind tried to cover up one other piece of evidence. I gotta reveal that. Oh, this is it. I love that growl. He doesn't have anything to say. He's just gonna growl.
What do you want? What do you want? Are you sure about this? You're getting all riled up. That's impossible.
It's going fast.
What do you want?
Get him!
That's impossible.
Oh, I'm hitting the wrong one. Oh, no, I wasn't paying enough attention there.
What do you want? Are you sure about this? You're getting all riled up. That's impossible.
I forgot that I can switch the bullet.
That's impossible.
It was the... Oh, not the photo of... Group photo.
This should prove it.
The group photos don't show her. That's what I was kind of saying earlier. That's why I thought that was the first clue in the last argument.
The video wasn't the only thing you tried to cover up. You did the same thing with this group photo.
And that was a really clever thing when they had us like look at all the pictures up close and decide what was different between all of them. I think nobody's even mentioned that you couldn't see her face.
Oh.
Man, that was close.
I noticed it just a little while ago when we were all comparing the photos we got. In all the photos, there's a certain similarity, an unusual circumstance.
What's so unusual about them?
The unusual circumstance common to all these pictures. Junko's face. Yeah, the ones who got the photos?
I got it! Junko's face. The one thing common to every single photo is that you can't see her face.
I love that uppercutting the fish.
It's hard to believe her face would just happen to be hidden in every single picture, don't you think?
And French toast, please. How you doing? I love that Mario Kart emote. That's really cool.
And on top of that, in this photo, you can see that Mukuro is clearly visible. So in other words, at that point, the two of them hadn't switched yet. With all that in mind, there's no doubt that the girl whose face is hidden here is the real Junko, which is why you had to have pictures that didn't show her face. Because if we could have seen her face, then it would have clearly revealed that the Junko in the pictures wasn't the Junko that we knew.
Dun dun dun!
Xanadu!
I believe everything Makoto said is true. Junko and Mukuro switched places before we met either of them.
So she killed Mukuro, who had taken her place, making it look like she'd died. And the real Junko
Xanadu!
is still alive.
And she's the one behind this whole murderous situation. This killing game. She's the true mastermind and the ultimate despair.
Xanadu times 2!
What the heck?
With this, the identity and the crimes of the mastermind have been exposed.
No, wait, hold on!
Don't bother trying to deny it. There's no more room for debate. You don't have anywhere left to run.
What's impressive though, young daddy, is we've been dealing with that the entire game. You know, that happened early on and no one ever figured it out.
I'll prove everything right now.
Oh, Emily, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, we get to put together the comic strip. Okay, so what is our first clue? What was the identity of the ultimate fashionista who I met in the main hall? Let's see here. And Art, thank you for the follow as well, dude. Sometimes there's like multiple pictures that are kind of similar, but I'm gonna say it's this one. And then we got her stomping on Monokuma. That didn't work out too well. Are you the ultimate fashionista? I am the opposite of an ultimate fashionista. Oh, and 9, this is your clue that helped you figure it out early. So Monokuma killed Junko with the Spears of Gungir, which is also Norse mythology, and Gungir is Odin's spear. And Fenrir the wolf was killed by Odin's son. Oh man, so you were able to figure a lot of that out from like outside knowledge. That's really cool. Also, Makoto said that Junko looked different than she did in the magazine covers at the very beginning. That's interesting. Oh, I remember that now that you say it, 9. I totally forgot about that clue. That is really nice breadcrumbs. Like, I really hate it when a game or a movie or a show or anything gives you a plot twist and there is no clue to what the twist could be. You know, that's just kind of bad storytelling. You know, you got to at least put something in there to make it seem plausible. Make it tough to figure out, you know, so it surprises most people, but that's a really cool little clue. I like that. Okay, let's see here. So we see the body was switched, and now they're moving the body. Is that what this is? Where did the mastermind keep Mukuro's body? That's going to be this one, I think. That looks like when she's putting it away, though. Let's see. That's probably the best one, actually. Yeah, that's putting it in the freezer, essentially. And the fact that you happen to like mythology, that was amazing, 9. That's really clever that they put it together that way. I never would have got that. The mastermind attacked me with something. What was it? This is when he came with the knife. Or she came with the knife. When the masked mastermind attacked me, who was it that stopped them? That was Kyoko. So, which scene is that going to be? Like, these are both kind of similar. Maybe this one? So the mastermind runs away and then switches the mask. What did the mastermind do with the mask after they took it off? I'm thinking it's this one. It looks like they're putting the mask on another body. Oh, did I skip one, Weepertone? Oh, you're right. This one right here. When the mask... Thank you for that. When the masked mastermind attacked me, who was it that stopped... Wait, I thought I... Oh! I think I meant that one to go there. I did totally skip one. After their surprise attack failed, the mastermind fled my room. I think this is that. And this is that. I think that's it. Jonko's the off-brand Junko. The store brand version, right? Bit cheaper, not as good. What was the condition of the dead body when I first found it in the garden? When we first saw it, it wasn't burned yet. It was like this, I believe. Oh yeah, and then I remember she was about to take the mask off and it blew up. We couldn't identify the mysterious body because it got blown up. So now that would be... this one right here. There we go. I think that's correct. Good as new, Jonko. Some of these I'm not entirely sure about. Like this one right here. Let me get rid of that. It says, where did the mastermind keep Makuro's body? I'm just trying to think of like the order of events, like from start to begin. It shows this. I don't know what I'm seeing right there when they first get in the room. And it looks like they're still carrying the body here. Oh, this is when they take it out. This is when they take the body out. Okay, that makes sense, actually. I think the rest of those are good. Okay, let's try it out.
Here's exactly what happened.
Watch me fail on the first one, right?
We met the ultimate fashionista, Junko and Oshima, right after we all arrived here. But that wasn't the real Junko.
Hey, you got that one right.
The girl we saw before us was actually the 16th student who had taken Junko's place. And that girl's name was Mukuro Ikusaba.
Ouch.
But it wasn't long before she died at the hands of Monokuma. In other words, the mastermind, Junko and Oshima. Her body was kept in a biolab, which had been converted into a morgue.
Could you imagine?
Until Junko decided to put her body to use.
If we ever stream the other games, right? Although it might make less sense because that character isn't part of those games, I'm assuming.
Junko dragged the body out of the biolab, using the tarp to carry her to the garden.
Uh-oh. Georgie tried to come in here to say hi and knocked over a light. Hey, buddy, what you doing? Georgie wants to say hi real quick. Hi, buddy. Did you knock over a light? Where's you going, Georgie? You're a good boy. Yeah. You knocked over my light, you know that? You know that? Coming to say hi? Oh, good boy. Good boy. Yeah, see, if you can see over here, You try to come in and just knock my board right there. So essentially what that does is it lights the green screen at the bottom so that when I'm streaming, you don't see these weird like dark patches down here. Because the way my lights are hitting me, they don't really get the ground very well. So the bottom of the green screen can kind of look washed out if I don't do that. Okay, back to the game.
She fabricated the murder to try and frame Kyoko, who'd proven to be one big thorn in her side.
Yeah, she did. Now that makes that whole chapter make way more
Meanwhile,
sense.
She wanted us all to think Mukuro was still alive and hiding somewhere inside the school. So she put on a mask and then attacked me.
I think we might have got all these pictures correct.
After making sure I'd gotten a good look at the mask, she left the room. Then she put the same mask on Mukuro's body.
So here's a hint to anybody going off to college or an academy or something like that. See if they have a morgue. If that school has a morgue, don't go there. Pro tip.
This was all to make us think the person who attacked me and the corpse were one and the same.
I was very busy that day.
She wanted us to believe the murder had only recently taken place. Finally, by strapping a bomb to the body, she was able to destroy any remaining evidence.
I still can't believe Toko survived that explosion. That was pretty impressive.
She needed to hide the body's true identity.
It sounds like you're looking for a morgue in that case, Rupatome, right? Like, hey, you guys got one? I could use one.
She had to make sure we didn't find out it was actually the same person we'd met in the beginning.
Just very durable.
This is the truth behind Mukuro's murder. And the one who carried it all out is the true mastermind. The one controlling Monokuma.
That's
the
cool.
Real Junko and Oshima.
I love that scene. That was neat. Complete.
That's the whole story behind this incident. Well, what do you have to say to that?
Yeah, you have to kill yourself now. That's what you said. Those are the rules.
What? Are you broken again?
There can't be any more twists, right?
You can't get out of this, so don't even try.
Come on! It's time you finally revealed yourself!
It's not like you're an endangered species or something. How long do you plan to keep hiding?
I mean, we're all kind of endangered species to ourselves, right? There's only one John. There's only one Mukuro Ikusaba.
Give it up, Junko. The game's over.
Over?
Oh no, now what's happening?
Did you really think the story would end once we reached the climax of the case?
I knew there was more. There's an epilogue.
Wrong! There's still plenty more to go!
Oh, is it gonna switch? Hey, there she is. The ultimate despair. Oh, I like those hair clips. It's fitting. Oh yeah, and we have to reveal...
Waiting so very long for peasants like you to appear.
Well, there's a voice I didn't expect. Holy crap. She sounds very like a... Well, I guess she has a crown. That does make sense, right? I was like, sounds like an English queen or something, overacting. Nah, it's got that crown. There we go.
If you swear your fealty to us, we will reward you with half of the entire world!
She's just trying to get out of killing herself.
We've even drawn up the deed already! We will grant you honor, status, in some of our home cooking!
Oh boy. I do like home cooking.
Have you made your choice? Will you serve under us?
That sounds great. But I'm gonna have to decline.
Oh, did you think I was being serious? Sorry, I was just messing with you.
Well, that went from like a way overacting crazy voice to like a very super subdued like underacting.
It's been so long since I've had an audience. Even I'm not sure what kind of role I'm supposed to play.
It sounds like she doesn't even want to be here. This is the mastermind? She's the real Junko Inoshima?
Anyway, looks like I've finally been set free.
It sounds like I'm talking to like a random NPC in Shenmue or something. Like, like they just kind of grabbed an intern off the side. Hey, we need you to record a few lines. Come here.
Having to play Monokuma all the time, day after day.
Seems like it makes sense though that she's really bored of what she's doing. Platypus, you graduated college. Congratulations, that is awesome. Right on, way to go.
It was like I was stuck in purgatory, or like a slow suicide. I get bored so easy, you know?
So how are you going to celebrate, Platypus? That's amazing.
Your face.
Huh? What about my face?
As she's like covering half of it up.
What's wrong with my beautiful face? People have told me I'm cuter than 100 chihuahuas combined.
I just love how she's talking like she gives zero about what's going on right now.
I feel like this isn't the first time I've seen you.
No, I do remember seeing it. I'm sure I've seen her somewhere too. It was definitely before I got to this school. When did we see that? Oh, did she like... Gosh, my memory's not good enough to remember the very beginning of the game. The headmaster's room, before arriving at the school, the first day. Did we see someone in there? And we only have one heart. We'll probably have to redo this. Luckily, the game doesn't make you lose too much progress when you screw up. I'm going to go with this. This is much more specific. Nope! I'm dead. I don't remember any of that. Yeah, Junko had already switched with Mukuro by then. So it had to have been before we even got to the school. Oh yeah, maybe it was before that. Shoot! And we're dead. Yeah, give it another shot.
I refuse to give up yet.
We're gonna skip past all that.
That's the whole story behind this incident. Well,
I guess we can skip back to that same point. Oh, was there extra stuff beyond the basic things that are said? That's okay. Although you can only skip it when it's actually, we should say okay. You can only skip it when it's
Did you
text.
think I was
The animations you
being
can't
serious?
zoom past. So it had to have been before arriving at the school at all because of the time frame when they switched.
I got it. That's right. It was before I ever came to this school. I remember seeing a magazine cover.
Oh, and that's what you were saying earlier, that clue, 9, when you said that didn't actually look like her in the magazine. Yeah.
And you were on it.
Wow, you have a pretty good memory. I guess that's why you've made it this far, huh?
I can't get over the voice. No, I don't have a good memory. That's why I failed.
So I was right. Then what you told me in the main hall when this all began...
I just can't deal with it. I've seen her on tons of magazine covers, but I feel like that doesn't quite match up to reality. Huh? Oh, are you talking about my cover photos and junk? Well, of course. Those are totally photoshopped. Photoshop? Oh, this conversation's making more sense now, right? What's in the box? You missed it, Christian. There was a pile of bones. It was Kyoko's dad, apparently, was in the box. Yeah, you know, edited to hell and back with, like, computers and junk. Oh, so they're not real. That makes so much more sense now.
Sometimes a little lie is necessary to keep things moving along. Wouldn't you agree?
That explains why she didn't quite seem the same. because she was a different person all along.
Mm-hmm.
I'm me. And Mukuro is Mukuro. She tried her best. But there's just no way she could have passed as the ultimate fashionista. Two people can never become one as long as the walls of mind and body exist.
This is why she's ultimate despair, though, right? That explains why she's talking this way. She's just like, life sucks. We're all gonna die anyway.
Not even if they're twins.
Oh, see, now that's making more sense on how they were able to swap like that, right?
I know. It's such a cliche, right? I'm almost embarrassed to admit it. So basically, Mukuro and I had your stereotypical twin relationship. The older sister, tough and proud. That was Mukuro. The younger sister, smart and cute. That was...
Me! Junko fucking Enoshima!
Oh my god, this game. We went from like English royalty to I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't want to record these lines to now she's like Genocide Jill. Yeah, she is a lot of characters in one. I would love that to be the same voice actress that did all those.
And together, we were the Despair Sisters, aka the Ultimate Despair!
My god. She's got that 90s toot also.
Whoa! She's a totally different person now.
I mean, that's the third time that's happened, Hero.
Like I said, I get bored easy as hell. I even get fucking bored with myself.
Is this even the real one? I don't know.
But if you're twins, why do you have different last names? Oh, that again? You have any idea how many times people ask me that shit?
I love all the random swearing.
Maybe it's new to your dumb ass, but it bores me to tears. Answering the same questions over and over? Just make up whatever answer you want. I don't give a shit. The truth's fucking lame anyway.
So there are 2 voice actors for Junko in English and only 1 in Japanese. Do they still do like the wild swinging different voices in Japanese, I'm guessing?
But if she was your twin, that means you killed your own sister?
That would be amazing, Hussy, if Joe came out and said that.
And for reasons deeper and darker than the ocean. Ha! As if!
Well, I suppose I'd better explain.
Is it like a weird, crazy split personality thing? Like that movie Split, if you guys have seen it, where there's actually like 9 people in there. They come out at random times. Now she's like a librarian. Did she just get glasses out of nowhere?
For my plan to work, someone had to be able to control the killing game from behind the scenes.
Yes, indeed.
The so-called mastermind had to operate Monokuma, keep an eye on everyone, things like that.
She does kind of look like Byakuya. Is she gonna like do everybody?
But after looking at the situation, I determined it would be impossible for Mukuro to perform such duties.
We already had her do Jill and now Byakuya. Who's next?
Because naturally, she turned out to be the letdown of the family, leaving me behind to run off and join some band of mercenaries. Such a disappointment. So, I decided to play the role of director and have her join the rest of you in your school life. I could have let her work alongside me, but she would have been useless to me that way.
Oh, you really loved your sister, didn't you?
Besides, 15 students seemed like a solid number to start with. Of course, the fact that she was the ultimate soldier posed something of a problem. She had what I call the 3 atrocities. Atrociously rank, atrociously filthy, atrociously repulsive.
What?
It was atrociously clear just how out of touch she was with the rest of society. Meanwhile, my ultimate fashionista status has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want to go to waste.
Actually, Art, I think the first one, where it was kind of like English royalty, almost reminded me a little bit of Taka, maybe. Because he was like very positive and excited, you know?
And that's why you switched identities?
Sadly, her inability to match my personality was even greater than I'd calculated. It was a lost cause. She was nothing more than a bit player, an extra unworthy of lines.
Ah, so if they tried to keep that charade going, we would have caught on.
Being the utter disappointment that she was, anyone would have expected her to get killed off right away. Which is precisely why I killed her, to meet everyone's expectations.
That can't be your only reason, can it?
Well, no, of course not.
I also did it to avoid becoming bored.
She gets bored easily, she said.
I've never been a stickler for following a plan to the letter, you know?
Wait, which one's this?
If I planned everything out and knew just what was gonna happen, that'd be so boring.
Is that Hina?
So, I changed things just a bit and decided to use Mukuro to make a little point.
I love it.
In other words, Mukuro's death was a one-sided, premeditated act of betrayal. Just as I suspected. When Mukuro was killed, she must have been as surprised as anybody else.
Is that the look of surprise? That wasn't supposed to. Why me? Oh, I vaguely remember that now, too.
So, you figured it out?
See, this is the kind of game, if you play it a second time, knowing everything, you pick up on a lot of cool little details, I'm sure.
Well, you're right. There's no way Mukuro could have pulled off such a convincing performance. But she did teach you all a very valuable lesson, don't you think?
How can you talk like that?
Yeah, she crazy.
You sacrificed your own sister. How does that not even bother you?
What? I sacrificed her? That's what's got you so hot under the collar? Jeez, misunderstandings sure are scary. We were the ultimate despair, you know? So we never had any kind of hope or expectations.
Oh, that's true.
Nope. I felt despair as long as I can remember. Like I never should have been born at all. When I was born, I cried tears of total despair. So that's why for us, it's not a big deal whether we die or kill. We're just those kinds of people. We can do anything. We've always been filled with despair. So when we do something, we go all the way and live without regret.
You know, listening to this with this voice is kind of disturbing.
So you just murdered your own sister and didn't think anything of it?
It seemed, yeah, as a Kobo, when it actually happened, she was very confused and not happy, yeah.
That's not true at all.
Now is it Kyoko? Is that supposed to be Kyoko?
We were twins. How could I not be sad? That's why it gets me so excited.
Oh, wait. It's getting bonk-worthy. Maybe it's Toko.
Huh? Killing my precious sister with my own two hands.
I just noticed all the mushrooms on her head. What's that all about?
That act is filled with so much despair. You can't help but put a super in front of it. It's like super, 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 super despair. No, more than that.
More than that?
Super, 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 super despair. It just feels so good.
I mean, we've had characters that talk like that in the game, so it makes sense that she's, you know, doing the same thing.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Thank you, hero. Someone had to say it.
And my sister, too. In that moment of death, I think she must have felt that despair. After all, to be murdered by your own sister, and only as an example to someone else, she must have died feeling such excruciating hopelessness.
Yeah, you could see it in her face.
I'm so jealous of her. Super jealous.
I knew you couldn't be just some ordinary person. You're some kind of abnormality.
Yeah, that's saying it lightly.
Turning your own despair into some kind of fetish. Abnormality doesn't even begin to describe it.
Like, Genocide Jill is crazy for sure, but this is a whole nother level of nuts.
What's amazing is Genocide Jill's been great. She hasn't done anything wrong, really, this entire game.
You're saying I don't compare to some lowly beast that can only kill the weak, right? So I'm hopelessly attractive, hopelessly brilliant, hopelessly athletic. I'm the hopelessly perfect ultimate human.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, I don't think there's anything perfect about anything you just said.
Yeah, Master's way more perfect. Because on top of everything else, he's got that noble blood.
Although I guess that makes sense. With the crown, it was probably trying to be Byakuya.
Don't you mean had that noble blood?
What?
What did you just say? What do you mean by that?
You still haven't figured that part out yet? Man, you guys are so slow!
It's a good impersonation from somebody else doing the voice, right?
You haven't even solved all the mysteries, and yet here you are, yapping away!
No, seriously though, Junko did a great job of hiding everything.
Are you talking about our memories?
You've already solved this mystery, right? I'm the killer! So how about the next one? Maybe you should solve the riddle of your missing memories. Then you can start gloating!
Damn straight! That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to solve all these mysteries. And then we'll have our victory!
Yeah, we don't get out until we do that.
I can't wait!
All right, then let's just get straight to the point. What memories did you steal from us?
Yeah, damn straight.
When the group pictures were taken, and those interviews, it must mean... I got it! It must have something to do with our entrance exams.
That doesn't sound right.
No fair! At least give us a hint!
Your brains are like sponges, all drippy and leaky. I already gave you a hint before. All the memories you lost share something in common with a few other things. Do you recall?
Thinking back to what Monokoma's told us, the memories that were stolen from us, and what they must be related to. Okay, so, I mean, I was trying to think what could cause us to, like, lose all our memories, and the first thing that came to my mind was, like, a traumatic experience, right? And when the fact that she just told him you used to have royal blood makes me think something happened to his family or something that he doesn't have anymore. We don't know what Byakuya is going through, but my guess is that we all saw something in those, like, motives that was so traumatic, that's actually what maybe caused us to lose all these memories, perhaps. We all had our own individual thing. I'm gonna try this one. I'm not 100% sold on it, but that's what I'm guessing right now.
I got it! You're talking about the motives you provided to try and get us to kill each other, right?
So you do remember after all. Well, I would hope you wouldn't forget something so important.
I'm glad we came back to this voice actress.
It was stupid of me to even ask. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for my bad manners.
It's just, oh, okay. It's like the voice acting in this game is so good, and then this one just sounds like so indifferent.
So then, let me ask you another question.
Oh, that could be Celeste. I think you're right, Porquito.
Did you notice that each motive I presented you had a specific theme to it?
Death and loss and tragedy?
A theme?
Yep, you got it. So that's my question to you all. When Sayaka was murdered, what was the theme of the motive I presented?
The theme for the motive Monokuma gave us for the first murder. Monokuma gave us those DVDs. On my DVD was footage of my family. On Sayaka's was her and her friends. They had a dream they all shared. So for the first murder, the motive we were given was... I'm gonna say human connections? Yeah, love triangles, me and my parents. It's disgusting. Human connections.
I got it! The driving force behind the motive you presented us with at that point was human connections.
Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Remember those DVDs I gave you guys?
Ding, ding, ding. Like, I love that they made her read that.
Each video showed the total destruction of your most important relationships. For example, your family. For example, your friends.
Yeah, I remember seeing them all dead in that shot too.
I ruined all those relationships and showed you the results. It was to motivate your desire to escape and kickstart your urge to kill. But still, what a cruel thing to do.
You're the one that did it!
Yes, well, I'm perfectly happy to accept your disapproval.
Okay! Time for the next question!
Oh man, I lost my favorite voice actress.
So, what was the theme for the second motive?
For the second murder, the motive theme was... That's when we got those weird envelopes from Monokuma. Mine mentioned how I used to wet the beds. It was like shame, public ridicule. So the theme for that one was... Or the past, I guess, for these, basically. Pissing myself. The meaning of life. Nailed it.
I got it! It was our past, right?
Yay! Makoto got it right again! That time, the theme was... embarrassing memories and secrets! Yeah!
Oh my gosh, that laugh.
And the whole reason Mondo did what he did was to protect his secret.
So, how long do you plan on dragging this out?
Relax, relax. Okay, on to the next question.
This is that classic, like, evil villain mastermind that they really just want to impress people with how smart they are. So that's why we're kind of going through all this.
So, what was the motive for the third murder?
I was like, okay, you're at the end, but hold on, let me show my work so you can see how impressive it was. The theme for the third murder was, the reason Celeste turned to murder was, she wanted to buy a European castle and live there with a bunch of handsome men. So that time, it was greed. Remember, it was like I forget, however many millions of dollars you would win?
I got it! It was money, wasn't it? Greed.
Yeah, it was smart, young daddy. She knew what people needed and used that to get them to murder people.
Seek and destroy! Hell yeah, you got it again!
The voices are so insane.
Goddamn
I love
straight it was money! Celeste killed Hifumi and Taka for a little personal gain. Her greed led to all kinds of death and destruction.
What's the point of all this? Why are you making us go through this case by case?
Don't worry, sweet cheeks. Just one more to go.
She sounds like she's right out of like a 1990s commercial that's like just full of attitude to be that 90s cool, you know?
Now, can you tell me the motive behind crazy-ass Sakura's crazy-ass death?
Crazy ass Sakura, where you get that from? So, what was it that made Sakura decide to kill herself? It had to do with Monokuma exposing Sakura's secret. So the theme of that motive in the fourth case was... Maybe betrayal? Because, like, Sakura was actually working with them, you know? But that could also go to secrets and also go to blackmail. I want to say blackmail because Sakura did say that they had stuff against her and that's what was causing her to do this, you know? No, that wasn't it. Once you got Hiro agreeing with you, you know you're wrong. That's it. Monokuma blackmailed Ogre to get her to kill us.
Hey, that's what you call blackmail. I call doing business. Seriously, if you don't get it, woohoo.
There's no doubt Monokuma tried to coerce Sakura into killing one of us, but that's not what led to Sakura killing herself.
Shoot!
Okay, so it's more about why she actually killed herself, not why she did all of that in that chapter. I'm gonna go with secrets. I really don't know what they're asking me for here. Nope, not that one either. So you're saying the desire to hide her secret was the motive? Not quite. It was true that she kept a secret from us, but what's important right now isn't that she hid something, it's what she hid.
Shoot!
Crap, I'm gonna use all my hearts right here. Luckily there's only one more.
I got it! In her case, it was betrayal.
Precisely. You see, once I revealed Sakura's betrayal, that led to everything that came afterwards. Anyway, it looks like you answered all of my questions correctly. How painfully delightful.
I don't know, maybe I'm remembering it wrong. I thought that more, not the only reason that she killed herself, but a big part of it was she was trying to do that to, like, help save all of us, you know? Almost like a redemption for what she had done. Where she, like, broke down the door. She knew she was going to get killed anyway for breaking all those rules kind of thing.
But what's the point? What meaning is there in asking those questions now?
Relationships? Secrets? Money? Betrayal? These are all pretty standard motives, right? The most normal of normal. Totally middle of the road.
But of course, those aren't the only motives that exist in this world.
There's that one again.
In fact, There are as many reasons to kill as there are people on Earth. They compel humans to kill each other, bringing despair to the world. This is what we refer to as the seed of despair.
Seed of despair?
Just as water, air, and food promote growth in living things, the seed of despair also needs nourishment. And that nourishment is hope. Despair can grow only in the presence of hope. Two sides of the same coin, divided by a razor-thin line. Such is hope and despair.
Interesting.
How much longer is this stupid speech of yours?
I mean, we know we're trying to like figure out the secret of everything, but I love how just, impatient Byakuya is.
Weren't we discussing our missing memories? Why are you trying to change the subject?
If you would listen, you would see I'm not changing the subject. We are discussing your memories. What I'm trying to say is, the seed of despair is closely tied to your own memories.
How so?
You see, by taking away your memories, I gave you hope. Of course, that hope merely existed to be consumed by despair.
How could taking away someone's memories give them hope?
I mean, if you're in such a low place that you have no hope and you manage to take away all that experience, boom, you can feel hopeful again, right?
And plus, you haven't given us any hope anyway.
Is that so? All you've been able to think about during your time here is how to escape, right? The mere fact that that's what you want proves I gave you hope.
Yeah. We all wanted to win.
What are you talking about?
If none of you wanted to escape this school, the killings never would have taken place.
That's what Celeste was saying. Of course, she did want to get out.
That is why we took your memories, so that you would have the desire to leave.
The only reason we want to leave is because you took our memories. Is that what you're saying?
Correctamundo!
We got some bad stuff waiting for us outside if we would actually want to stay here.
Which means if we did have our memories, then we wouldn't want to leave. Do I understand that right?
What? Why the hell would having our memories make us not want to leave?
A most troubling thought, isn't it? But it's not enough. I want more distress, more despair. I put so much effort into creating hope in order to feed your despair and make it grow. So, just like Crazy Eddie slashing his prices and passing the savings on to you, let me give you a hint.
Crazy Eddie.
Huh? Really?
Then hurry up and tell us.
Okie dokie. Like they say, seeing is believing. I'd like for you to see the outside world.
Oh no. Oh no. Is it just like an apocalypse out there? I mean, people are watching high school students murder each other on TV, so... The outside world?
You mean the world beyond the school walls?
So something really did happen out there.
Now are you interested in what I have to say? You wanna see what's out there? Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I wanna see too. See your faces sink into despair.
We're gonna take one look outside and be like, we're good. Let's just keep on feeding us. We won't kill each other.
Now then, open sesame! Behold, the world beyond the school walls! This is the outside world you've all been so anxious to claw your way back into.
It's like, what was that movie? Planet of the Apes. When the ape, like the Statue of Liberty had the ape head. What the hell, Monokuma took over everything? There's like a giant Monokuma. It looked like a bunch of people wearing Monokuma masks and destroying things like the Purge. What is going on?
What the?
Dangerous. The world has grown so very dangerous. That's what this means.
So that makes sense in a couple ways. Not only is that how this could be totally normal television content that people aren't going to stop, but also the fact that maybe that's why police aren't even coming here to try to stop it, right?
What are you talking about? None of this makes any sense.
It's like, this is just a normal show. You know, real life people killing each other. Normal.
What am I looking at?
This is a scene from a movie or something, right?
What you just saw, all of you should recognize it.
We should recognize it? What about it should we recognize? This whole world is
That
insane.
world is locked away within the memories that were taken from you.
Oh no. I bet part of those memories is we maybe participated in some of that chaos.
If you can't remember, please just try. Do your best to try and recall.
Better kick your brain in the ass, because it's up to that gray lump whether you live or die.
That's a good analogy, Porquito. Skynet, but anime. And they killed each other to escape to a world overrun by Monokumas. What does the term say? Get out of the frying pan and into the fryer?
I don't remember. Ain't a fucking excuse no more. Because now it's time for the final class trial.
Oh gosh. No, I'm guessing this is actually like right near the end, because I do have to wrap up pretty soon. Genocide Jack's memory. That's an interesting one. I don't remember what that is.
Remember or die. What the fuck happened outside?
You want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy, confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing.
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering?
Nobody can remember anything. This is the end.
Oh, I missed it.
For all of us.
I think Genocide Jack would remember.
What choice do we have?
Because luckily, she has two different sets of memories, you know, and they don't coincide. If I can't remember, is it all over? I mean, how can she show me something so completely incomprehensible and then just say remember? Every single one of us has lost our memory. It really is hopeless after all. No, wait. There's a chance that she hasn't forgotten. Yeah, exactly.
Come on, bitches.
Remember what the fuck happened?
You want us to when it comes to that crazy... I don't understand.
What's the meaning of the foot?
Is this another one of...
I mean, what am I supposed to...
Nobody can remember.
There we go. Nice.
No, that's wrong.
That'd be... it would really suck, Sakobo, and I'd totally believe it.
She might remember.
Who might remember?
We just need you to sneeze, Toko.
The other Toko. Genocide Jack.
What?
The two of them share certain kinds of knowledge, but their memories aren't linked, right?
Genocide Jack isn't one to help us too much.
I see. If their memories are separate, then even if one personality's forgotten, there's a chance the other may still have those memories.
What do you say, Toko?
Are you telling me to swap places with her? No, absolutely not. That'd be like forfeiting my entire identity.
Toko, you're the only one we can rely on now.
Master can make her do it. And it's real gross, too. There's like snot everywhere. We're nearing the end of the game. I know, I'm trying to finish it as soon as possible. Andy's waiting.
Dun, da, da, da! It's me, your friendly neighborhood serial killer. Boy, she just gave in like it was nothing.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to have it answered immediately. Do you know anything about this video?
Huh? What video?
The video that's playing right now.
I love that voice acting.
Who the hell are you?
Oh, I'm the mastermind.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
That's enough! Just look at the stupid screen!
Focus, Jill, focus.
Aye, aye. Roger, you got it, Captain.
She's like, oh yeah, that's totally normal. Young Daddy, it's the game that never ends. Okay, well, we'll save it whenever the game even gives me a chance to save it.
Well, does it look familiar?
I don't have all the details, but of course it does!
Then you remember all the stuff it's showing?
Of course I do!
So it's not a lie.
So you didn't lose your memory after all.
Then why didn't you say something earlier?
Well, when I say long, I mean like 10 or 15 minutes, Sakobo. Is that possible? My guess is not.
I only answer questions when someone bothers to ask me. I'm the quiet type, you know?
Oh my god, she's the worst liar in the world.
More importantly, if you really do remember, what is it?
Huh? What's the matter, Master? Do you really not remember the tragedy?
You mean that's all it was? Just a tragedy?
The tragedy?
Oh no! You seriously forgot? Maybe I can help you remember with a kiss.
I don't think it's gonna help.
Just answer the question. What happened out there?
Well, I can't really say if it happened or if it's still happening, but it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
Why is that phrase coming up now?
We've heard that before.
Because it's all because of that event.
What is?
Are you serious? I'm talking about the way the world is now.
Is now?
The world's been destroyed, get it?
Destroyed?
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Copy that, darling. Okay, so this big, awful, tragic event, they started just calling it the tragedy, happened about a year ago. It was so big and so bad that even this murderous fiend went pale at the sight of it.
Is it kind of like The Purge or something? It's weird seeing everybody with the masks on.
I guess you could say what happened was man-made. But it was more on the level of a worldwide natural disaster.
I love the giant Monokuma there.
Either way, there's no doubt that it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. And as a result, in basically no time flat, the world turned out the way it did. And that's that.
That's it.
That's all there is to it? Come on! There wasn't a single concrete description in there!
We don't know why it happened.
Well, it just so happens I don't know any of the specifics. Miss Moreau saw it all play out in real time, so why don't you ask her?
We already did, and she didn't know anything. That's why we're asking you.
I couldn't live up to Master's expectations! To die! To die! This is the true tragedy!
Like biting herself.
Okay, that's enough of your little lover's quarrel. Whatever happened, it doesn't matter at this exact point in time, right? The end justifies the means. Everything serves the outcome. In other words, the world has ended. That's the important thing.
How can the world just end? It's the world!
Calm down. It's okay. There's no need to panic. Every living person will be dead in 100 years anyway. So the world ending isn't that big a deal.
Everyone will be dead?
Oh, come on. Now you're just being ridiculous.
Well, as long as we're being ridiculous, I have another ridiculous story to tell you. It's the story of the Togami Corporation, which has given Byakuya's life all its meaning.
Oh, interesting.
What? What did you say?
I'm glad to see you took the bait. You bit into it like a middle-aged secretary at an all-you-can-eat cake buffet.
That's rude.
Hey! So, what do you think happened to the Togami family?
I think they fell.
Correct. Well done, peasant.
Yes.
But I didn't say anything yet.
I just got so fucking bored waiting, I couldn't help it. Even if you're wrong, eventually you'll figure it out, right?
So ridiculous.
Till then, you're just going in circles.
So, no matter what you pick, you get the right answer. Pretty innovative, don't you think?
But do you think it might be a disease? Getting bored so easy, I mean. Do you think I might be sick?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Anyway, like I was saying, Byakuya's entire lineage has been totally annihilated.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
I can confirm that his entire family has died. Even the distant relatives.
Oh, dang.
The Togami name has perished.
Stop with these idiotic jokes!
He mentioned that no longer royalty, right?
Stop! And said with such authority. A peasant would dare challenge us? The avatar of divine punishment? You must learn your place, peasant. You are no longer the ultimate affluent progeny.
If he's not that, Byakuya has nothing.
They couldn't possibly be gone! The Togami family is destined to guide the world!
Hell, there is no world anymore, remember? It got fucked a full year ago.
Hold on. That doesn't make any sense.
Oh man.
Huh? I don't make sense.
There's no way that happened a year ago. I mean, we only came to this school a few weeks ago.
Did they put us in the freezer? Did they keep us frozen for a while before this?
If some kind of world-ending event happened a year ago, then how do you explain the totally normal world we were living in up till then?
At least as far as our memories were concerned.
Have you considered the possibility that you're mistaken about that?
Mistaken?
Well, if I'm understanding you right, it sounds like you think the tragedy happened a year before you arrived here.
Well, yeah. I mean, like he said, we just got here a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago? Ooh, I get it. You're saying that what happened 2 years ago actually happened more recently, right?
Huh? 2 years ago?
2 years ago now.
Well, I mean, you guys all started attending Hope's Peak Academy 2 years ago.
Well, now this makes more sense. That's where all those pictures where all happy came from, right? Wait, what? 2 years ago? What does that...
What the hell is this chick trying to say?
I understand why you'd have trouble accepting it, but in the end, you can't deny the truth. And the truth is, everything is cause and effect. Deny that, and you may as well give yourself up to God. So, you must surely understand all the hints I've given you so far, right? What are the memories I took from you?
Come now, answer us. Answer with all your heart and soul.
How are we supposed to answer?
I just don't know what's going on anymore.
Hero, you never understood what's going on. Still, we have to answer somehow. If we don't, everything ends right here. The memories that were stolen from us, if what Junko says is true, if we first came here 2 years ago, but the rest of us only remember getting here within the last few weeks or so. So the memories she took from us, the tragedy, I'd assume, could be our entire past. We don't remember being at Hope's Peak. We don't remember the tragedy. This is like A, B, all of the above. They took away our memories of our life at Hope's Peak. They took away our memory of the tragedy. So this seems like the correct answer. The entire past. Of course not. I'm going to say because they were focusing on us being here at the school, let's do that.
I got it!
There, thank you, God.
If we accept that what you say is true, then we've all lost our memories of the last 2 years after coming to this school.
Nope. No. I mean, no matter what anyone says.
I love this reaction.
Another correct answer. Well done, peasant.
Seriously? This routine again?
We've lost 2 years worth of memories?
That's right. You've already spent 2 full years here at Hope's Peak Academy, and that entire period of time is precisely what you've forgotten.
Okay, this makes something else make sense. When the headmaster said, hey, you're going to have to be here forever, maybe he knew what was going on or what was about to happen or something.
I don't remember the last 2 years of my life? That's not possible!
I want to think that too. I don't want to believe it. But that's nothing but our desire. I don't want to believe. I want it to be impossible. But if it's the truth, then we have to accept it. Okay, I gotta see what they're gonna ask us.
2 years worth of memories. I could never lose something like that.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything!
Locker
Heck,
notebook.
I've never even gone to a single class! This is all just...
Oh, the single class.
surreal.
That was it.
How freaking old am I?
Remember that
Everyone's
the
so
notebook had information from classes in there.
2 years, I could never lose.
We've been living here for
Hell no! I mean, I haven't gone. Heck, I've never even gone to a single class.
There we go.
No, that's wrong.
Yeah, we have your classes from your or notes from your classes you took.
There's something I'd like you to take a look at. This notebook right here.
Huh?
I found it in the locker room on the 2nd floor. If you don't mind, could you take a look inside?
Sure, whatever you want. But I've never seen this notebook before in my life.
Is that your handwriting?
Wuzza, is something wrong?
It's kinda similar. No, even more than that.
Creme their legal, John.
This is absolutely my handwriting, without a doubt. But how is this? I don't remember ever writing in this thing. No way.
That would be scary.
It looks like you actually did attend class here at Hope's Peak, but somehow, you forgot all about it.
Lies! It's all one big lie!
I don't want to believe it either. But there's also no explanation for this pocketbook.
Oh, I forgot about the great handwriting, yeah.
And whose pocketbook is that?
It's mine. And the handwriting inside is also mine. There's no doubt about it. But just like Hiro, I have no memory of ever writing in it.
And the reason for that is the 2 years of missing memories?
After seeing all the evidence, do you have any choice but to acknowledge the truth?
Isn't it just so desperately dark? The mystery's solved, but it's like a goddamn funeral in here. Shit, man, I've never been to a funeral. Hell yes!
Oh my gosh.
2 years of school life. How many moments of blossoming youth have you missed out on? How many fun classes? How many school events? This was your chance to build lasting friendships, right?
Instead, we killed each other.
And on top of that, something tragically sad happened 1 year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
Oh my god, can you believe it?
Right before everyone's eyes, the world came crashing down. You absorbed all that despair, but then you forgot it all. And once you'd forgotten, you made the choice to subject yourselves to this killing game. Oh, and there's one other thing. To be even more precise, the memories you all lost were...
Actually, never mind.
Oh, come
I'm
on.
bored. Explaining stuff is boring.
What?
That was so close. We were so close.
We are bored of this world. Everyone always talks big, declaring all the great things they'll do. But then they always fizzle out. This world is just so desperately fucking boring!
What are you talking about?
In a way, I'm jealous of all of you. To give yourself over so completely to such stimulating despair.
Yeah, so figure out the rest for yourselves. I'm sick of expositioning all this shit.
Figure out what?
Figure out where your memories come apart. That's at the heart of all of this.
Oh, we're so close. We're so close. Where our memories come apart. Is she talking about the moment where we must have lost our memories? I can only think of one time. Just after I set foot in the main hall for the first time. And that was... when we fainted, right? Because we went to the school, we fainted, then we woke up in that classroom, I believe.
I got it! The moment I lost my memories. I can't think of any time other than that day. When I first came to the gates of this school and stepped foot in the main hall. When I passed out, I was overcome with a strange sensation.
Wow, you still have enough spirit to keep on talking, huh? So I don't know much about the details, but it seems like everyone remembers passing out, right?
Oh, that's clever, Sokobo. Yeah, I guess they did mention that what happened to my body. Yeah, because like, I wasn't like this 2 years ago. Where did these come from?
And your sense of time got all messed up because of the memory loss after that? I guess it must have been something like that.
After I passed out, I woke up in a classroom with my head on a desk.
Especially because that's an age where, you know, you're going through a lot of bodily changes.
I assumed not much time had passed since I'd collapsed in the main hall.
Only 2 years.
But instead, 2 whole years had gone by.
The reason
Oh,
it felt
that's
so
wild.
short was because our memories of the time in between had been completely removed.
You got it, honey. 2 years of memories? Poof! Gone! Which means, of course...
When everyone met for the first time, it wasn't actually for the first time. Unaware of this fact, you took the time to introduce yourselves to each other, but
And now all the pictures make
But
sense.
by that point, we'd already spent 2 years together at the school. That's what those photos reveal, isn't it?
Yep, that's what they reveal. You were all such close friends. You spent 2 years together, and then you started killing each other.
That's messed up.
And it was all so you could escape into a world that's already been annihilated. What a terribly tragic tale. Even if you left now, there's nothing you could do to fix it.
See, Celeste had the right idea about staying here.
You're the one who set things up to be like this.
I love you all so much.
What?
Yeah, you sound like it.
Once your school life here began, I thought about you constantly. It's only natural that I would fall in love.
So, since I love you guys so much, I'll tell you all about it. All about the idea we came up with as the ultimate despair. Our plan to bring despair to all mankind.
Wait, so she kickstarted this whole end of the world thing?
Let's go back in time 2 years, okay? Back to when everyone first came to this school. School life during that first year overflowed with hope and happiness.
Everybody looks super happy in all these pictures.
Oh boy, it was just the worst. Everyone was enjoying themselves so much. You were all having the time of your lives.
But that couldn't last forever, of course. The peacefulness only made it through that first year. Because after that, an event unfolded that hammered a soul-crushing despair into all of humanity. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. All too soon, the world's days of peace came to a bloody end. And as you can imagine, the school was no exception.
Kind of reminds me of Joker from Batman. There's some of those old ones where everybody kind of dresses up like Joker and starts causing havoc.
The tragedy even made its way here, leading to the extermination of most of the students.
What are you?
What do you mean?
The most tragic event in human history, and the ultimate despair that caused it. I can't believe it's all because of just you and Mukuro. Was it some kind of organization? An angry mob? An incredibly motivated family?
You have a point. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was none of those. How can I put it? It was more of an ideological thing. Despair is contagious, you know? It's almost like a natural phenomenon.
It's true. If you hang out with people that are always downers and, you know, in a bad mood, it'll put you in a bad mood too.
Everyone is capable of it. And now the entire world has fallen into despair.
In other words, if you see despair as the enemy, then your enemy is the world itself.
I just don't understand why.
We didn't ask you to try to understand. This was a tangent anyway, unrelated to the matter at hand.
Okay, so let's get back to the story.
These like mood shifts between character voice actors.
Hope's Peak had taken so much damage. You guys were the only survivors. The members of the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy were the only ones left.
Oh, that's why like part of the school's all destroyed and you see that room that looks like a massacre happened, right?
And then something super neat happened. Now pay attention, because this is important, and I'm only gonna say it once. So guess what? To protect everyone who had survived, Hope's Peak was transformed into a shelter. That's right. It was transformed into a shelter. I said it twice.
Now, someone was responsible for that transformation, for creating what would eventually become your prison.
The headmaster.
Do any of you know who that might have been?
The one who turned Hope's Peak into a shelter and isolated us. Yeah, that's why we had to sign for that thing, right? Where we kind of said, like, yeah, I agree that I will stay here forever, essentially. The Prime Minister.
I got it! It could only have been the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy.
I love all this age, like, determination you guys are doing, just to see if we can smash or not.
He wanted to turn the school into a shelter to try and protect us. To protect us from the despair and tragedy taking place outside.
And we all knew about it at that time.
That's why he asked us to make that promise.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have made the promise, right?
To say that we were willing to live in this school forever.
Correct. It's important.
We believe he had something like that in mind, yes. If you, the collective hope of a new generation, could survive, maybe the world could have a fresh start.
Oh, that does make sense, right? You have like the people that are best in everything. A lot of times doomsday stories do that, where they collect the best of everybody and try to keep them alive.
Yeah, the headmaster put that much faith in you.
And because we had that same hope, that's why we all agreed to live here forever.
But creating the shelter was also his single biggest mistake. It's laughable, really. He was the headmaster, but he had no idea.
That's pretty sad.
He had no idea that we, the ultimate despair, had already made our way into the school. So what was supposed to be a shelter to keep you safe became a cage that made it impossible for you to escape despair. I have to say, it really helped me out a lot. It saved me a ton of time.
Kyoko's gonna be pissed.
By the way, it was you yourselves who blocked off the windows, the doors, all the exits.
Well, that makes sense.
Under the headmaster's direction, you all went about your work like obedient little sheep.
You mean we trapped ourselves in here?
And then you forgot all about it and started bitching about how you were trapped in here.
That's kind of funny.
Once you'd finished building your little shelter, it was time for me and Mukuro to get to work. And thus began the killing game.
Me and Mukuro had come here, spending the last 2 years waiting for that moment.
That moment where you all began killing each other served as the climax of our global despair plan.
And the only reason you survived the tragedy was so that you could be a part of it.
You only let us live so we could go around killing each other? Is that what you're saying?
That's messed up.
Why? Why would you do that?
Because this was so much more than a simple high school death match. Rather, it was a method to hunt down and destroy every last remaining speck of hope in the world.
And also why they're televising it, I would assume, because you want to spread the despair of what's happening in the school with the whole world.
What are you saying?
Well, it would seem that there's a little bit left out there. A few souls unwilling to give up hope. So I thought I should show them, which is why
Well, why don't you tell me?
What the mastermind did to show everyone in the outside world, that was... And this is the whole televised thing. Oh, it's going to be a pickle word, huh? Okay, I gotta be careful. I don't want to lose all my hearts here. What is that? I'm not sure I know this word. I still don't know this word. Hijack! Oh, I missed it. Where's the J? Give me another J. My life for a J, please. Any J. Any kind of J will do. Thank goodness. Oh, I didn't think I was going to get one in time.
Now I understand.
Whew.
You're talking about you hijacking the airwaves, aren't you?
Uh-huh. That's exactly what I'm talking about. To show the world the murders taking place at this school, which was meant to be a symbol of hope.
That was the whole point of the ultimate despair. When I said climax, That was what I was talking about! The world watched as you fell into despair and began to kill each other one after another.
Must have been a pretty popular show.
Despair is as contagious as any disease. Any hope left turns to despair.
Isn't the power of television just amazing?
A little too scary.
By the way, since we started broadcasting, a whole bunch of people have tried to come and rescue you.
Are you serious? But utilizing the heavy weaponry I installed around the school grounds, I had no problem expelling them.
Expelled them?
Oh no.
I have to thank you all. They were a relentless bunch, refusing to give up on hope and trying to force their beliefs on the world. But in the end, I was able to give them the final despair. Death.
So you just used us? To bring despair to everyone in the outside world?
See what reality TV can do to you?
Well, sure, but I also gave you a second chance at life, right? So it's like, give and take.
Give and take? You're so full of shit!
Oh, I do vaguely remember that, Sokoba. That was a long time ago, but yeah.
And there's a reason I chose you guys to survive when all the other students were dropping like flies. I mean, we built up 2 years of memories together. You were all my treasured classmates.
Sorry, that's a lie. I just figured you'd despair even more when you found out a friend had betrayed you.
And that's the truth, which is what you wanted, right? So, does it make you feel utterly lost and hopeless?
I feel like we all actually kept our spirits up pretty high throughout this whole thing.
You solved the mystery, but despair at the truth, right?
Don't tell me. Did you seriously count on the possibility that we would solve your mystery?
And if we did, then what?
It's pretty smart.
Our final desire for creating this world of despair was so we could experience one last class trial. If you were bold enough to solve the mystery, only to discover that the truth was utterly hopeless, how would you react? What would you do?
See? Discovering the truth doesn't necessarily lead to a sense of hope.
Truth can be full of despair, too! Like right fucking now!
True. Truth full of despair.
Not to mention, all those motives I talked about were totally meaningless. I mean, with the world having ended and all.
So all those pictures were the truth.
Meaningless? Then we've been murdering each other for nothing?
Well, so that everybody else in the world would kill themselves.
And think about it. You chose to lock yourselves up here, then started murdering each other to get out.
We weren't just random strangers either. We were classmates. We'd spent 2 years together.
No, even I can't laugh at that.
Oh, dang. You know it's bad when that happens.
We get it. We get it, okay? You're totally awesome, right? We get it already. So help us. I'll do anything. Just help me.
No, Krim. It's the game that never ends. As I'm discovering visual novels often do.
A peasant begging for his life? Oh, how delightful! We've never witnessed such a travesty firsthand.
I think this trial's been going on for like 3 hours.
But I'm sorry to say, begging doesn't work on me. All I want is despair, and there's no reason for it. And since there's no reason, there's no argument against it. There's just no understanding it. No argument, no understanding. What better definition of ultimate despair could there be?
Wait, hold on. You've just been going on about whatever you feel like, but there's no real reason for us to believe anything you have to say.
What?
Huh?
You say the world's fallen apart, but I haven't seen it for myself, so I don't acknowledge it.
Aha.
I don't accept it as the truth.
Nice.
Until you see it with your own eyes. Truth and falsehood overlap one another. In other words, you're not unlike Schrodinger's cat right now. Is that what you're saying? If so, what then?
Are you saying you won't accept the truth until you can go outside and see for yourself?
I like that. That's a good one.
Well, you better not. You go out into that world and you're all goners for sure. Trust me, I'm not lying about any of this.
Have you guys ever seen 10 Cloverfield Lane? It kind of reminds me of that a little bit.
Well, Even if it's all true, I refuse to give in. I refuse to lose to you. For the sake of everyone you've killed.
Huh? Everyone I've killed? What are you talking about? You're the ones who killed them!
I didn't kill anyone. I simply gave you a little nudge in the right direction.
And that's all it took for you to start killing each other. You're nothing but bloodthirsty animals.
That's why anyone was murdered here, peasant.
Say what you want about hope, but we're all creatures of instinct, right? Despair comes naturally.
Which one of those is the real Junko?
Hell yes! That's funny as shit!
No! This isn't just some game to us. It's murder! Plain and simple. You stole our memories. Invented reasons for us to do it. You pushed us all into a corner!
Yeah, I mean, she set it up, obviously. Wouldn't have done this in the normal situation.
It's all your fault!
You certainly have a talent for passing the buck, don't you? That must be your hope, huh? But we don't have much time left to keep up this banter. We have to draw things to a close soon.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the vote, of course. You didn't forget about that little rule, did ya?
Can we just vote her out and walk out and see what the world's like?
Oh, and also, since this will be the last vote, I decided to change the rules.
What?
You guys so full of hope, and me so full of despair. I've decided to have you vote which one will be punished.
What?
If even one of you votes to punish Hope, well then, I'll consider that a win for me, and punish everyone on the side of Hope.
How do you punish Hope? Are we not picking a person?
Even if it's just one person?
Oh, but don't worry, I won't be voting, of course.
Even if you don't, you've still got the upper hand in all this.
It's okay. Nobody would actually vote to kill themselves, right?
Oh, let me just mention one more thing. When I win, to punish you guys,
Oh no.
you'll have to stay here till you grow old and die. No fighting, no killing. That's your punishment.
You mean
We'd have to just live here?
I mean, if the outside world is actually bad, that sounds like a good deal.
She's saying she'll let us live.
If you're not happy with that, then go ahead and punish me. And make your way to the outside world.
Enter a world fallen from grace, where only despair exists, where you'd likely be dead within a day.
What are you saying? So no matter what, we're doomed.
You know what they say, better to die free than live a slave, right?
Wait a sec, I just got hit with an inspiration bomb. Dying of old age is boring as shit, right? The audience at home isn't gonna dig that at all.
Oh, and Penguin, is that from Mystery Science Theater 3000?
So, here's what'll happen. One of you will get to experience an instant, super impressive punishment.
That doesn't sound fair.
What? You can't just...
Do you mean to say you'll execute one of us?
And I get to decide who's gonna have to suck it down.
Nice. I used to love that show, Penguin.
Makoto, you're up.
Me?
Yeah, you've been acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. I hate you!
What do you mean? We just called you out.
So let me make this clear. Everyone has two choices in front of them. If a single person votes for Hope to be punished, then only Makoto will receive a harsh punishment, and the rest of you will live here in peace.
Oh, that's messed up.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
What I'm saying is, if you sacrifice Makoto, the rest of you will get to live out your lives.
But that's not the rule we had before, though. If we figured out the killing and we figured out the mystery of everything happening here, she's supposed to kill herself, right? Sacrifice me? But that's...
What? Has your resolve softened? Have you lost confidence? Are you afraid of being punished? Don't you have faith in your friends?
No, that's not it.
It's okay. You're right to be afraid. It would seem all of those around you have realized the futility of going against me.
We still don't know if this is all true. Oh no.
Guys?
It's so beautiful. Your lovely faces, eroded by despair, have come together as one.
Besides, Kyoko, you could never betray your father, could you?
What?
I mean, the headmaster's only wish was that all of you would survive, right? That's why he tried to trap you all here after all.
Sure.
The least you can do is try to honor your dead father's wishes.
Kyoko!
One person's despair is enough to seal your fate. Isn't that just the most hopeless outcome ever?
So, who do you think's gonna give in? Whose despair is gonna sign your death warrant?
Does it just take one? Is it a majority vote? How does this work?
No one. Nobody's gonna give in to despair! We're not gonna lose to you!
So boring. Stubborn till the very end, huh? Well, that's fine. Then let's just hurry up and get it over with. It's time for the final vote. Everything will come to an end. Your stupid hope.
Oh no. Was that an actual quote, Hasifa, from earlier in the game? That's kind of funny.
And your stupid life.
The final vote. This is it. The ultimate confrontation. I have to show everyone. I have to make them remember. I have to convince them not to give up. Oh, it's a Star Wars thing. Thank you. I was like, oh, that kind of makes sense for this. Like, I couldn't remember Monokuma saying that, but... To live in despair, that's not really living at all. I think we're barely going to do it. We'll see if I get in big trouble after this. I have no idea which one of these is going to be useful right now. We have to listen to the clues.
We won't give up! As long as there's hope, we'll never give up!
Okay, we got hope.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
Can I use that?
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab. If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
Meh.
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
I wonder if we can use that. We haven't used the photo with
So,
Kyoko
what are you
and
gonna do?
her dad at all for anything.
Will you just die? Is that what you want?
There is no hope left in the world. When you sleep, it's on a bed of despair. Relentless! How's it going, Relentless? Thank you so very much for doing that. I couldn't write that second. How are you doing? Good to see you. The world is in despair. You are in despair. If I don't do something, everyone's going to be consumed by despair. Oh no, I don't get to like listen to everything. I actually have to do it on the first try. You claim there's no hope left in the world, but if despair is contagious like you say, then so is hope. I'll use my own hope to plant seeds of hope in everyone else.
We won't give up! As long as there's hope, we'll never give up!
If I were to die,
Oh, I have to hit that thing. Crap, I think I already
that
missed
would
it.
be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I'm either probably going to use the photo of Kyoko and the headmaster. Oh, that didn't work.
Shoot!
Oh, I see. I need to use one for each person. Is that right? There has to be something I can say to persuade everyone. Yeah.
We won't give up! As long as there's hope, we'll never give up!
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
So maybe locker notebook for him? Nope. Okay.
Shoot!
Well, I could probably use the picture for Kyoko.
We won't give up!
That was this
As
one.
long as there's hope. If I were to die, that would be the end.
Let's see if that works.
By the way, the only reason is thanks to the air. If I die, in other words, the communal life.
I kind of feel like there might be one for everybody, though.
All of you will have to go into the world outside,
I think this first one's gonna be a mulligan.
So, what are you gonna do? Will you just die?
Oh, I can't even do hers. Hers isn't one. Oh, we're dead. Okay, so round 2. I guess in the group picture, maybe? At least that shows everybody, right? Nobody believes me. Nobody wants to hear what I have to say. Huh? Has the debate come to a close already? Has this development brought you splendid despair? It did, didn't it? Of course it did. You're not utterly hopeless, and my victory is desperately complete. And with despair in your hearts, you know what time it is. Are you ready? It's punishment time!
Is this really the end for all of us?
Yeah, we're gonna give it another shot. We're like
refuse
so
to give
close.
up yet.
Okay, I'm gonna try the group photo, I think, when it said hope in the beginning. At first I thought maybe I have to give a certain clue to everybody when they have their ... but I don't think so. Or you just grab hope specifically?
We won't give up.
Maybe. Let me try this one
As long as there's
first.
hope, we'll never give up.
That's
If
not
I were
it.
to die,
Yeah, I think you were probably right then.
that would be the end.
Okay, so I have to take a
By the
mulligan
way,
on this whole
the
one.
only reason is thanks to the air. If I die, in other words, the communal life you've all of you will have to. You'll have to go into the
So I
world
guess it doesn't
outside.
actually just take hope. Maybe he like
So,
makes an argument
will you
every
just die?
time you use it, you know? I noticed there was none for Kyoko there, though. Like, I couldn't actually respond to her, so that might be when we use the photo later.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
Oh, I barely got there.
That would be the end.
Don't lose hope
I think you were right, Monkey. Nice.
All my fortune-telling senses are telling me not to leave this place.
That's not good. It's only 30% correct, though.
But to live means moving forward, right? So even if it's hard, even if we're scared, we don't have any choice, do we? I want
There
to
you
keep
go,
on
hero.
living. I want to open the next door. There must be something new waiting for me. So that's why, no matter what, I need to get out of here.
Nice. There we go.
The whole fortune-telling thing doesn't matter anymore. What matters is my own gut feelings.
We won't give up.
Oh, does it just restart every time?
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
That's cool how his thing changed, though.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers and the physics.
Bam!
Don't lose hope now.
You don't need air. It's okay. How are we going to do that?
I've been thinking about all this, and I was thinking, at a time like this, what would Sakura do? You only get stronger by taking adversity by the horns.
Nice.
Confront that thorny path with enthusiasm.
Sakura is still kicking ass, even in death.
That sounds like something she'd say, right? No. I think that's definitely what she'd say, which is why Yeah! I've made up my mind!
That's 2.
We won't give up.
I just got to make sure not to
As
skip
long as
this one.
there's hope, we'll never give up.
Yeah, what would
If I
Sakura
were
do,
to
right?
die, that would be the end. By the way, the only reason is thanks to the air. Say whatever you want if I die. In other words, as soon as the communal life you've all been living will come
Okay,
to
the next
an
one's coming
end.
up pretty soon. I don't want to skip it.
Don't lose hope now.
She didn't seem to care. She's kind of no big deal.
I don't care either way. I'm fine with whichever one is more interesting. Actually, I may not look like it, but I always hated school. Hell, no matter how I look, still hate it. Oh, but no matter what, Master has to come along with us.
Really, that's whatever she's going to do. Wherever Master is, she follows.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end. By the way, the only
Okay,
reason
so we can
is
skip
thanks to the
Hina.
Say whatever you want if
We
I
can
die.
skip
In other words,
Toko.
the communal life you've all. I can keep on living as long as I have
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and just.
lose hope now.
Almost thought I missed that. Really, we're just like a, motivational speaker at this point.
What's the matter? You're not actually trying to encourage me, are you? Ridiculous. It never even crossed my mind that I might give in to despair.
Sure didn't look like it.
But don't misunderstand me. I couldn't care in the slightest what happens to you.
You know what we should do is take all of your guys' debate about the ages and stuff and turn it into one of those Ace Attorney meme sort of animated GIFs that argues back and forth.
I just have to keep my word. I swore I would end the life of the mastermind. Besides, the Togami family isn't dead because I'm still alive.
Objection!
So until I can restore the Togami family and bring it greater glory than it's ever known,
we won't give up.
Oh, the music changed.
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die,
Why'd the music change?
that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I'm confused.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you
Is
know.
that supposed to happen?
The only reason we're okay in here
Is thanks to the air. Say whatever you want if I die. In other words, the communal life you've all. I can keep on living! All of you will
We only have
to
Kyoko
leave.
left, right?
You'll have to go into the world outside.
I already said I would claim the mastermind's life. By whatever.
So,
And
what
here's
are
the
you
last
gonna
one.
do? Will you just die? Is that what you want?
Don't lose hope now.
I thought we might have to use the picture with her dad, but I guess not.
I didn't really know my father, so I can't pretend to know what he was thinking.
And Danny, how you doing, dude? Welcome.
But even if we're just connected by blood, there's one thing I am sure of. He would never want us to abandon Makoto and choose to stay here. I can't explain why exactly. But if I'm sure of anything, I'm sure of that. Just because we don't actually know anything. Does that mean we can't understand? Could it be that... No, never mind. So, Makoto, I don't think you wound up at this school because you had good luck or bad luck. I think you came here for a different reason entirely. You came here to bring down the ultimate despair. You came here to confront despair without ever giving up. And if that's true, I think we could call you the ultimate hope. What do you think?
I like it. That's cool. I was going to say persistence, but hope sounds good too.
What the hell are you?
You monster!
So uncool. Your stupid faces, the stupid things you've said, the stupid way you all treat each other.
Oh, she's losing it.
It's all so uncool, so unhip. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! Lame, 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 lame!
Well, she's starting to argue kind of like, who was that? The second person that died, I believe. Leon. That's how Leon argued. I'm not any kind of elite anything. Hope isn't a talent you develop, but... Or was it Mondo? Thank you, Art. But still. But I still... The moment of truth. Oh, another rhythm battle. The final rhythm battle, probably.
You suck!
Oh my god, that's fast.
So uncool! You dare to stand against us? Hope is a joke. Who are you? Your idiocy.
Can't see anything.
You're gross. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair.
You suck. What do you want? So uncool.
You're unbearable.
Hope is a joke. Who are you?
Thank goodness I could see again.
You're gross. Suffer from despair. Everything is pointless. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair.
Everything is pointless.
Thank goodness.
Despair into tomorrow.
Hope keeps on going.
Nice. Ooh.
I refuse to give up. I refuse to get bored. I refuse to throw it all away. I refuse to despair.
Tell him, Makoto.
Because all I have going for me is the desire to keep moving forward.
So really, we're just stubborn. That's what we got.
What's going on?
Stubborn in a good way.
What's happening?
Nice. Oh, that was tricky. I also lost a couple times on that one as well. There was 16 sections to that? I think it really was over 3 hours. Without a chance to save. That's kind of tough on
It looks like
stream.
we've reached the end. I think it may be time to vote.
No desparium, only hopium.
We just gotta pull the lever, right?
Unobtainium.
Good. I'm ready to go.
Let's put an end to these trials. Put an end to the killing. With our own hands.
Is it going to show Junko there? Yep, there it is. Nice. Hey, Drolshinka, how are you doing?
The hell?
Indeed.
You've lost, Junko.
I lost?
I lost? Me? No way.
Well, that's just...
It can't be. Actually, right now I'm pretty comfortable, Drolshenka, but I'm scared to check out the rest of the house. I bet it's getting pretty warm. You still don't accept it? Even the ultimate despair herself is vulnerable to the onslaught of despair, it would seem.
What the heck?
But there's no use trying to fight it now.
Well, that's just... totally the best!
Oh yeah, she's excited because she's about to get killed, right? That's her thing, that's her kick.
So this is despair.
Now she's like Toko all of a sudden. We came to this school 2 years ago, created our incredibly detailed plan. I even killed my own sister for it.
And now I...
To come this far and fail at the very end.
True despair.
It's the most ultimate despair. Man, she's gonna win even when she loses, isn't she? What are you talking about?
And now I...
Don't you see? I was so hopelessly desperate, I was bored of the world the moment I was born. That's why I've been looking forward to this so desperately, this once-in-a-lifetime experience. It is my first and last colossal despair here at the moment of death. To have the chance to taste the highest grade of despair, the utter failure of my dreams.
True despair.
I am so hopelessly happy right now.
Huh?
Oh, have a good run, young daddy. Wait, is she even enjoying this?
Anyway.
So, are you prepared to admit defeat? You think I care whether I won or lost? Either way, it doesn't change a thing.
Totally the best!
Outside is only despair. Inside is only despair. No matter where you go, despair awaits you. That's not true.
Not possible.
You're wrong. Huh?
Don't make me repeat myself.
There goes every time the music changes, I feel like the game restarted in the background or something. Because this is like the intro song. Let me tell you this right now. We no longer fear despair.
Okay.
Because we decided to enter the outside world of hope. Yeah, Makoto totally seduced us over to his side. Hey, giggity. Everyone.
Hey.
You said that despair is as contagious as any disease.
However.
But the same is true of hope. All you have to do is look at us to see how true that is. Kyoko.
No.
Stop it. Stop. I hate you those faces you're making. To see those awful looks causes me nothing but pain because we're happy.
There's one last thing.
Fine, let me just say one thing. If you guys want to get all hung up on the word hope, that's no skin off my nose. But just be warned, from this point on, one despair after another will stand in your way. No matter where you run, no matter where you hide, maybe you'll find some hope, but there is a very fine line dividing that hope from bitter despair. Knowing that, you can still cling to your hope? Of course, because we...
It's fine.
Shut up. That was a rhetorical question. You interrupted my monologue. I'm almost done though, so whatever. Because it's almost punishment time, right, for her?
It can't be.
Do you really intend to go through with this? That was the agreement, right? I was thinking she had to kill herself. Hold on. It's not like I want you to die. You don't have, I mean, come on.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Yeah, the basically non-existent nose. It's like a single line.
How many times do I have to tell you?
The act of living brings me no hope at all. All I want now is to taste the despair of death that you only get once in life, so...
Don't get in my way!
Oh, she's gonna grab, what is that? Oh, the button, a big red button.
So this is how the despair of death feels. It's so wonderful.
You should have done this a long time ago.
Even a tenth of this despair, even 100th. I want every last soul on this planet to taste such despair. I want the entire world to die with that despair in its mouth.
Her eyes kind of look like the Dreamcast logo.
Okay, let's do this.
Oh god, they're spinning now too, like she's hypnotized.
I've reserved an extra special punishment for last.
Oh goodness.
Let's give it everything we've got.
That's scary.
It's punishment time!
I love these little pixel art scenes. These are so cool. I mean, it wouldn't be the same exact setup, of course. I wouldn't imagine. Emergency override? Yeah, all the pink paint. And that's how everything came to an end. The final class trial. Junko Inoshima, the ultimate despair. Life at Hope's Peak Academy. It was all over. The end. Now, is there an epilogue too beyond this? Or is this like pretty much the end right here? And we got another item, although I don't know that we could use it anywhere. It's more of a trophy. Yes, I want to save it. I know, we just got to see it, right? Relentless? But even after saying it was all over, it's not like the building exploded or collapsed in on itself or anything. That wasn't any kind of ending waiting for us. Nothing changed. Well, with one exception. Air purifiers turned off. Just like Junko said. They all shut off immediately. That was the only difference. Goodbye, Despair High School. So we're going to see maybe some of the outside world? We left the courtroom and made our way to the main hall. We stood in front of the door, nobody made a sound. It felt almost absent-minded. This was our epilogue before the final ending. We were stuck there in limbo, unmoving, unsure. But, in the end, if they choose not to leave. We can't just stand around like this forever. At some point, we need to leave. To nobody's surprise, it was Kyoko who broke the silence.
Makoto.
Would you do the honors? Okay. As if awakened by Kyoko's words, I took out the object we'd gotten. Up until the moment of her death, it had belonged to Junko. And in the end, she dropped it before us.
So,
If she just held on to that and it got destroyed in the final mechanism, we could never get out of here, right?
But is that really it? Is that really the key to the door?
Indeed.
You don't have to read into what she said too much to find the answer.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
Not right away, Krem, but it's definitely one we could check out in the future. We've had a few games on stream where we've done the first one, but none of the sequels yet.
In other words,
I will force you out, she said before dropping that. It makes sense that it would be our way out of here.
But
is the second game kind of considered generally the favorite out of the trilogy? The first three, I guess? I don't know how many there are, actually. But you never know. Maybe it's actually a switch that's going to make the school self-destruct. I mean, Junko never said it specifically that she'd let us leave here alive. That's true.
it's true.
You may be right about that. Maybe. Oh no.
Yes.
But even so, it's impossible to think we wouldn't take our chances with it. Yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, if the oxygen purifier turned off, we're on a timer anyway, right?
There's nothing to worry about.
My beautiful scissors!
If something ever happened to Master, I'd take my scissors and jam him up so far. Hey, where's the courtroom? Where's the mastermind? Oh no, she doesn't know anything what's going on. It's all over. We're just about to leave the school. What? Leave? We can go outside? Then that means Master can get married. And then he'll give me a little jewel of a baby. Well, that's a lot of assumptions there.
That's enough.
Please stop. That would be a greater horror than anything I've encountered so far.
Anyway.
Don't worry. I have no doubt that we'll be able to leave here without a problem.
But
if it's what happens after we get out that I'm worried about. But, you know, in the end, I think part of me still thinks...
For serious?
Maybe when we get out there, we'll see that everything she said about the world was a lie. Then on the other side of this door is a world as peaceful as we remember.
A lie. Peaceful as we remember. Well, no matter what it looks like, it's still our world. It's where we're meant to live.
Yeah, I guess so.
And how do I put this? Unlike the school, the world is really big, right? Since it's so big, I'm sure there must be some despair no matter what. But there also has to be a lot of hope, right?
In other words,
the act of searching for hope, to try to find it, that by itself is a true meaning of hope. As long as you have that hope, you can keep moving forward no matter what trouble you may fall into.
Am I wrong?
Is that what you mean, Makoto? Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. I don't need any of you to spell that out for me. You know, Junko mentioned that there was still others out there who hadn't been cast away hope just yet. Maybe I should find them and make them work for me. Wow, that's what you think of, huh? Just immediately enslaving or getting people to work for you? To rebuild the world, we must first rebuild the Togami dynasty.
I'll go with you. I'll follow you anywhere you want to go.
you got it.
Well, my first stop is going to be the closest donut shop. I can figure out the rest from there. Yeah, like that's going to be open in the end of the world scenario.
Hey.
And what are you going to do if there are no more donut shops or donuts?
Okay.
I'll just get some flour and make them myself. And if there's no flour, I'll just grow some wheat.
See, that's hope right there.
Oh, I get it now. If there's no road, you just gotta build one. Creation. Fate is telling me to remake the world.
Could it be?
That's my hope.
How about that?
I've reached the next stage. The next chapter of Yasuhiro Hagakure's life story is about to begin.
Woo!
Thanks, Hina. You totally opened my eyes. That woo was great. Hey, personal space buddy, you're seriously creeping me out.
Makoto.
Come on, Makoto. Even if everyone in the outside world is gone, even if the world is steeped in despair, as long as I have people like you around, I can face forward and keep moving. If we can get out there and do something, have some sort of impact. But what can we do? If there's so few of us and we're so small, what can we do? No, we can probably do anything. Yeah, we can do anything. What's funny, Art, is in this game, all my favorites were the victims. Yeah, we can do anything.
Well, I guess this is goodbye. And goodbye to Sakura. But hey, if we gotta say goodbye, we may as well do it with a smile on our face.
And Chihiro and Leon and Mondo and everybody else.
Hey guys! You guys want your fortunes told anywhere, anytime. You just let me know. I'll be there.
Yeah, don't tell me your favorites. I'll find some way to get them killed.
You know how much I hate being annoyed, but if something does come up, you may as well let me know. I can't guarantee I'll actually bother listening, but, you know.
Oh, true, yeah. Well, 9. This game's not over yet. People could still die, but so far it seems like there's exceptions.
I don't know why, but I have a burning desire to start writing.
Yeah, as long as it's not killing.
I might be able to pull it off. A story about Master and me, and the others, I guess.
I can't say I'm sorry about what happened, but still. It does feel kind of strange.
I really don't know what to say.
Just push the freaking button.
I guess we graduated?
That's one way of thinking about it. As long as I never give up, I have to push even harder. I'm going to keep moving forward with hope in my heart. Since I have hope, I can show courage. Since I have hope, I can move ahead. The world can move ahead. The door began to open. This is like a Fallout moment, isn't it? With our hands, hope and despair mingled together, opening the door to the future. We got lots of hopium. Wow, 2 years we've been in this place. Oh my gosh, what is that? Looks like there's some explosion out there or something. Are they gonna cut it right there? Oh man, you jerks! you did it! What a way to keep you hanging, right? Oh, that was brutal. Oh man. Woo, that was some game, guys. And 99. What a hell of a request. Thank you so much for requesting that game. It was tough to schedule. I'm going to be in mucho trouble with Andy because I went way over stream and I should be hanging out with her right now, but there was no place to save it or stop, so I had to do what I had to do. Otherwise, we would have had to like redone the whole trial, right? It was a long trial. You got to play the second game. So I guess without spoiling anything specifically, is the second game like a direct continuation of this one? Or does it kind of do its own thing, I guess? Because like, this is one of those stories that like you can't imagine a second game being a similar style, you know? It's like so much stuff has happened. It's like, I don't know. It does explain more? Okay. I mean, it might be hard to explain anything without spoiling stuff, right? The surviving students are annihilated in a puff of smoke. It seemed like there was some kind of giant fireball explosion going on. As soon as that opened up, I thought they were going to die immediately. It's like, oh, that wasn't worth it. We're just stuck around. And something you aren't meant to know at the start when it happens? Oh, okay. That makes sense. And it is the same format and does have continuity. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, this type of game, kind of like Ace Attorney, with trials and, you know, everybody against each other, you could do those kind of games forever, you know, and always keep it interesting. Different characters, situations, kind of neat. However, I have to imagine, just looking at like screenshots from like, you know, the different games, that Monokuma is always there. Which, from what I know right now, is very, very confusing, right? Although, maybe not, because if those pictures were true, and Monokuma Mania has taken over the world, I guess there could be more Monokuma stuff in the outside world in separate situations. And Art, you don't imagine it's much of a spoiler to say that the second game also includes a killing game? I'm assuming that has to be all of them, yeah. And Hasifa, happy for you to play your game any day, and if you want to take a breather on Tuesday or not. But the first game, try it beforehand to make sure the set. Oh yeah, absolutely, Hasifa. Any game that I know is kind of retro with like, you know, weird resolutions, I definitely have to practice. No, I think we should totally do it on Tuesday, Hasifa, if you are up for it. And Zakobo, you want to know what you meant a few streams ago when you said at the end of Yasuhiro's FTE, you learned about him as a person? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you can definitely tell me about that. And since you don't have plans to do all... Yeah, I'm probably not going to go back and visit this stuff like right away. If anything, usually in these kind of games, if there's like other endings or like, you know, optional stuff I want to see, I usually YouTube it because it can take a lot of time to kind of get back to those scenes to like see stuff, you know? And Ultimate Despair is going to be back in the second game. If those pictures are right, it's already everywhere, right? I love that championship belt, Penguin. That's awesome. Okay, I think we got to go, guys. As awesome as those credits and everything are, we got to finish this up. Oh, what's this? Post-credit scene. It's not over.
Interesting. Things are getting very interesting. Interesting indeed.
Who the hell's controlling you, Monokuma?
Like I said at the beginning, I'm not a teddy bear. I am Monokuma.
Monokuma is Legion.
And I am this school's headmaster.
What? It wasn't our dad the whole time? Or not our dad, Kyoko's dad the whole time? What? Those bones weren't his? Okay, now I'm even more confused. Oh my goodness. We'll see that more in the sequels, right? Dun, dun, dun! What is that? It looks like a little nut shaped like Monokuma. I guess we could save it again? I don't know what saving at this point does. Maybe like New Game Plus or something. But seriously, what a wild game. Thank you so much, 99. That was really cool. But it is time for me to wrap things up. I went way over.